Hello and welcome to an incredibly sunny Teesside Autodrome for round 2 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. 3 races this morning set from qualifying yesterday. Before we move into our random grids, we start with a Bambino on a small, but no less entertaining for us, Tom, because Archie Mostyn was very, very quick yesterday, and in these weather conditions we're heading towards that coveted sub 1 minute mark for our Coma Bambinos. Then we've got a new driver in Lucas Grassi-Durate, who in the 28, who joins us for the first time. We did have 3 signed on, but we've only got 2 here today before we head then into our cadet classes, moving into Inters, Juniors, and then finishing off the cycle of races with Senior Pro Kart. And before we do it all over again, 3 heats and 1 final for all of our drivers. We've had 3 lap practice this morning just to make sure that everything works timing wise and everyone's karts are fettled and ready to go. 8 minutes on the clock here at Teesside. David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth on commentary. We're away and racing in the first race of the day. A stop start for the 28, but slots back into the second place berth as Archie Mostyn will lead us over the timing line for 8 minutes plus 1 lap of action here at Teesside Autodrome in this first race of the day. So Mostyn, whose pole time yesterday afternoon, is the end of the day. Let's have a quick look where we were. Yes, pole time yesterday was a 1 minute .674. So he'll be hoping to try and get into that 59s for Archie Mostyn. Sullivan Crawford, a non-starter, was signed on but not here. And as the field make their way round hairpin number 3. And Archie Mostyn, a driver that we've seen here before at Teesside, as we mentioned yesterday during qualifying. Hopefully we'll see a few more Bambinos at the round 3 and 4 doubleheader when we don't have clashes with national championships. So Mostyn with the first lap, albeit much slower than his qualifying time, as he went from the standing start just in front of the timing line. So you'll notice in the background there the Honda Cadets next out, getting themselves ready on that dummy grid. Down the back straight goes Archie Mostyn, who takes the traditional Bambino line of heading from the outside of hairpin 2 pretty much direct to the inside of South Bank. The only class that really does that are the Coma Bambinos, mainly because they don't scrub off anywhere near as much speed as our faster classes as they head up towards the right-hander of South Bank. And here comes Mostyn for what will be his first flying lap of the day. The track's been very, very quick this morning in the 3-lap warm-up with drivers immediately on the pace. And there it is already, Tom. On lap number 2, Archie Mostyn goes sub 1 minute here at Teesside with a 59.84 for Mostyn. So the track already quicker this morning at 9:30 than what it was after a day's worth of on-track action yesterday. So we are sub 1 minute for the first time this season. And it's Archie Mostyn with a 59.840 and a PB as well for Logan Grassi-Durate, who needs to get down into the 106s to beat his qualifying time from yesterday. Tom's geared up after a quick science check this morning. Welcome, my friend.
Good morning. Yes, apologies. I was just checking the levels were correct. For sound, we had a few issues, a few reports of us being pretty quiet last month, which is unusual to hear from us because normally it's people telling us to pipe down a bit instead. But no, we've got the levels correct, I hope, this month. But please let us know in the comments what your audio quality is like coming through, and looking forward to another good day here at Teesside.
Yeah, I get the feeling that the PA might be a tad loud, or at least it will be when we start getting giddy at finals time. It's another faster time for Archie Mostyn once again, a 59.815 for the driver of the 17. He continues to bring his times down. So Honda Cadet will follow the next one up. They'll be heading out. They've got there's one Micro Max on the grid as well from yesterday's qualifying session. And,
just the one?
Just the one Micro, going with the Hondas.
Entry.
Yeah, I thought there was a few on the entry, but we've just the one that arrived yesterday. Unless we get any late arrivals this morning, that'll be the case. But qualifying yesterday, so in any case, they will go off the back of the grid. And, but yes, qualifying yesterday for Hondas was another pole position for Edward Wright. And, the usual suspects at the front, Tom, in Honda. R200 and Intermax. Good to see a couple more Intermaxes this round, Tom. Still racing on that amalgamated intergrid, but all three of them at the front of that class this weekend, split by 0.2 of a second. Joey Swan, Hugo McCluskey and Buddy Hugo. That'll be a good battle. And then the R200s, which we don't really need to sell that anymore, do we, Tom? It speaks for itself.
It's a growing class, very much so, and growing exponentially round on round, I think.
Yeah, very, very competitive as well. There is... I think you could throw a blanket over them yesterday. 9/10 split the entire field in R200 yesterday, which for an open gearing class is almost unheard of at this sort of level, Tom. With everybody sort of playing around and doing different things. Another fastest lap of the race by Archie Mostyn with that 59.804 for the driver of the 17. Sweet. See Logan Grassi Durate on screen at the moment in the 28, and he's got into the 105s, Tom, so already quicker than his qualifying time yesterday. And this is what I mentioned yesterday in the brief time that we streamed the qualifying session yesterday, is that it doesn't matter for us at this stage in a driver's career that there's a big gap between the two of them, because it's all about personal progression at this sort of age for your Bambinos. You know, it doesn't matter how good your Bambino is. Nobody's picking them up out of Bambino. It's all about personal progression, getting better, getting themselves ready for when they go into a class where there's a big grid. It's very, very competitive. Let's not take anything away from these Bambinos. It's our youngest drivers on the grid. They are between 5 and 7 years old. You know, and we're giving them a cart and a steering wheel and sending them out onto track and effectively going, well, for the next 10 minutes, you've got to go and think for yourself. And Logan there with that personal best, that 105.6, a full second faster than his qualifying time yesterday for Logan.
It's all about seat time in Bambinos, isn't it? It's about driving experience and gaining that knowledge, and it carries them then through into cadets if they've had 3 years in Bambinos, then particularly
Absolutely.
here, you know the circuit layout inside and out, and we've seen drivers progress from Bambino and go straight into championship contention in Honda Cadet.
We certainly have, and you know we've had drivers come through the Bambino ranks here at Teesside, Tom, that have gone on to race at World Finals. So, you know, it's a good grounding, is this class. It gives them a good understanding of spatial awareness, of, you know, getting the lines right, being consistent as well. By that I mean consistently hitting the same marker, braking point, turning, clipping the apex, getting out of the corner, and just basically hooking complexes of corners up together. So it's a really good grounding, is Bambino. Heading down towards the time elapsing down to 0. This will be Logan Grassi Durate coming over, and then Archie Mostyn may well get round before the time elapses down to 0, although I don't think he will.
It used to be, you would say 30 years ago or even 20 years ago, cadets was very much the learning zone for drivers. It's now you kind of, because Bambinos is a thing, you can still come in and you know, forge your way through in cadets. Of course you can. It's never too late to start karting.
Yeah, certainly not. I think the only downside,
it does give you an advantage.
Yeah, the only downside with Bambino is that whoever decided to create this class chose one of the most temperamental little engines that they could ever find. Which, going forwards over the next couple of years, as Bambino transitions into an electric-only class, which is the vision of Motorsport UK, is that's going to be taken away, and I think that will level the playing field of Bambinos a lot. You can't charge your battery more than another battery.
No, correct, yeah.
But as Archie Mostyn heads towards the checkered flag, and victory in heat number 1 for our Como Bambinos. Mostyn takes the victory and also saves us 1 minute of lapping as well as he peels straight off into the pit lane. Good schedule awareness there from Archie Mostyn. He obviously knows that if he comes off, that saves us 5 minutes and he can get his lunch earlier. So good advanced planning by Archie Mostyn. We'll see here whether Logan Grassy Durate is on the same wavelength, whether he's hungry for lunch as well, Tom. 2 heats this morning before we head to that lunch break, and then heat number 3 and our finals. Pardon?
You sound like you're hungry already.
Hungry for racing, Tom.
Oh, he's back, folks.
King of the Segway.
He's back.
So, personal bests for both of our Como drivers in session 1 this morning. Archie Mostyn, here's 59.804. Logan Grassy Durate with a 105.681 for Logan. So, great personal best from both of our drivers this morning. We are going to turn the wick up a little bit though, Tom.
Yes, a gentle opening, I think. Fair to say there.
Ease it in. It's the
the
palate cleanser. The sorbet.
Like an amuse-bouche of opening action for the day. And here we have the Honda Cadets now making their way out onto the rolling up lap, the green flag lap, and they will make their way to the grid, warm those tyres up, and then strap in and hold tight because it's going to be all action. Take us through a grid, David.
Standing start for Honda Cadet. We'll see Edward Rye and Francesco Di Caro sharing the front row. Henry Colborne on a new chassis this weekend on the BRK. He starts alongside the MS chassis of Sebastian McCarthy. Sam Dixon and Albie Cam will share row number 3. Daniel Ziad and Jake Gibbon row 4. Difficult day for Gibbon yesterday. I'll discuss that in a moment. Tommy Burgoyne and Alfie Keeling round out your top 10. Abel Hutton and Aston Wilson, a Bambino graduate in P12. Jacob McDonald and Oliver Bullock, another graduate out of Bambino, starts in 14th. Harry Scrafton returns for the first time this season. He's 15th with Andrew McCrossan for company. Edward Charlton, the third Bambino graduate, starts 17th. And then Tyler Grufferty's Micromax will go off the back of the grid. Although he did qualify in the Honda grid yesterday, it's just Micros are normally used to a rolling start, so we've moved him to the back so that he doesn't get away too slowly. Let's have a quick chat about Jake Gibbon yesterday. Currently on his 3rd rear axle of the weekend, Tom. Bent 2 yesterday. He's currently on his 3rd. And, I've come through Honda Cadets with my lad, Tom. They're not cheap bits of kit, them rear axles, and it's frustrating and it's a long job to change them. Working into the hours of darkness last night for his dad, Chris, and I'm sure he had a little bit of help from Rich Hutton as they're sharing an awning. But Jake Gibbon certainly didn't hamper him too much in qualifying, Tom. Took himself to P8. He starts on the outside of row number 4.
Yeah, looking forward to this one as always with Honda Cadet. We're already about to get going, I think.
Yeah, the good thing, Tom, for me now in Honda Cadet is historically over the last 4 or 5 years, it's been dominated by Project One and Synergy chassis. Looking at the grid now, we've got MS, Synergy, we've got BRK, MS, we've got a Synergy, we've got Project One, all inside the top 6. It really has changed the focus of Honda Cadet racing in the last last year or so, really. It's great to see a mix of chassis on the grid. Gives so many more options. Honda Cadet, heat number 1 is almost upon us.
And the green flag is up, it's down, and we're away and racing. Good start from Di Caro in P2, slots immediately across the track and takes up 2nd place.
Edward Rye leads us round the national loop then from Francesco Di Caro. Good start by all of our top 7. It's pretty much as you were. Daniel Ziad down the inside of Albie Cam. Oh, it's Alfie Keeling's off and noses into the wall. Jake Gibbon is off as well. Heavy impact for Keeling. Looks to be in a little bit of discomfort. I wouldn't be surprised, Tom, in around about 10 seconds or so if this race is either neutralised under a Battenberg, with him being just off the outside of hairpin number 1. Still plenty of time for them to come round, for them to assess the driver. We'll see how he is as they head up towards hairpin number 4 for the final time. They head up towards the timing line. Edward Rye will lead us through. Rye then from De Caro, then it's Henry Colborne and Sebastian McCarthy. Daniel Ziad up to P5 in front of Sam Dixon. Keeling being pushed away to safety. Wave yellow flag at hairpin number 1. Great work from the marshals to move that kart to safety. But yeah, all started from Daniel Ziad down the inside of Albie Cam into the first corner, and then a few other drivers in the background, unwilling passengers towards the tyre wall at hairpin 1.
Yeah, unfortunate that took place, but Edward Rye looking comfortable at the front of this one at the moment. We've seen this before though, Rye getting a good start and breaking away at the start of these Honda Cadet races, and then it tends to sort of reel back, they start to reel him back in. Later on in the race, we'll see what De Caro and Colborne have got left in reserve for later in the race. Of course, we're only 2 minutes into this one already. So your top 10, Rye, De Caro, Colborne, McCarthy, Ziad, Dixon, Burgoyne, Wilson, Hutton and McDonald. Rye setting a fastest lap of the race that time around as well. And it's a bit nose to tail for the, I think that's 4th, 5th and 6th. It is 4th, 5th and 6th positions.
Yeah, Ziad's got past McCarthy on this lap, but then goes very wide. And could that open the door? Sam Dixon considering a move down the inside of Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy now just deciding, I think here he's going to have a few laps trying to push Daniel Ziad towards Henry Colborne and Francesco De Caro, because Edward Rye is off at the front. The gap 1.3 seconds for Edward Rye. Already again faster than his qualifying time yesterday. And I had a quick look. I'm going to find out what it is. We've got effectively an outright lap record in Honda, which is a 47.326 set by Thomas Potter. But we have, since then, we've moved on to the Vega tyre. The fastest lap time round T-side on a Vega tyre, 47.522, round 2 qualifying last year by Luka Bachuev. So if Edward Rye can head into that sort of region, we're going to have a potential for a new lap record today. Inside that top 6, Tom, second now has been reeled in. So De Caro reeled in by Colborne, but he's dragging Ziad, McCarthy and Dixon along as well. We're going to have a 5-kart battle for second place. Good little battle going on further down between Abel Hutton, a recovering Albie Cam, and Aston Wilson. Although Wilson does drop off the back of that slightly with a tighter line round hairpin 2 and a bit of a loose rear end. But the battle, Tom, on screen is going to be the one thing. Daniel Ziad's very tight into hairpin number 4, and it does sort of ruin him a little bit, Tom, and then he has to spend the rest of the lap trying to catch back up. But Colborne is up onto the back of De Caro now. Nothing between the two of them as they both set personal bests on that previous lap. Gap at the front, though. Still going out with Edward Rye putting the hammer down. Half race distance, and he's got a gap of 1.7 seconds. From De Caro, Ziad up 3. He's your biggest mover in this race, along with Abel Hutton, who's made up 3 places as well from his P11 start berth up to P8 at the minute. On screen, that was Abel Hutton with Albie Cam for company. Still no change in that battle within the top 5. 5 drivers inside the top 6, although it has fragmented slightly as we've gone 2 by 2, and then Dixon's fallen a few kart lengths off the back of Sebastian McCarthy. I think they'll come back together towards, and you can see into hairpin 1 there, already starting to grip up, Tom, on this very sticky track is Henry Colborne, the kart skipping over the tarmac at hairpin number 1, suggesting that there's a little bit too much grip on that kart. And generally, if you find the rear end is gripping up, you make some changes to the front end to try and free that rear up. So whether he's got a little bit of caster in there or not. There's that line again by Ziad. That does open up a few kart lengths to the back of Colburn. But again, Tom, towards the end of this race, this is coming back together. I think if Ziad can watch the video back from Heat 1 and down the inside, DeCaro wide, that puts Colburn through, and then Ziad's alongside as well. Daniel Ziad, the opportunist, is through and up into third place. DeCaro second to fourth in the blink of an eye. And Sebastian McCarthy now lurking. He wants P4. He's going to push down the back straight. Comes out the slipstream early. Does Sebastian McCarthy, slots back in. Will he go again? No, he won't. And he settles back into P5.
DeCaro dropping 2 places in 2 corners. Daniel Ziad with that opportunistic move, just seeing a hole there and went straight through it. Sam Dixon now up the inside of McCarthy through hairpin 4, and it looks like McCarthy is going to hold on to that one.
Very benevolent from Sam Dixon there, Tom. He went down the inside and gave McCarthy more than enough room on the outside.
Yeah, it was very fair racing, I think, from both drivers.
Now McCarthy's tight at hairpin number 1, and then there's a switchback coming, but not enough with a run out of that corner by Sam Dixon on Sebastian McCarthy.
And through hairpin 1 and 2, DeCaro closed right in on Daniel Ziad. I thought he was going to have a move into hairpin 2, but then couldn't get the drive off of hairpin 2 once he decided to tuck in line. I couldn't get the drive down the back straight to then put a move into South Bank corner. In fact, it was gapped, was DeCaro, but using that slipstream, double slipstream in front of him to close back in, Edward Wright has fully checked out in this one.
New Vega lap record as well, Tom, on lap number 7 by Edward Wright. And to be fair, he's only half a tenth, so 500ths off the outright lap record is Edward Wright. Or 400ths, in fact. So let's see whether he can push. The problem is that the tyres obviously go over that optimum level. But we'll see. And Ziad's going for second. Ziad has already lined that one up halfway around South Bank. Daniel Ziad down the inside of Henry Colburn. I don't think Colburn expected that from Daniel Ziad. Ziad up into P2 as the time elapses to 0, but not before Edward Rye goes under the timing gantry. 2 laps to go in Honda Cadet. And wide goes Colburn at hairpin at the national loop. Francesco DeCaro through. Then it's Sebastian McCarthy through as well. And here comes Dixon down the inside. 2 by 2 up towards hairpin number 2. Dixon with the switchback. And Colburn's going to get shuffled from second down into P6.
Yeah, he's tumbling down the order now. Does manage to hold on, in fact, from Sam Dixon. I thought Dixon was going to hold his inside line there, but Colburn managing to cut across. But Daniel Ziad moving into second place, as we saw on the previous lap. We've got 3 wide coming out of hairpin 4 now. McCarthy alongside, and Colburn retakes McCarthy coming out of hairpin 4. And they sort themselves back into some kind of order for the D chicane.
Yeah, looking at the 2 moves, the one where Colburn got past DeCaro and the DeCaro past Colburn were identical moves into the national loop, just a few laps apart. On to that final lap. We'll stick with this, even though we know Edward Rye is off at the front, 4 seconds down the road and setting lap records. There he is, coming out of hairpin number 3. Edward Rye starting heat 2 as he ended. Sorry, starting round 2 as he ended round 1. Rye takes the victory. It's going to be Ziad, and then side by side. Colburn round the outside.
I think he did it.
He did do it. Yeah, what had happened there? There was some lap traffic, and Henry Colburn has boxed Francesco DeCaro in behind the lap traffic, and as DeCaro tried to get round, Colburn was there. Henry Colburn, wise beyond his years with that move, Tom, recovers to third place, the inside of row number 2 for Colburn in heat number 2. From DeCaro, McCarthy and Dixon. Then it's Tommy Burgoyne, who's got a bit under the radar there, Tom, to finish in P7. Great effort from Burgoyne, last year's Bambino champion. From Albie Cam, who recovered well after that lap 1 incident, up to P8. Abel Hutton and Aston Wilson complete your top 10 in front of McDonald Gibbon, who was also off on lap number 1, up to 12th, with Bullock, Scrafton, McCrossan in 15th, Gruffity, Charlton, and Alfie Keeling, who will start heat number 2 from the back of the grid, having retired on lap number 1.
I think Albie Cam might be your one to watch in heat 2 then, because he dropped that initial, well, probably 15, 16 seconds from that hairpin 1 incident on lap 1, and then he seems to, once he's got back going again, seems to be right on the leader's pace, and hasn't lost any more time, made his way back through the field as well doing it. So Albie Cam could well be the one to watch in heat number 2. We'll be coming from the back as well.
P8 for Albie Cam. Start where you finish.
Yes.
It's Alfie Keeling who's definitely coming from the back. There's Alfie Keeling. Can we get a wave? Yes, we can. From Alfie Keeling, so he's
Looks
still in good
as well.
He's still in good spirits. He did take a hefty impact, Tom, into the tyre wall. I'm going to give another shout out to the marshals, Tom, that dealt with that incident. They were very quick in assessing Alfie's well-being, and then were also very quick once they'd assessed that Alfie was okay in moving that kart off the outside of the corner so that we could continue racing. Left rear puncture for Alfie Keeling, and obviously as we're on controlled tyres, that tyre will need taking off that rim and putting onto a new rim if the tyre's okay. If not, they'll be allowed to replace that tyre with an equally worn tyre to go for heat number 2 and the rest of the race day.
Well, fingers crossed it's just come off the bead and just lost the pressure there, and it can be reinflated and get going again, because they're not cheap, these tyres nowadays.
No, shame for Alfie as well. He qualified really well, Tom, and was inside the top 10 was Alfie Keeling. But it's character building, this game. And I do say it often, particularly with our drivers, they have to dust themselves down and go again. Rolling start, Tom, for the next one. So we'll run through the grid early. 3 inters, and then it's R200s for us. So the 3 Intermax, Joey Swan, the reigning champion, with Hugo McCluskey, the reigning O-Plate winner. And then it's Buddy Hugo in the 117, 2/10, splitting the top, the 3 of them yesterday. And then we've got Aaron Berridge, who set the pole time in R200. He'll be sharing the front row there with Luca Bachuev. Dexter Petty and Ashton Horspool, row 2. Tom Nichols and Peter Webster on row 3. Matthew Plant and Harry Pennington in front of JJ Allen and Jensen Whitehead. Tristan Gilfillan didn't set a time in qualifying yesterday. Didn't come out on track. Not quite sure why. But he didn't set a time yesterday. So he'll start 11th in that class.
So they should be going off around about half a lap apart, I think.
I think they're going to be a lot closer, Tom, than what they were at round 1. And the reason I say that is that Inters, because there's only 3 of them, they don't have to back up in the same way that the R's do, because the R's have got, poleman Berridge has got to back the field up to maintain a fair grid. So there was discussions this morning in the driver briefing with the R200s and the Clark that they should be sent on their way roughly about now, I think, which, because there's only 3 of the Inters, they're not going to back up, and they're going to maintain loads more speed round this lap. And then at the end of the race, you've got the worry then of your Inters catching your R's, which you don't want to do.
They'll definitely catch the R's, but
they shouldn't. You see, look how quick they've gone round there. They should go out 3 seconds apart, because the Hondas are always going to go on a slower outlap, because Berridge has got to be mindful. He's got to back up to Gilfillan to maintain a grid. They need to be let out of the dummy grid closer together here, because they're already slowing to form a grid down the back straight. The Inters didn't have to. And what we just want is to have 2 really quality races. Intermax a go then, here with Joey Swan leading us through. Good start from Buddy Hugo. Great start from Buddy Hugo. Like 2 trailer park girls round the outside at the National Loop. Buddy Hugo leads from P3. Joey Swan and Hugo McCluskey. R200. They're gridded up, ready to go. Aaron Berridge will lead us through with Luca Bachuev alongside. Dexter Petty pushing through from P3 as we head up towards the National Loop for the first time. Berridge leads. from Petty. Good start from Horspool. He's gone alongside Bachuev. He's up into third place. Bachuev down to P4. Great start from Matthew Plant, 7th to 5th, but Tom Nichols coming straight back at him at hairpin 2.
And Buddy Hugo's taken the lead in the Inters class with Joey Swan and now in P2, Hugo McCluskey P3 as they come across the line for the first flying lap. And it's as you were, but they are nose to tail here in the Inters.
R200 thing. I think we can have a lot of action in this one. Berridge
we might have to have one set of eyes on one race and one set of eyes on another.
Yeah, from Dexter Petty. Then it's going to be Ashton Horspool from Luka Bachuev and Matthew Plant. Tom Nichols, I think Nichols might have a problem. Nichols does have a problem. He's slow round the national loop, peels off onto the grass. And Tom Nichols with issues yesterday. An engine seized in heat number 1. They've got problems again yesterday. They had seized an engine the first practice of yesterday. And Tom Nichols is... they tried to basically put one carb and other bits onto their engine for this one. As down the back straight, Joey Swan looks like he's challenging for the lead.
He's just pulled alongside Buddy Hugo. He's all over the back of Hugo like a rash. Can't find a way through at the moment, but Hugo McCluskey's right there as well. Chain
off for Tom Nichols. So, yeah, Nichols' chain is off, and that's why he's got no go. Just noticed a warning there, Tom, I think, for the 22 of Harry Pennington in Honda. So, Buddy Hugo continues to lead from Joey Swan and Hugo McCluskey. There might only be 3 of them, Tom, but
Joey Swan's
very close quarters.
He's certainly having a challenge this weekend, that's for sure. It's Buddy Hugo still managing to hold on to the lead on this one, but... Joey Swan he's got that fluorescent orange helmet on, but it looks like he's almost wearing 2 fluorescent yellow ones as well. So he had a look down the inside into hairpin 3.
He was almost wearing the lead then.
We're focusing on the Honda R200 battle, but I am keeping my eyes on the Inter-Rotax battle that's going on off camera as well, just so that we can keep an eye on that.
I'm going to throw an opinion on the R200s here. That Luka Bachuev's gone probably a PSI lower on tyres because now he's starting to close right back up on them top 3, Tom, as we head towards the mid part of this race. Don't count out Bachuev in 4th here, as it looks like it could be a move for 2nd place in R200 at the same time as it looked like there was going to be a move for the lead in Inters. But through goes Horspool up into 2nd. Dexter Petty slots into 3rd and immediately goes into push mode to try and help Ashton Horspool onto the back of Berridge.
Joey Swan has made his way through hairpin 3 on Buddy Hugo. We just missed it on camera there, unfortunately. But Joey Swan has now taken the lead. And normal services resumed in the Inter-Rotax class with Joey Swan at the front of it. So Buddy Hugo still holding on to 2nd. Hugo McCluskey still, as you can see, right there. Any of these 3 could take victory, and in fact, McCluskey moved to the inside of the midpoint at hairpin 2. I thought he was going to get a tighter line through there and managed to get on the inside of Buddy Hugo going down the back straight, but not to be.
Change for 3rd in R200. Luka Bachuev off camera gets past Dexter Petty down on the south end of the circuit and seems to have found that extra pace, and as we say, I think that could just be down to tyre pressures and setup for Bachuev, who struggled on the opening 2 laps, dropping down from the front row down into P4, almost P5, as Nichols attacked early doors, and then he immediately took the place back. But Luka Bachuev challenging for 2nd place in R200, challenging for 2nd place in Intermax, though. Here's Hugo McCluskey. The door closed, though, by Buddy Hugo in the 117.
That's a move.
Oh, Petty's incredibly wide. He nearly came to say hello to us in the commentary box over the start-finish. I don't know whether he got alongside Luka Bachuev over the timing line, Tom. We've had a change at the front, though. Ashton Horspool leads in R200 from Aaron Berridge and Luka Bachuev as they head down that back straight. Dexter Petty's fallen off the back. I do think he probably went alongside Luka Bachuev. They go side by side, bounce off each other's side pod. And R200, Tom, is where the action's at. Hopefully we can get back to it down at hairpin number 4, because Ashton Horspool, Aaron Berridge and Luka Bachuev, the top 3 in that class, nose to tail as Intermax starts to spread out a little bit with 2 minutes to go.
Well, the Intermax have spread out a little bit, but they've caught the back of the R200s now. Joey Swan immediately making his way past Tristan Gilfillan, I think that was. And now Hugo and McCluskey are doing the same, but it took them a few corners longer, and McCluskey got a little bit caught out there with the mid-corner speed of Buddy Hugo.
Almost went into the tyres on the inside, did Hugo and McCluskey, and had to straighten up. 1:40 on the clock for our Inter Rotax. They're the ones that didn't dictate this time, and the race started when they started. But Ashton Horspool leads heat number 1 in R200 from Aaron Berridge and Luka Bachuev. It's going to be an Horspool 1, cart width narrower into hairpin number 1. He's flipped the switch from attack into defence mode, and then a long look over the shoulder from Ashton Horspool, which almost always is the precursor to an attack from second place.
I'll just keep my eye on the guys making their way through in the inside.
Oh, I know my onions. Down the inside goes Aaron Berridge into hairpin number 3. Bachuev's through as well. Switchbacks coming, and then Horspool will be on the outside. Bachuev slots through though into second place. Berridge, then it's Bachuev and Horspool, all changed like a fruit machine inside the top 3 in R200.
And Inters have made their way through the majority of the R200s now, and cleanly, I must say as well. There's been no incidents of contact, and they've made their way through very, very nicely, although they have now spread out a little bit more than they were when they approached the traffic. Joey Swan managing to scythe his way through the field and seemingly able to do it down the straights as well, rather than get involved in the corners. And halt his momentum. Unfortunately, the other 2 were doing it through the corners, and that was slowing them up a little bit, as we've still got battles going on in the R200 class.
Horspool trying to get down the inside of Luka Bachuev. Last lap for Joey Swan as he comes through to start the last lap. R200 in front, as long as Swan doesn't pass them, are on not their last lap, they'll be on their penultimate lap, but if Swan does get past them, it will be their last lap. This is why they need to be tighter together at the start, particularly for the final, which is 2 minutes longer.
And Buddy Hugo has just gone into the back of one of the R200s at hairpin 2, and Hugo McCluskey has made his way through into second place.
Buddy Hugo straight back down the inside at South Bank, though. He got a good run at it, so Buddy Hugo back up into second. So Joey Swan will come out of the final corner to win Inter Rotax. So Swan takes the victory in that class. They'll back the field up then from there, from Buddy Hugo and from Hugo McCluskey. We need to cut back though to R200. We've still got a race going on at hairpin number 1. There's Aaron Berridge from Luka Bachuev and Ashton Horspool. Dexter Petty still in that race as well. He's the one that hasn't seen the checkered flag. So that's your top 4 already sorted. But in what order? Berridge defending down the back straight from Luka Bachuev. Then opens the door slightly.
He did.
And then that's allowed Bachuev to close right up. White line down the inside from Berridge. What's going to happen at 4 is he swings across and opens the door up for Ashton Horspool. Aaron Berridge occupied with Luka Bachuev. Berridge is going to take the win. Horspool in second. Bachuev not particularly happy about that from Aaron Berridge. Not for us to discuss, Tom. We don't get paid for that sort of thing. And then Dexter Petty in 4th place. So we'll run you through the order. Swan, Hugo and McCluskey in the Inter Rotax. R200 won by Aaron Berridge from Ashton Horspool and Luka Bachuev. Then it's Petty, Plant, Webster, Pennington, Allen, Whitehead, Gilfillan and Nichols.
Yeah, Berridge, Horspool and Bachuev, that battle that raged on the last lap as well. And
yeah, I think Petty would have been in that, but I didn't see it. But you know when a driver comes all the way out to say hello to us in the com box, they've gone side by side with somebody through the dog leg, bounced off a side pod. And,
or the curb, hit the bump on the inside,
Yeah, so off the outside. So Whew.
And
I'm gonna need some Powerade and a towel after that one, Tom. oh, we've lost a hat. We've lost a hat.
On the banking. We should just clarify that. Not in the commentary box.
Yes, Leanne Whitehead, Jensen Whitehead's the mum, has managed to get back up the 45-degree bank to the right of the commentary box without any harm. I remember that year that Tracy Mentia fell down it, and they had a chain of people pulling her back up.
I do remember that. Got a lot of pink going on here. It might just be the camera colouring there. I think most of that is red, isn't it? But it just looks pink on camera.
Do you know who does look pink, Tom? Darcy Hall, because it is pink. It's a pink suit, bright pink as well. Bright pink suit, bright helmet from the debutante, who will roll off the outside of row number 3. Freddie Witherington and Jacob Carnes on the front row. Jake Gruffety and Joseph Yao on row number 2. With Morgan Cooney and Darcy Hall, row 3. Cooney, who stopped in the 3-lap warm-up this morning, so good to see he's back out and ready to go. Jaden Stonehouse and Holly Swan, Sam Robson and Oliver O'Donovan, William Clare and Alex Woolsrup, with Layla Berryman, Evelyn Bye and Jack Moss. And then we should have 2 seniors going off the tail end, Tom, in Paul Swan and Joseph Johnson.
Yeah, nice to see Joseph Johnson here. And giving us 2 seniors this time around, which will give me the opportunity to do my monthly reminder that if you do have a senior Rotax and you are watching, then you should be here instead of watching wherever you're watching. Come along, bring your senior Rotax. Let's get an extra couple, extra 5, 6 bodies on the grid and make a proper race of it.
Make sure we get them very, very slowly on the dog, please.
Just waiting on the last ones to be cleared, and then I think we'll get a green flag on the dummy grid.
Yeah, just
and we'll be away.
Drivers just getting weighed there in the pit lane, so the pit lane is clear. The despondent figure of Tom Nichols, his kart recovered from track, and he's good to go. Circuit is clear.
We're good to go. You all need to stand further apart because your radio's not picking up. You'll stood like squashed together.
So we should be ready to go here. The OK has been given by race control as the field emerge from the dummy grid. A few debutantes, Tom, in this class.
Oh, and we've got one round already.
Again, right on cue, one of the debutantes, Tom.
Yes.
Darcy Hall having an excursion that she will be allowed to retake her starting position as long as she gets into position by Marshall Post 3. They are very, very well spread out a lot at the moment. Big move as well in this one, Tom. Layla Berryman moves from Honda Cadet at round number 1 to make her junior Rotax debut. Exactly the same sticker kit though, Tom, which is good from a commentary's perspective because it means that, well, it's easy for us, isn't it?
It certainly does make it easy, and we're going to go around again. We've got a false start already being called on this one, but yeah, Darcy Hall is going to have to go from the back of the grid because... Yeah,
well, she can get round because it's a false start, but it's also whether... I was about to say whether she wants to, but yeah, down the inside, and she's going to try and move her way through. This is why we need slow rolling up laps, Tom, which is good. It allows them to get back into the correct positions, but on the same time, the drivers want to be as quick as possible.
We have still gone full power down.
They've got to get heat in the tyres, haven't they? So
he's gone full power down as Freddie Witherington on the second rolling up lap as well, and so we are still as spread out. In fact, probably even more than we were this time on the last lap. But they are now starting to make their way through. Darcy Hall, I think, has managed to take up the correct starting position now.
Good.
And it does look a lot better now. And we are away and racing. And it is Freddie Witherington who takes the lead. And we've got Darcy Hall round again.
Round. That's 2 off. And Morgan Cooney's gone for a wide one as well in the number 8.
So tough opening for Darcy Hall here.
think all of our drivers are...
Difficult introduction to T-side karting.
Yeah, all of our drivers are back on track, though. Albeit, obviously, spread out a little bit for a few.
We've got Paul Swan leading Joseph Johnson in seniors.
So, out of the hairpin 4 for the first time, it's going to be the 19 of Freddie Witherington leading Jake Grufferty over the line from Jacob Carnes in the number 22. Joseph Yao, the reigning champion, he's going to try and take third place away from Carnes. Carnes is having none of it and holds firm round the outside, and that opens the door for Oliver O'Donovan. Although Yao will have more power having got on the outside. Will O'Donovan hold the position? Yao's trying to squeeze him. O'Donovan, though, is through, and that could open the door for Holly Swan. It does open the door for Holly Swan. And Joseph Yao went for third and comes out with sixth.
It's a move we've seen many, many times here. If you don't quite pull it off, it can go quite the opposite direction. That's exactly what happened for Joseph Yao there. Instead of making up one, drop two. So it's Witherington from Grufferty, Carnes, O'Donovan, Swan, Yao, By, Robson, Cooney and Moss. Cooney setting the fastest lap on the first flying lap of the race. Second flying lap of the race, actually.
I think it would have been the first one. He was wide, really wide, wasn't he?
Yes.
Holly Swan with trying to go from the outside
audacious.
to the inside, and Oliver O'Donovan and Jake Grufferty. Jacob Carnes has got up to second place. Freddie Witherington, though, has taken full advantage of everybody scrapping over second place early doors to disappear down the road.
Yeah, Witherington now with the fastest lap, and we've got a contact warning has gone out for the 64 of Oliver O'Donovan. So it's fairly neat and tidy through hairpin 1. Holly Swan still looking very racy. Trying to get past Joseph Yao once again. They make their way through hairpin 4.
Had a gap of 9/10. It's pretty much the same, Tom. He does a 41.94, as does Carnes. Carnes 0.02 of a second quicker on that lap for Jacob Carnes. Oh, helps if I'm on, doesn't it?
Yes. I just,
although, to be fair, you probably hear me through your microphone.
Yeah, I think we could, but it was a bit quiet, and I couldn't figure out why you were quiet, and then I realised your mic was off. Anyway. So Jacob Carnes now with a new fastest lap of the race of 41.947, but only 0.02 of a second faster than the lap by Freddie Witherington, which was another personal best.
I think Witherington will go quicker this time. I think the gap's out to over a second as they come over the timing line. 1.2, and that's the fastest lap. There was Joseph Yao in P number 5 with a 41.8 for Joseph Yao. Random grids, of course, Tom. So we've seen O'Donovan go from 10th up to 4th. Evelyn By is the big mover. She goes 14th to 7th in the 43. As this race heads towards the middle part, I think it's only fitting to give a bit of a shout out to a driver that should have been here this weekend that isn't, but will hopefully be joining us later on in the day in the commentary box to have a few words, albeit it will be a bit of a struggle for her to get down here, Tom, because Ava Reynolds, who we saw here at round number 1 throughout last season, had a terrible incident last weekend at Shennington. She's got a broken tibia and will be out for the next couple of months, but we wish her a very, very speedy recovery, and can't wait to see her back on track, and hopefully she will be joining us in the commentary box later on today.
A broken tibia. That is nasty.
Yeah, we've got William Clare retiring down at hairpin number 4, Tom. Just can't being pushed back to Sanctuary.
Just caught it on the edge of the shot there.
Yeah, William just heading towards the Marshalls post where he will remain. Fastest lap was held by Evelyn By, who's now up into P6. Eclipsed on that lap by Oliver O'Donovan in 4th place as he tries to close in on Jake Grufferty and Jacob Carnes. And Carnes, who'd broken away from Grufferty a few laps ago, is now back in the grasp of the 17 in third place. Carnes, Gruffity, O'Donovan and Yao all nose to tail down the back straight. Bit of a gap back then to Evelyn Bye and Holly Swan, but Bye making some great inroads, Tom, from 14th up into 6th for Evelyn Bye.
Yeah, good driving as looked like O'Donovan and Gruffity came together there.
Yeah, well, I think Gruffity went into the back of Carnes, that slowed him and then caught out O'Donovan. Still closing the gap to the lead, though, Tom, but only by 2/10 or so that time. 4 minutes still on the clock as Diao goes down the inside of Oliver O'Donovan with a
forceful move, I think it's fair to say.
I was going to go firm but fair.
Yeah, definitely fair, but
I'd be happy with that. Yeah.
That was there's a gap closing, but I'm going to put myself in it. And well, Joseph Yao got the move completed. It's throwing me off, this new helmet for Joseph Yao, you know.
Yes.
Not used to it. I know it was the same for the last
new
round,
helmet.
but
Yeah, well, and to be fair, last year it was all black, including
yes,
the sticker
and that's what
kit.
I keep expecting to see.
Now he's got a red and white sticker kit with a little bit of black on it, and a mint helmet. It's good as well.
It's mint and it's green.
We also have Alpha Timing have changed their font.
Yes, I've noticed that. I did notice that, and we've got not only they changed the font, but they've changed the timer at the top as well.
All they need to do now is reintroduce, for the British 24, how long a team have been out of the pits, because it was the first year last year where they didn't have it, and it made me cry.
Yeah, it was made it a bit difficult for us. But
I'm going to retract the retract. Yeah, we didn't have a pit loop apparently. So
because where the loop line goes into race control is where all the cables run for all the inlet for all the cameras, and the cameras interfere with the pit loop. So the noise is always so high that it affects all the time.
Okay, Kat said a lot of stuff there that I didn't understand, but basically she broke it.
Something about
which she didn't, but
something about interference.
Some blame. It's funny.
Stuff.
As we were inside the top 6, but we've got a bit more of a gap from Jacob Carnes, who's broken away for second place as Gruffity and Yao battle over third. Oliver O'Donovan reeled in by Evelyn Bye and Holly Swan, and we're going to be 6 deep for third place in a few moments' time as we head down under the 2-minute mark. In this one, senior still being led by Paul Swan. As coming off into the pit lane is Jack Moss in the number 12 from 13th overall, 12th in class. And Jack Moss retires from heat number 1.
But it is starting to close together again.
Even
now.
for the lead as well, Tom. They're down to 6/10 on Witherington.
Yes, very much closing in now with a minute and a half to go. I think we may end up with a 7-kart fight here.
Well, this is the tactic, isn't it? If you're on pole, which Witherington was, go high on pressures early, try and break away, and then basically hope everybody else behind goes, well, we can't catch him, we might as well scrap over second.
Well, indeed, but also you've got Evelyn Bye there, who started 14th, which is essentially last place on the junior, out of the junior field. And he's up to 6th place and in the front group. So it's still in with a sniff of a victory here as they cross the line with 52 seconds to go. So we're going to get another 2 laps, 3 laps, possibly 3 laps, I think. In fact, we're going to get here. So plenty of chance for Evelyn Bye to make further progress here from the very back of the field.
Now it's going to be quite tight, particularly because Bye's been coming through and just going forwards. Now she's in a proper scrap, which means that if she does what Yao did earlier, go for one, might lose a few. So it's going to be very, very tight. But yeah, top 7 now as there's Yao's move on Gruffity for 3rd place. Joseph Yao up into P3. It's only heat 1, and we're already having titanic battles in Rotax. Just remember, there's only 1 point difference, Tom, but you tell that to a racing driver when they put a helmet on and drop the visor down.
Well, indeed, and with the random grids as well, one point could be the difference between starting on pole or starting second
what I'm trying to say with
potentially
that,
even fifth.
We've seen drivers start on pole having not won a heat.
Well, the amount
they're just consistently, they've had second, third, fourth, and that's enough because other drivers have tripped over each other. Yao up to second, moved down the inside of Jacob Carnes for Joseph Yao. He's waited till the end.
And now he's going again.
Yao down the inside. Widrington should have enough to hold on, and Carnes is back down the inside. And Grufferty as well. Yao's going to be down to 4. Yao's going to be down to 5th, is he? Because O'Donovan's put the kart on the inside of the National. Again, Yao went for the lead. Yao comes out in 5th. Terrible look for Joseph Yao. Freddie Widrington, though, leads from Jacob Carnes. Carnes, who threw the kart over the curb on the inside, trying to get through the gap that had been created by Joseph Yao, trying to go stick it round the outside of Freddie Widrington. Great awareness from Darcy Hall to move off the line to allow the leaders to come through at hairpin number 3. Up towards the checkered flag. Freddie Widrington will win a hard-fought heat number 1 from Jacob Carnes, Jake Grufferty and Oliver O'Donovan. Joseph Yao, Evelyn Bai and Holly Swan sees the top 7 split by 1.7 seconds, with Sam Robson, Morgan Cooney and Layla Berryman finishing her debut race in P number 10. In front of the senior winner, Paul Swan. Jaden Stonehouse off at the first corner, recovers to 11th in class 12th overall, with Joseph Johnson, the second of the seniors. Darcy Hall, the final remaining on-track runner, in front of the retirees of Jack Moss and William Clare.
When you look at the result of that, it's going to look like Freddie Widrington had a flag-to-flag victory, but it was anything but comfortable, certainly towards the end. With Joseph Yao having that overspeed coming out of hairpin 4, he had to put the move, or put the kart to the left of Widrington and have a go at taking the lead. With such was the speed that he carried out of hairpin 4. In the end, cost him because of Carnes, as David said, threw it over the inside of the kink on the right-hand side over the start-finish line.
Yep.
And managed to carve his way through on Joseph Yao, and then Joseph Yao eventually got freight trained by the next 2, which was Grufferty and O'Donovan.
We've moved the camera angle, Tom, to have a look at the weigh bridge. So our Rotax is just getting weighed. Updates from previous races. Honda Cadet still being shown as preliminary. R200 and Intermax, that result's declared. Few penalties applied for contact for JJ Allen and Harry Pennington. Tristan Gilfillan removed from the standings for being underweight, unfortunately for him. But we await all the others. Junior Pro Kart will be the next out, Tom, with a few new names, a few returnees, a few moving sideways. We'll have a quick discussion about that in a few moments.
Well, a grid of 15 is healthy.
A great grid, isn't it?
Very healthy.
So, Joshua Sullivan will start on pole position for heat number 1 with Ashton Carmichael alongside Grace Matthews and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, making her Junior Pro Kart debut, having raced in Honda Cadet for a few years, will go off P4. Oliver Watson, the O-plate, goes P5. He was quick in practice yesterday. He was very quick in the warm-up this morning. Olivia Hall, P6. Ted Hall, P7. Liam Edmonds in 8th. Isaac Welburn, William Howard moves over from Junior Rotax into Junior Pro Kart. He starts in P10. Reese Dodson, Reese Cranston, the current championship leader after 2 heat wins and a final at round number 1. James Winstanley, Josh Brown and Daniel Camp complete your 15 Junior Pro Kart runners, Tom. Random grid, so they'll all get a front, a middle and a back, and it averages itself out. So if you get, let's say, a 1st, an 8th and a 15th, you add them together, divide it by 3, you'll all roughly get the same number. So some will get a full front, middle and back. Some will get effectively, a second row, a 4th row, and then a back row. So it works itself out in the grand scheme of things. Rolling start again for our Junior Pro Karters as they head up towards the South Bank corner.
Indeed, and it is going to be Sullivan leading us off on the first of the random grids.
So, great to see this grid growing, Tom. Biggest Junior Pro Kart grid we've seen here in years.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one as well. It should be like a big Honda Cadet race. Here we go, power down, and it is Sullivan that is going to lead us off. But actually, Carmichael got better drive, but it was on the outside, and he's going to try and squeeze into second. Can't get it done. No. I think it's Grace Matthews.
Watson up.
It's Watson, apologies.
Watson from 5th. Matthews wide at hairpin at the national loop. So Sullivan leads from Watson, Carmichael, Ted Hall up into P4, and then Reese Cranston getting down the inside of Grace Matthews, being helped along by William Howard. Down the back straight, up towards South Bank. There's a big gaggle of karts still trying to figure themselves out. In the background, Liam Edmonds is in there as well.
They were 4 wide going down the back straight at one point. It was actually Oliver Watson dipped a wheel onto the inside of hairpin 1, and that then concertina affected everybody all the way through hairpin 2 and then down the back straight as well. They all come over the line safely for the first time of asking. It's Sullivan from Watson, Carmichael, Hall, Cranston, Howard, Edmonds, Welburn, then Olivia Hall and Grace Matthews, the top 10.
Ooh, Sullivan wide at hairpin number 1, inviting Watson down the inside.
Well, that gap has closed massively in half a lap.
Yeah, doesn't appear to be handling particularly well, does that 13 in the early phase of this race. Cranston, though, is flying.
And Watson is down the inside at hairpin 3. And takes the lead away from Sullivan. As he said, it looks like Sullivan is struggling with the handling of that car. But Oliver Watson...
Cranston's just took himself off almost. Driven over the curb.
The end of that, yeah.
Without any pressure. And just put the wheels on the grass. And dust flies into the air as they come through the first part of the dogleg. Through the little left kink.
Well, Reese Cranston is up 9 places in the opening 2 laps of this race, and it looks like it might well be another one down the back straight this time around as he's closed right in on the back of Joshua Sullivan. They head down the back straight. Can't get the move completed just yet. Uses the slipstream, though. Could be a move into hairpin 3 here. Yeah. Reese Cranston. There he goes, down the inside. Oh, almost has the door shut by Sullivan. Can't quite get there. Going to try the cutback at hairpin 4. Does manage to get back on the other side of Sullivan. And they go side by side through the dogleg and the kink. And he does get the move completed. Cranston taking second place away. And sets a new fastest lap of the race as well. As he starts to close in on Oliver Watson. So that's 10 places gained on the random grid here for Reese Cranston in the opening 3 laps.
Yeah, gets it crossed up into hairpin 1 though on the brakes by Reese Cranston, and that's exactly what you want. Contact warning for the 5, which is Liam Edmonds. He's currently in 7th place.
Cranston already onto the tail of Oliver Watson. In fact, so much so, he was actually on the tail of Oliver Watson, then dives to the inside at hairpin 4. Block pass and gets the move completed, but that's allowed Sullivan to close back up on the front 2 now. Is the handling going to come to Sullivan towards the end of the race? Do we think maybe he's gone low on tyre pressure?
It looks a bit more comfortable than what it was on lap 1 and 2.
He's potentially gone low on tyre pressure as he now gets into the rear of Oliver Watson. And then Watson looks like he's now fighting the car a bit through hairpin 1 and between hairpin 1 and 2. Sullivan had got a huge amount of overspeed there.
6 minutes and 20, so we're not even at half race distance in 10 minutes plus 1 lap here, but that battle between Watson and Sullivan has given Reese Cranston a big gap. He crossed the line less than a tenth in front. It's going to be well over half a second this time round, Tom.
And don't count out Ted Hall and William Howard as well. They're in a pair for 4th and 5th. If they can start to work together, they may be able to close that gap as well. Reese Cranston, now he's hit the front and he's backing the car into hairpin 1 as well. It's locked up on the brakes.
It's been a long time since we've seen a junior that's been able to do that.
It is. In
fact, half the seniors can't do that.
That's very true as well. It's an odd line that he's taking as well. I mean, it is what the line that the guys right at the very front of the senior pro karts do. You come in, you arrive at the corner sideways, but you hit an early apex. And then what you do is you hold that tight line then through hairpin 1. It's not the traditional out in out that you would get for a 180 degree hairpin.
It's almost like, and it's because he is, that he's on the kind of Lucas production line of drivers.
Yes, it's the Lucas Falcus line, and I think we're going to go with, aren't we? As they get you get fully crossed up coming into hairpin 1, but as I say, it's not an out in out because of you've got hairpin 2 coming immediately after as well. So you get the nose in early, you clip a very early apex, but then rather than drift out and have almost an early clipping point at the exit of hairpin 1, you then just hold it tight. It's a very, very unique line that you see, but it obviously works because that's what all the quick drivers are doing. They're taking that exact line. As here he comes again, and we're going to get it visualised perfectly here. So there he goes, and there's the apex right at the start of that tyre wall. That's his clipping point. But it's nowhere near halfway round the corner.
No.
That's what I'm trying to say, is that clipping point, that initial clip is so early in the corner. But he doesn't do the same at hairpin 3.
Yeah.
Or 4. They're the traditional out-in-out line. But hairpin 1 seems to have that unique quality, and it's one of those little nuances that I like to point out because it's very different. It's something that needs to be talked about.
Another nuance as well is that we're in a class that is tyre limited as well. We've got 5 sets over 9 rounds. So some of these drivers went new, well, they pretty much all went new at round 1 because it's round 1. So why would you start on a used set? But then some of our drivers go new for round number 2, and some have gone on used. So there is a bit of a difference, Tom, to note throughout the day. Watson, though, with a personal best on the previous lap with a 46.3, still 0.2 off what Cranston's done. We've had Grace Matthews retire on lap number 3. She'll be classified 15th, but it's random grid, so it won't make a big difference in that.
Oliver Watson with a new fastest lap of the race that time around, but I think it's going to be too late with
it's
3 minutes to go.
It's coming to him, isn't it?
But what I would say as well is that the difference between, let's say, the Cranston approach to hairpin 1 and then the Watson and Sullivan approach is when you've got the kart crossed up and you're hitting that early apex, all 4 wheels are still on the ground.
Yes.
Whereas when you look at Watson and Sullivan coming through, they're jacking the rear end of the car up, putting all of the weight transfer and everything onto that front right-hand tyre that then lifts the rear axle up into the air on the left-hand side. Cranston, you will see all 4 wheels planted on the ground, and it's like he's almost got a little bit extra grip.
Yeah.
And the kart's more balanced in that sense.
Definitely.
It's not on the front end anywhere near as much as the 2 behind.
So Cranston leads from Watson. Sullivan, William Howard has got past Ted Hall on that last lap, moves himself up into 4th place. Ted Hall P5, Liam Edmonds, Ashton Carmichael, Isaac Welburn and Olivia Hall. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn completes your top 10 in front of Daniel Camp, James Winstanley, Josh Brown and Rhys Dodds. And this, Tom, because Cranston, I think, was his furthest start back, is really setting him up nicely for the day because he's only going to have to come from the middle and towards the front in the remaining 2 races. So this is certainly looking like it could be the possible clean sweep, Tom, potentially for Rhys Cranston.
Well, Watson set a fastest lap on the previous lap and then went 0.4 slower for no apparent reason on the following lap.
Yeah, whereas Cranston still going quicker, 46.114. Not the fastest lap of the race, but ridiculously consistent at the front.
Yeah, another personal best as well. So the gap going out as they start to make their way through some lapping traffic.
So Cranston leads. He crosses the line with 42 on the clock, so that's 2 laps to go.
Rhys Dodds.
For Rhys Cranston.
It's Dodds' good awareness and allowing Cranston through.
Isaac Welburn on screen with Ashton Carmichael and Olivia Hall.
Yeah, that's the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, as he said, David, making debut in Junior Pro Kart today. She's in 10th. Who else did we have making debut today? William Howard, was it?
Yeah, moving from junior Rotax.
Up into 4th.
Yeah, and he's had a lot of experience as well in Honda Cadet as William Howard. Cranston will come through to see the last lap board. So Cranston from Watson and Sullivan. Then it's William Howard.
We'll talk about it a little bit during the next heat, I think, or a little bit more during the next heat. But it's good to see now that we have got drivers who, in the likes of William Howard, who have gone to Rotax, but have found now that with the Honda Cadet and then the R200s, and then you've got junior pro karts, there is a clear Honda pathway now that you can go through, right the way through from cadets to seniors. And I think it's a good evolution for that class and that category of racing in the 4-stroke Honda engines. But here we go, Rhys Cranston coming across the line to take victory here in heat number 1. From his start at the back of the field as well, all the way through, made his way through cleanly and takes victory. Oliver Watson comes across in 2nd place with Joshua Sullivan in 3rd, debuting with a 4th place for William Howard, a good result there. Ted Hall in 5th and Liam Edmonds 6th. Isaac Welburn 7th, Olivia Hall 8th, Ashton Carmichael 9th, and another debut for Scarlett Whittaker Dunn brings home inside the top 10. Then it was Daniel Camp, and it will be James Winstanley just from Josh Brown 12th and 13th, and then we had Reese Dodds and Grace Matthews, I think was an early retirement in that one. And that brings to a close Junior Pro Kart. Senior Pro Kart will be out next for their first heat of the day. And the sun is now absolutely beating down on this circuit. It's around about 18, 19 degrees as well outside, so it's lovely and warm. Perfect conditions for racing.
Hot.
Mr. Morris up on the bank. First time I think I've seen him this year.
Yes, wasn't here at round 1. He's got a job, apparently.
Got a job?
Job. It's overrated.
Taking time out from not being at St Mirren football games.
So just having a quick look. That's declared. We're good. Junior Rotax was... See if that one's been... not sorted yet. Morgan Cooney, Evelyn Bye, that charge through the field though did incur a 5-second penalty for a front fairing, which has dropped her to P8. So 2 places dropped for Evelyn Bye. Senior Pro Kart heat number 1 though, Tom, is up. We've got 30 on the grid if everybody's turned up.
Okay, that's the caveat for that one. Do you want me to run through it?
Yes, 3 classes, Tom, and I'll let you explain what they are as you go through.
Okay, so we've got the Pro, we have the Clubman, and we have the Novice class. And funnily enough, we've got the 3 different classes going off the first 3 positions as well. So David Brewis in Pro class leads us off from pole position with Zach Dawson in Clubman in P2, and Matthew Farrell in the Novice class in P3. We'll just run you through the rest of the order now that we've done the classes. So they will be different coloured on your timing screen. Yellow for Pro, blue for Clubman, and red for Novice. So 4th place for Ollie Clegg, then it's 5th for Curtis Yule. 6th is Riley Matthews, 7th Joseph Williamson. Chloe Oakes goes off P8 with Freddie Cowley in 9th and Danny Bean in 10th. Kyle Burns 11th with Scott Blackburn 12th and Thomas Woolley 13th. Oscar Waugh goes off P14. Another one making a debut in a new class for Oscar Waugh, moving across from the Rotax classes into Senior Pro Kart. Simon Doughty goes off P15 and Max Shields in 16th. Ike Needham in 17th with Dan Weldon 18th. Freddie Housego, Alana Howard, Max Mannion, Addison Smith, Rossi Costello, Sam Neri, Jamie Marshall, George Ludwell, Matthew Hauschby, Isaac Duff and William Harkus, the 30 runners, and we're away and racing.
Good start from Brewis. It's an even better start round the outside by Zach Dawson. And then they all sort of concertina together. Brewis is in the middle of a sandwich and up and over the grass. And up into the air goes the 811 of Joseph Williamson. Alana Howard goes round on her senior debut going through the same corner. And in the middle of the pack It's, well, I wouldn't like to pick any of them out. We're about 19 wide down the back straight, as you can see there. Oscar War fending off George Ludwell in the 13 in the middle of that one. All the way around the outside goes Isaac Duff in the orange helmet. At the front, though, we've had some breakaways early doors. And, Simon Dougherty is round.
And then 4 spinning sympathy,
yeah, Weldon's round. That's Freddie Cowley round as well. I think Jamie Marshall and the 126. The other runner in that one,
I think Dan
William
Weldon
Harkus.
potentially had 2 spins on that opening lap.
So who's made big moves? Shields has come
Well,
through.
he's just done a double overtaking hairpin one.
11 places, Tom, by Shields on lap 1. Ludwell makes up 15. Hauschby makes up 16. Duff with 15. So while everybody else was concertinaing together,
Losing their heads,
threaded the needle.
Indeed, and that move from Shields, I'm not sure whether we caught it on camera or not, but did a double overtake on Farrell and Ewell in hairpin 1. It's a thing of beauty. So it is Zach Dawson from Danny Bean, Maximus Shields, Curtis Ewell, Joseph Williamson in P5, David Brewis and Matthew Farrell 7th. Then it's Ike Needham and Oscar War setting a fastest lap on the first flying lap of the race in P9, and George Ludwell 10th.
We did catch it on camera, Tom. Great work by the team here at TSK Motorsport Media, and well done as well to Max Shields with a superb overtake. Also, don't be put off by the thinking that there's 2 Max Shields. Max Mannion's using one of Max Shields' old helmets while his is off being painted.
Oh, brilliant. That's not going to confuse me at all, is it? The one's in a bright yellow 43 as well, so it should be a bit of a giveaway.
So, leading now is Danny Bean. He's got past Zach Dawson. Danny Bean leads then from Dawson. Maximus Shields.
Up from 10th place, Danny Bean as well, so he's made some good progress. But, Shields with a new fastest lap of the race, taking that away from Oscar War, who was over a second slower that time around.
Shields is going to benefit as well from a bit of a tow down this back straight and pops out of the slipstream. Zach Dawson decides that Shields is in a different class. Shields in pro, Dawson in club, having won novice last year. But I think he thinks here that he could get him onto the back of Danny Bean once again. Warning for the 46 of Rossi Costello. Currently running... can't find him, Tom.
20th.
Yes, he is.
It's side by side over the start-finish line and into the D chicane. I think that was...
Matty Farrell getting squeezed out.
Yes. Yeah, Farrell...
by Isaac Duff and Addison Smith.
Another one who's moved across from the Rotax class, Addison Smith.
Yeah, I think he's just doing Pro Kart to keep his eye in, Tom. Their long-term plan at the end of this year is hopefully Ginetta, as Danny Bean fending off Maximus Shields, and then Shields with that switch back to the inside. Bean's going to try and run round the outside. That's not going to work, and Shields moves through to from 16th place on the grid, Tom, to lead this race from Danny Bean.
It's easy, this Pro Kart lark, isn't it?
No, I've tried it.
Max making it look easy as they go 3 abreast into hairpin 2.
That's Ludwell, Warren, Needham. That's a good battle going on there at the moment for P6. Halfway round South Bank, if we can pick them up as they come through. So yeah, Oscar War transitioning nicely, and there we do, right on cue, pick them up. Oscar War from George Ludwell and Ike Needham. So War proving that talent is transitional, Tom, from one class to another.
Well, indeed, Addison Smith, as we said, he's inside the top 10 now as well.
Another new driver, Tom, in the novice class, in 4th place, has just set a 46.2, and that's Curtis Ewell in the 227, a new name to the championship. Running very, very well. Started this race towards the front. He started in 5th, has moved up a place into 4th, but has Certainly doesn't look out of place. He's currently right on the back of Zach Dawson.
Well, he's running on novice plates, but what kind of experience has he actually got?
I've never heard of him.
No.
It's his first time here.
Okay.
Whereas sometimes I'll see drivers in other championships and things like that. So, yeah, we'll try and get a bit of information on Curtis. But he's going to lose a place, though, to Joseph Williamson in the at hairpin number 2 there. But so we're going to pick up...
A strong debut, though, to say the
Very,
least.
very strong debut. As we follow there is Curtis off the back of... Williamson. Then we're going to pick up this battle, which still sees Oscar Waugh in front of George Ludwell and Ike Needham. All set personal bests on the previous lap, as did Williamson in front of them.
And Ludwell now in front of Oscar Waugh as they come over the line. I think that one's going to rage until the finish. And again, good debut, strong debut in senior pro kart for Oscar Waugh. I'm so used to saying junior because he's been in junior Rotax for so long. So making the step up into senior pro kart, and Ike Needham then having a look on the inside, coming out of hairpin 2. We're looking at the Dawson, Williamson and Ewell fight.
Dawson down the hands over the place there to Williamson, who had got a great run down that back straight.
And Williamson's made good progress throughout this race as well. In fact, how many positions is he up? 20.
No, he's going to be up 4 now. He moves up from 7th into P3 for Joseph Williamson. But if he finishes there, this will be his highest senior pro kart finish.
George Ludwell gaining 20 places through this race as well. He's up to P6 now.
Biggest mover has been Addison Smith, I think, top. No, Isaac Duff up 19 from 29th, has moved into the top 10 on that previous lap. So he got past David Brewis.
Yeah, see them head down the back straight one more time. 2.5 minutes to go here, plus a lap. Maximus Shields looking imperious at the front of this one. 2-second lead now, or 2.5 seconds over Danny Bean. Zach Dawson, of course, moving up into 4th place now. With Curtis Ewell 5th, George Ludwell 6th, Oscar Waugh, Ike Needham and Addison Smith, and then Isaac Duff, the top 10.
Ludwell's got past Oscar Waugh, and now he's got past Zach Dawson into hairpin number 1. That's going to allow Oscar Waugh through at hairpin number 2 as well.
In fact, that group has really closed up. We've now got a 6-kart train for 4th place. I think Ludwell may have a look here at at Zach Dawson. Can't get that one complete. Oh, sorry, it's not Zach Dawson, is it? It's Curtis Ewell, who's actually up to 4th now. So fighting well is Curtis Ewell. George Ludwell will take no prisoners, I have a feeling, coming down the back straight, potentially into hairpin 2, though. No, does get involved.
Ewell's defended well, and then Ludwell's a little bit of contact. Ewell with a look over the shoulder again, but...
Ludwell looked a little bit worried as well, as Oscar Waugh had a good run out of hairpin 2, but wasn't able to draw alongside.
Trophies for classes, though, Tom, so Ewell doesn't need to be too robust in defending this one and risk being taken out, and then... Oh, Oscar Waugh, George Ludwell trying to get through, and then Oscar Waugh just takes them both, and Ludwell's going to drop behind Needham as well. So Ludwell doing all the hard work and getting none of the benefit.
Oscar Waugh taking full advantage of those two coming together, and there goes Ludwell with a block pass at hairpin 1 on Curtis Ewell. Standard move there at hairpin 1. Lovely and clean overtake. I think putting some manners on the debuting Curtis Ewell, who's now weaving all over the track, trying to find a bit of space back past Ludwell, and in fact, it's going to cost him a position to Ike Needham as he scrubbed off some speed.
So Needham then from Ludwell, then Ewell. That's Addison Smith down the inside in the 44 on Curtis Ewell. And, Ewell certainly won't get any change from Addison Smith. Last lap for the race leader, Maximus Shields. I think he's eased off slightly now, but Shields from The ever impressive Danny Bean, Tom, in second place, who won the club class at round number 1. Joseph Williamson with a good showing as well. And then War, Needham, Ludwell, Smith with big moves, all in double figures. Curtis Yule strong in the early phase of the race, but still the leading novice by a good margin in 8th from Zach Dawson, Isaac Duff. Maximus Shields takes heat number 1 from 16th on the grid. So Shields wins it from Danny Bean and Williamson. Then it's going to be Oscar Watt, Isaac Needham, in front of George Ludwell, Addison Smith and Curtis Yule, Zach Dawson, Isaac Duff, Matthew Houshby, 28th to 11th, 17 places for the 215. David Brewis, Rossi Costello and Matty Farrell, with Max Mannion in 15th. Then it's Kyle Byrne, Simon Dougherty and Freddie Housego. Riley Matthews and Sam Neri in front of Ollie Clegg. Scott Blackburn, Chloe Oakes falls 2 places on the final lap behind Tom Woolley and Freddie Cowley. Oakes then 25th. Alana Howard, William Harkers, Dan Weldon and Jamie Marshall, all of whom, in that final 4, had issues in the early part of that race here at Teesside. So thank you for everybody that is watching. We greatly appreciate it. Please have a quick look as well into the live chat. We've got a little poll going on as to what cake Tom and I should have. We certainly know that we're going to have some marble cake or some coffee cake later on, because Peter Webster's mum's baked it again and he's under strict instructions to deliver it to the commentary box later on in the day. So, very much looking forward to that. Almost as much as the racing. Bambino Heat number 2 will be up next. And a day where it's only getting warmer here at Teesside. It's still only 10 to 11, but it's very, very warm here in the northeast. Round number 2 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. And in 4 weeks' time, we're going to do it twice. A double header here with racing on both Saturday and Sunday for rounds 3 and 4 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series, in association with our sponsors in the bottom right-hand corner, Medics UK, Infratech, ARC Plant and Repairs, Metro Plum, HRS Racing Engines, Garage 29 Graphics and MS Karts. So thank you to those for their continued support of the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series. 8 minutes and 1 lap on the clock once again. So the Bambinos make their way out. Archie Mostyn and Logan Grassi Durate as they go round hairpin 1 and 2. And they'll be met by their helpers on the start line.
We're about to get ready here to go in Bambinos. Green flag is up and down and we're away. Heat number 2 for Bambinos, and it's Archie Mostyn leading us away from Logan Grassi Duarte. And it's kind of as you were in from heat number 1 as well, with Mostyn already pulling away from Duarte. And I think this will be a bit of a time trial race rather than a race. We'll keep an eye on lap times and things like that. But I think it'll also give us, it'll give the kids on a bit of camera time. I think it'll give us a little bit of time to perform some admin, shall we?
Yeah, well, just on the camera time and thing, it's good that the drivers are, we mentioned it in heat number 1 about, just going out there and just trying to be consistent, hit your lines, try and beat your personal best. I mean,
seat time and experience.
I remember the first year that we covered here back in 2019, where back then, throughout the country, Bambinos weren't allowed to race. It was time trial only.
Yes. That
was a grim time. It didn't offer us anything, did it? That was the problem. It was basically, and it wasn't a time trial as to who did the fastest lap. It was who did the fastest race from. So they were sent off at the from the start. Basically, right, go and do
10 seconds apart, wasn't it?
Go and do 8 laps, and we'll add your laps together. And whoever does the fastest combined 8 laps. So basically, you couldn't do anything until 10 minutes after the race when the results got published. So you're like, they look like they've done all right, but we don't know.
Yeah, it was difficult to say the least, but we do have full Bambino racing now, and as I said, that gives you plenty of seat time and experience. As we look at Archie Mostyn, beautiful line actually, the out in out of hairpin 4, and the Bambino line as well is all about maintaining minimum speed and trying to be absolutely flat out around this circuit. You should not really be lifting or braking at all in a Bambino around here, even though it looks like hairpin 1 and hairpin 2 are significantly tight and you're coming down here flat out. But if you can keep, like as Archie Mostyn can, keep that speed up and keep that momentum, these really Coma engines take forever to pick up.
Of trying to get your drivers to learn lines that I like, that I've done in the past, and that is, you go on Google Earth, you print the track map off, you laminate it, and you get a whiteboard pen, and you get them to draw the lines, and then you rub it out and get to draw it again, and then you can sort of say, look, okay, well, that's fine, but you have to sort of go, clip, 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 and then add and piece it together, and it teaches them then to basically when you come out of one corner to sort of line it up for the next one, and it's all about getting the flow with these Coma Bambinos.
Indeed it is, and a good learning tool. So I mentioned earlier on that we were going to do some admin now. So
administrative expenses.
So how are we looking for entries for Le Mans?
Oh, I can do that. We're full.
We are fully sold out for the Le Mans 24-hour race. And the British 24-hour race?
We are sold out for hires.
64 entries on hires, Tom.
Might be one higher place left. And then
potentially one higher place left, and then we're going to open the reserves, I guess, are we?
Yeah, and then for owners, there's 7 spaces left for owners. So
and
8 spaces left in total.
Okay, which gives us a grid of?
At the moment, 77.
Yeah, we've got 77 plus 8, so it's like 80 something.
So we could be on 85 entries. By the time August rolls round.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get some more owner drivers.
So potentially 85 entries for the 2024 British 24-hour. And as we just said, the Le Mans 24-hour also now fully sold out. Of course, all brought to you live by TSK-Motorsport Media. And myself and David on commentary for both events.
Yes, we do have one person doing the 24 again as a solo, but I'm not going to say who it is because they haven't made their own announcements on socials and things like that. So they've done a lot of practice and they're trying to get themselves ready for it, but I'm not announcing it until they announce it because that's not fair and they have their own right.
Okay, I'm going to mute the mics and David's going to whisper it in my ear.
Okay.
We have a really exciting announcement.
Oh, we do have an exciting announcement. Okay, I'm going to point the mic towards Kat and maybe you can pick it up.
I want you to say, really.
Okay.
Something that's going to be happening in the beginning of June. We are having a little rebrand and a new website, and we are going to be T-Side-Motorsports.
Well, there you go, folks. You heard it here first. T-Side-Motorsports moving forward. When's that happening?
Around the 8th of June.
Around the 8th of June.
Which is probably the right thing, Tom, because like, it could be T-side karting, T-side drifting, T-side track day, T-side rally, T-side
well, it is at the moment,
events.
isn't it? And I think that's probably the problem.
Yeah.
So now it's all going to be amalgamated under the one umbrella of T-side.
I wasn't even finished as well. T-side Moped Mayhem, T-side NVS Bike Series. It's all, it's basically, if you've got an engine, bring it. Including a lawnmower, because we could do with some trimming.
There'll be, I'm no doubt there'll be some running races here as well. There'll be a marathon or a park run or something like that going on as well.
Park run's a shout. To be fair, you must have Norasport here at some point because there's an excavator up on the hill.
Well, if it's a 5K, isn't it? It's got only a couple of laps around here.
Yeah, second week in May for Norasport, and that's great because it's a bit like rallycross but in buggies and stuff. And they have bikes as well, don't they, on Norasport? It's a bit, Supermoto.
Are they going over the bank here?
They go up the straight, up the bank, up the hill, down the hill, and out the back, and then round the back section of the track.
Okay, wow.
It's kind of terrifying because they go like up the hill,
and then
like round the edge of the hill, and then back down again.
Okay.
But they have a different...
Like David said, so it's like a bit like rallycross.
But I don't know whether they have a different layout every year or whether they have a sort of they just come and regrade it. But basically, the month before, somebody turns up with an excavator and just redigs the off-road section. Just different every year.
Okay, well that's one way to do it.
Keeps it fresh.
We've still got Archie Mostyn well away at the front of this one, but setting
hasn't
decent lap times as well.
Yeah, but hasn't dipped under the 1 minute mark, which he did in the last race, Tom.
Yes, that is surprising actually. Although the track is significantly warmer at the moment, and the blue skies are out, and it's genuinely it's very warm out there.
Doesn't help the engines though, does it? Because if the air is dense, so it is a bit breezy, but it's not going to help. The warmer it gets, generally the engine performance drops a little bit.
I just took a little trip for a quick comfort break just before the start of Bambino's, and I would say that for anyone like ourselves, David, who's slightly follically challenged up top, it's definitely one for sun cream today. I hope everybody's applied their sun cream that's at the circuit. If not,
a public service,
quite literally on your head be it.
A public service announcement: respect the sun.
Respect the sun.
Wear sunscreen.
Yes.
Time is down to 0 as Archie Mostyn commences the final lap here at Teesside Autodrome.
It's all well and good trying to get yourself a tan, but if you end up looking like a matchstick instead, it's not the best, is it? It's not a strong look. Bright white body, bright red head. I've been there.
Tom looked like a giant matchstick.
Yes. Slightly dumpy matchstick. Like one of those ones that you get for the barbecue. Anyway, it's start the final lap. Archie Mostyn is, as we said,
heading
well
out
clear
of
at the front
hairpin
of this
number 4
one. He's already out of
flag.
hairpin 4. Coming through the dog leg. And then the kink, the right-hander over the start-finish line and takes the checkered flag. Archie Mostyn taking his second victory of the day in heat number 2. And there's Logan Grassi Duarte heading around hairpin 4 for the final time. Have we got much action in the live chat comments?
No, I'm just going to go back to Logan. That 1:05.1 is quicker than his time in heat number 1. So, again, some more improvement from Logan on lap number 5. Janet Webster there, who's at the track but also watching live. Bananas are fruit, therefore banana cake counts as one of your 5 a day, therefore it's healthy. Yes, but similarly, as on the same vein that carrot cake is wrong.
Yeah, you can't have vegetables in a cake. You can't have.
Yeah,
shouldn't
but
really
can you have fruit in a cake? Oh,
lemon.
Yes.
Lemon, orange.
Pineapple upside down.
No. Pineapple's just wrong.
The first thing that
anything really.
No, the first thing that I ever made when I went to high school in Year 7 cookery was a pineapple upside down cake.
Was it?
Yeah.
We made fruit salad.
I was about to say interesting
Very
story, but it really isn't.
No, pineapple's wrong with everything in my opinion, unless it's on its own.
On a pizza.
No, that's a bin. It goes straight in the bin. Pineapple on pizza.
Right.
Complete waste of money. Anyways, Honda Cadets are about to
hear the rumble
out
of Honda Cadet. Edward Rye and Daniel Ziad will lead us out onto track for the front row. Henry Colborne and Francesco Di Caro on row number 2. Those two were very friendly with each other in heat number 1. They'll line up alongside each other in heat number 2. Sebastian McCarthy and Sam Dixon, row 3. Tommy Burgoyne and Albie Cam on row number 4 with Abel Hutton and Aston Wilson. Jacob McDonald and Jake Gibbon with Oliver Bullock and Harry Scrafton. With Andrew McCrossan, Edward Charlton, Alfie Keeling, and then the Micromax of Tyler Grufferty.
So they're already making their way to the grid. I think we're a little bit delayed on our screen, a little bit more than normal. About 3 or 4 seconds behind what's actually happening in front of our eyes.
Yeah, just a little count. I think it's about 2 seconds. So to be fair,
1, 2.
We'll just do it as an echo. They're away. They're into turn 1, and then we'll just cut. It'll be easy, won't it?
Okay.
we will not do that.
No. The left-hand lane was just having a little bit.
It does make us look like heroes because we'll just go, and he's going to go down the inside, and then he does it on screen.
Yes. Well, have you noticed that
track visual, don't we?
The Formula 1 coverage has a delay on it?
Yes.
It drives me mad because the commentators are ahead.
I was about to say it's probably
what's
in case
actually
Max
happening
Verstappen
on
says
track.
anything.
So I'm hoping that we're not
Yeah.
doing that, and we will attempt, as always, as much as possible to commentate on what you are seeing on screen as it happens, rather than commentate out the commentary box window.
Well, the green is down, and again. Right, let's set ourselves for heat number 2. Edward Rye off pole position. The new sticker kit for Rye debuted a few weekends ago at the round 1 of the Motorsport UK British Championship, where he had a best heat finish of 4th. Good start from Colborne. Can he get into second place before Ziad can get across? Yes, he can briefly, but then Ziad all the way round the outside. Good start from Sebastian McCarthy, up from 5th into 4th place. And could even be 3rd. No, went for a move down the inside of Colborne. He'll draw alongside, but will be on the outside. That could well open the door for Francesco Di Caro, and indeed does. Di Caro back up to 4th briefly, but good drive from McCarthy down the back straight. Here sees him hold on to 4th place. Di Caro 5th. Then it's Sam Dixon. P7 then. Trying to pick out who that is in the background. That's Tommy Burgoyne holding on to P7 from Albie Cam.
Yeah, and as I said at the end of heat number 1, I think it's going to be interesting to see the progress that Albie Cam can make after his excursion in heat number 1, and then great recovery drive back up to 8th place, and already sets the fastest lap on the opening lap of the race. So straight off the grid and straight up to speed for Albie Cam.
Obviously, we say that, but he had a rolling start.
Well, yes, but everybody else behind him was
great,
slower.
Yeah, great effort from Cam.
Sam Dixon pulling alongside McCarthy. That's something that we saw throughout heat number 1, was Dixon and McCarthy going at it toe-to-toe. Edward Rye starting to move away at the front of this one. We thought he was going to get reeled in towards the end of heat 1. didn't happen at all. In fact, extended the gap, if anything.
Well, they were all scrapping, weren't they? That's the thing.
Dixon and McCarthy once again side by side, coming out of hairpin 4. I think there's you could probably throw a blanket over these two for all day for Dixon and McCarthy, barring any issues. Albicam still in 8th place, right behind Tommy Burgoyne. Burgoyne, another one stepping up from Bambino's and having a strong Heat 2. So he had a bit of a feet finder in round 1.
Yeah, semi-defensive line down the back straight from Sebastian McCarthy, where he sort of comes in a little bit. Very akin to what Edward Rye used to do, Tom, when particularly last year when he was in a bit of a battle rather than out at the front. 47.6 for Rye, 3/10 quicker than Daniel Ziad behind him, and a 10th quicker than anybody else out on circuit. Francesco Di Caro, the next quickest, is all inside the top 5, goes sub 48. Albicam is back, he's up to 7th now. Tommy's got past Tommy Burgoyne.
We're looking at the battle for 2nd place, which is now having Di Caro start to make his way into this one behind Ziad and Colborne. And in fact, he's right there now, is Francesco Di Caro.
Ooh, Colborne's through already. And then Ziad's not going to give it up. They'll be side by side, heading up towards the D chicane. They slot back into order, which is exactly the right thing to do.
Trying to pick which one was going to end up in and follow through, and picked the wrong option, unfortunately. Dropped in behind Daniel Ziad, and it was Ziad that eventually got overtaken by Henry Colborne. But you could see the thought process of Di Caro as he came over the start-finish line. Do I go left or go right? Which one's going to come out first? I want to fill that gap. And unfortunately chose the wrong option.
So Colborne then up now into 2nd place from Daniel Ziad and Francesco Di Caro, Sebastian McCarthy and Sam Dixon, who've closed in on the back now because of the battle going on between Colborne, Ziad and Di Caro.
And of course, all this overtaking is only helping Edward Rye's cause, as he was almost 4/10 quicker that time around than anybody else behind, with the exception of Sebastian McCarthy and Sam Dixon, who were only a 10th slower, but still slower. But they have brought that into a 5-kart train now for 2nd place. McCarthy and Dixon finally working well together, nose to tail, rather than going side by side. I think Dixon has decided that it's better to just call a truce on that one for the next few laps until we get towards the end of this race, and then the touch paper will be ignited. And then, as I say that, he has a little look on the inside of Sebastian McCarthy. Costs him a bit of time as he drops off the back of that train now, a couple of kart lengths. He'll use that slipstream to close back in as Edward Rye goes quicker once again, a 47.399. Really ramping up the pace, going faster and faster every single lap, Edward Rye. As Di Caro goes wide coming out of hairpin 1, that gave McCarthy a look. Can't get the move completed at hairpin 2, and it's as you were, but now that gap is now 3-4 kart lengths to now Daniel Ziad from Di Caro, and then immediately close back up into hairpin 3. So Di Caro good on the brakes, I think it's fair to say. Really able to close that gap up. So if he's able to close the gap up, you would think he will be able to find a gap and use that braking power to maybe move past Daniel Ziad here, and the gap opens up again between Di Caro and McCarthy.
All seems very, I'm not going to say tame, Tom, but they're all, this doesn't seem very Honda Cadet, does it, in terms of, normally you see a little bit more ruthlessness.
I think what you can see is all 5 of them are absolutely flat out.
Yeah.
There's no kind of, nobody's thinking, oh, I'll just give it a lap and just have a little rest here. And everybody is absolutely flat out. And that's why you can see there's half moves and things like that they can't get completed, and then it costs them time. And that's because the driver at the front isn't isn't hanging back either. They're braking as late as they possibly can. They are absolutely flat out.
Yeah, a little bit more of a gap between them this time as they head towards hairpin number 1. And,
as I say, there's no strategy coming into play here. It is just, if a move presents itself, you're going to have to take it. Sam Dixon dropping back slightly, had a bit of a scruffy few corners there.
It'll come back to him.
Well, it will do with the slipstream, yeah. Provided he has a good couple of corners here, I think he'll be I think right back onto this group.
I was about to say, because we're heading towards the final minute of this race, Tom, that I get the feeling that an almighty scrap is probably going to ensue at some point.
So Edward Wright, well clear at the front of this one. You just see him flash through the front of the shot there.
Yeah, feel for him. He's not getting any camera time. There he is, just as they come through, and that's wise, because this battle for second place between 5 drivers.
I'm sure Edward will not be bothered about that, though, because he'll get some trophy time at the end of it if he carries on with this kind of form.
Certainly will. Both himself and De Caro, the only 2 drivers to win races so far this season here. De Caro with a heat win at round number 1, all the others taken by Edward Rye.
I think Colborne has started to use a more defensive line between hairpin 3 and 4 as well, moving to the middle of the track. And that's not allowing any of those behind a way through, because they're all following each other. But with the timer ticking down to 0, we're going to get the last lap board this time around. And about half a lap to go until that point, though. And Zayad again trying to have a look on the inside of Colborne as they got onto the back straight, but couldn't get the drive. Does have a look on the inside at hairpin 3, though. And Colborne firmly shut the door at the midpoint of the corner.
Final lap for Edward Rye as he crosses the line to commence lap number 12 for our Hondas, with a gap of 3.7 seconds as the battle for second place rages on. Henry Colborne, Daniel Ziad, Francesco De Caro, Sebastian McCarthy, Sam Dixon.
De Caro at the inside of hairpin 1, and looks like Zayad will have the upper hand into hairpin 2, and does, but that now creates a gap to Colborne that he's now going to have to take full advantage, and immediately ducks down behind the steering wheel. Dixon and Whittaker go side by side into South Bank. McCarthy, my apologies, McCarthy side by side. McCarthy closing the door firmly on Dixon, and it looked like De Caro had a look at hairpin 4.
He's done it as
and
well.
Has got the move completed. So Edward Rye taking victory in heat number 2 from Henry Colborne. Francesco De Caro taking 3rd place at hairpin 4 on the final lap from Daniel Zayad. Then it's Sebastian McCarthy and Sam Dixon. Albie Cam up to 7th place with Tommy Burgoyne in 8th, and then Jake Gibbon, Abel Hutton, the top 10. Aston Wilson, Oliver Bullock, Harry Scrafton, Jacob McDonald, and then Tyler Gruffity in the Micromax. Alfie Keeling, Edward Charlton, and Andrew McCrossan will be your final running order.
Where did Whittaker finish, Tom?
Somewhere.
He's just making drivers up now.
Yeah. I don't know where I got Whittaker from.
It's not even close to McCarthy.
I know. I don't know. It's been a long week. It's been a very long week.
I'd hate to draw. I hate drawing attention to your error, but I know you do it to me, so it's fine.
Whatever, Trevor.
Commentary box updates coming in via the direct route in via the WhatsApp. Tom Nichols, his chain came off, Tom, but it wasn't really his fault. It was the mechanic. It was his dad's fault. Didn't tighten the engine mounts up properly. Whoopsie.
What a wally.
So he'll start this race from the back.
Okay.
And then we've got a few other issues. Brake issues being reported for 2 of our junior Pro Kart runners in Scarlett Whittaker Dunn and Grace Matthews, and Dan Weldon getting in touch, the number 7 senior Pro Kart. He's struggling with a driver problem.
Yes. Well, that's...
It happens.
It does happen.
To the worst of us. Inters are
Been
out
there.
next.
the squidgy thing behind the wheel.
It is.
It's definitely the problem.
Your problem is your hands. My problem is a lack of talent. Did you just say yes?
Yeah.
Thanks, mate. Into Rotax and Honda R200 next out. Joey Swan, Buddy Hugo, Hugo McCluskey in that order for your 3 Inter Rotax runners. Aaron Berridge and Ashton Horspool front row for R200. Luca Batchev and Dexter Petty row number 2. Matthew Plant and Peter Webster row number 3. Jensen Whitehead and Harry Pennington. JJ Allen and then Tom Nichols having retired. And then Tristan Gilfillan, who was removed from the standings due to being underweight in that previous race.
And the R200s have gone off a lot closer to the Inter Maxes this time around, so we should hopefully be going first time.
No Tristan Gilfillan for R200, so we're back down to 10 runners. Unless he can get out of the dummy grid, but I don't know if he's down there or not, but certainly not out on track for Gilfillan. Okay, he's out for the day, I'm told, Tom.
Inters are away. Joey Swan leading us off, with Buddy Hugo sweeping around the outside of almost both of them, but then actually tucks back in line.
And R200s are away as well. Aaron Berridge, Ashton Horspool up to turn 1. Horspool very, very wide. Horspool hemorrhaging places here. As Batchev into second, Matthew Plant, Dexter Petty, Peter Webster, Jensen Whitehead down the inside. What a move by Whitehead in the 21, up to 5th place from the 4th row for Jensen Whitehead in the purple cart there. What a fantastic send down the inside on cold tyres, lap 1.
Yeah, bravery, commitment, probably a little bit of talent involved in there somewhere as well. And got the move completed.
Horspool, though, the big loser there, unfortunately, lap 1 off the outside, goes from 2nd down into 6th in class. Tom Nichols already up into P7 with Peter Webster, who was up in 4th. Was up in 5th, but then lost that place to Whitehead as Horspool comes back down the inside of Jensen Whitehead into hairpin number 1. Whitehead with that good start. Horspool and Nichols are likely to challenge to come through here. If Whitehead can go with them, it's going to be an invaluable race, Tom, of learning off some of these very, very experienced and incredibly quick Honda R200 drivers.
Indeed. And Joey Swan, Buddy Hugo and Hugo McCluskey in that order, still in the Inters as they go side by side. Coming out of hairpin 4, managed to sort themselves out before they get to the D chicane. There's still Berridge from Batchev and Petty, Plant, Horspool, Nichols, Whitehead, and then Webster, Pennington and Allen.
Horspool up into 4th place, down the inside there of Matthew Plant with a great move, and immediately onto the back of Dexter Petty. It's amazing what a tiny bit of red mist can do. Change at the front as well. Sees Luca Batchev now in front of Aaron Berridge, and Berridge struggling to get that cart pitched in. Not struggling though now. Here's Ashton Horspool up into 3rd place, down the inside of Dexter Petty. Petty straight back down the inside of Ashton Horspool. They're going to be side by side through the dogleg. Petty decides to slot back in. Probably the right call at this phase in the race, Tom. Still, we're not at half race distance. 5 minutes and 26 on the clock, plus 1 lap.
Yeah, flying along here because we've got 2 classes. It goes so fast. There's so much action to be talking about. Joey Swan looking imperious once again at the front of the Intermaxes.
Wide goes Matthew Plant, and here comes Tom Nichols down the inside in the all-red machine. So from the back of the grid up to P5 for Nichols, and he's going to be in the mix at the front here, Tom. It's been a character-building practice day for all of the Nichols family, really, with problems with their machinery, and this morning, in fact, as well, in heat number 1. So it will likely be a dropped round, this, for Tom Nichols, with no points scored out of heat 1, failing to get to half race distance, but still doesn't mean you can't take some silverware back home with you.
Yeah, of course, the points are paid throughout every single heat and the final, but of course trophies are only paid out in the final.
Yes.
So that's
don't win
While you might have a drop round, you might still take a trophy home.
I've just said that. Like, almost word for word, mate.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying it's...
We are almost as one anyway, aren't we, really?
Yes, symbiotic.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but we're definitely similar.
Gap at the front of Intermax is now out to a second, but the Hugos are still together, Buddy Hugo and Hugo McCluskey. Still nose to tail in the Rotax class for second place. It's a good fight going on there. McCluskey actually just sets a personal best that time around to close back in on Buddy Hugo.
Yeah, they're so close. We'll just name them together as Buddy Hugo McCluskey. It just saves us a word, doesn't it? Back to R200, and it looks like Aaron Berridge has decided that the best way to secure a chance of challenging for guaranteed challenge for the victory is to try and push Luka Bachuev away from Ashton Horspool and Dexter Petty for a few laps rather than scrapping, and then hopefully they've built up enough of a gap with 2 minutes or so to go that they can then have a scrap for basically the first and second rather than first to fifth. So we'll see whether that continues for Berridge, already having won heat number 1. So we're having quite a smart run here for the Nottinghamshire youngster in Berridge. Push away and see if we can clear the 2 drivers behind him.
Differing lines coming through hairpin 3 and 4 as well, with Bachuev feeling the need to go a little defensive even at this early stage in the race. I say we're early stage in the race. We've got 2 minutes plus a lap to go. It's still pretty early to be going defensive, and all that is going to do is going to bring that pack close together again. So don't count out the likes of Petty and Horspool here. Even Nichols potentially. If Bachuev continues to use these defensive lines, and once again nose to tail over the line, Aaron Berridge right there, and you can see Bachuev sideways.
That's a shoehorn.
Well, he was sideways coming out of the D chicane. He lost grip, and that allowed a gap for Berridge to put his car into, and put it in there he did, and takes the lead away from Luka Bachuev.
So Berridge then from Bachuev, Horspool, Nichols had got to the back of this train of 4, but such is the pace, he's been unable to close the gap any further than pretty much what it was when he moved past Matthew Plant for 5th place. I think he was hoping that there was going to be a bit more of a scrap going on. I think it might come to him, Tom, but he's going to only have one opportunity to challenge, I think, because we're going to get 3 laps in here. It's inevitable. Well, certainly. We'll keep an eye out for the how the R's, the Intermaxes are doing. Fantastic move all the way round the outside, out the combox window. Don't want it to go unnoticed by Peter Webster, who went all the way round the outside of Matthew Plant at the National Loop. Great move by Webster. He moves up into P6.
Bachuev managed to draw alongside Berridge there coming out of hairpin 2, but Berridge was swiftly across and closed the door. And in fact, Berridge left the door open at hairpin 4 on the last lap. And I thought Bachuev was going to take advantage of it. Doesn't. And instead, Horspool forces a way through.
That's the robust move we were talking about earlier, that a few others needed to look towards, is that when you get down the inside, is don't give them 2 cart widths to just drive round the outside of you. Ashton Horspool with a good move for me at hairpin number 4 there. Final lap for Joey Swan in Inters. So lap and a half for R200. Buddy Hugo McCluskey still 2nd and 3rd respectively in that class.
Dexter Petty took advantage of that move on the previous lap as well, and he's going to take advantage of a door being opened here by Luka Bachuev.
There was a garage door as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, straight through.
Ridiculously inviting.
After you, sir. And there we go. That is Dexter Petty moving through.
And I said it had come to him. And there's Tom Nichols right on the back. Final lap for R200. Berridge looking comfortable. Petty up to 2nd. Horspool, Bachuev and Nichols. Then it's Webster and Plant, Pennington, JJ Allen and Jensen Whitehead in 13th. In Inters, Joey Swan takes the victory then from Buddy Hugo and Hugo McCluskey. R200 still going on down the back straight with Aaron Berridge being reeled in ever so slightly by Dexter Petty. Round South Bank they go. Out of the final corner though comes Aaron Berridge. Takes a tight defensive line. Didn't really need to. Berridge will win it from Petty. Then it's Bachuev and a bit of wheel banging over the line between Ashton Horspool and Tom Nichols. Nichols doesn't look too pleased, but he's done well there, Tom, to come through from the tail end of the field to get up into P5 and challenge the leaders. It came to him towards the end. But your winners in this race, it's Swan, Hugo and McCluskey, the top three in Inter Rotax, with Berridge, Petty and Bachuev in the top three in the Honda R200s.
Brings to a close that particular mix grid. And coming up next will be the, I think it's juniors next, isn't it?
Yeah, we're into junior Rotax, Tom.
Junior and senior Rotax, yes. So got a grid coming up for you. Of course, this will be a random grid and a rolling start for both classes. So Joseph Johnson and Paul Swan in the seniors. They swapped places. Paul Swan went off pole for heat number 1. Now it's Joseph Johnson going off the right-hand side of the grid for heat number 2. That's in your seniors, but they will go around about half a lap off the back of the junior Rotax grid, which is going to be headed by Sam Robson. Then we have Oliver O'Donovan will go from P2 with William Clare and Alex Walchuk in 4th. Then it's Layla Berryman and Evelyn Bye side by side, 5th and 6th. Jack Moss, Freddie Widrington, Jacob Carnes and Jake Grufferty, the top 10. Then we have Joseph Yao. We'll look to see another recovery drive through the field from Joseph Yao. Morgan Cooney, debutant Darcy Hall. And then we've got Jaden Stonehouse and Holly Swan, P15. Heading down the back straight on the green flag lap. And it's South Bank corner. Everybody doing a good job of warming the tyres. I haven't seen anybody spin off this time. Coming off the grid shows the track is warming up and it's actually warming the tyres on the grid, I would imagine. Everybody trying to get as much sun on that bodywork and on those tyres as they can on the grid. Just try and provide a little bit of extra heat on the green flag lap. And we are about to get underway and racing, and we are. And Sam Robson takes us across the line, but immediately Oliver O'Donovan sweeps into the lead, and we've got 3 off, and one of those, I think, is Holly Swan.
No, that's Layla Berryman, it's Joseph Yao, and it looks like it's Evelyn Bye. So Evelyn Bye, it wasn't Layla Berryman, it was Darcy Hall, I think, Tom. It was Darcy Hall, sorry, in the 77. Layla Berryman is indeed off up there.
Joseph
Barrier's
Yao,
getting skittled.
And is everybody back underway?
Layla Berryman's been pushed back into pit lane. The barrier's being put back together up there after the junior Rotax has scored at least a spare.
So it is Oliver O'Donovan who leads us over the line from Widrington, Robson, Swan, Clare, Carnes and Cooney, by Grufferty. And then there's a big gap then to Stonehouse and Yao. And then it's Darcy Hall coming over the line in 12th. Layla Berryman, as we said, has retired. Paul Swan leads over the seniors from Joseph Johnson. So it's actually pretty spread out already because of that opening lap incident.
Yeah, Holly Swan took huge advantage, Tom, of that by moving up from the final row up into 4th place. There she is on screen.
Yeah, I just saw the pink helmet
Sam
and
Robson.
I feared it was Holly Swan, but no, it was Berryman.
Well, historically, this class has just been Holly Swan with a pink helmet. Now we've got Swan, Berryman and Hall as William Clare peels off into the pit lane. His second retirement of the weekend in the first 2 races.
And, Holly Swan looking very racy in fourth, as you said, David, coming right from the back of the field.
Yeah, it looks like we might have a problem for the 77 as well of Darcy Hall. That kart not handling well and will peel off on the outside of hairpin number 2 to retire in the cut through, and has stopped on the outside of the circuit. Will need a push. Yellow flag out then at hairpin 2 for the time being, but should be in by the time the leaders make their way round. Oliver O'Donovan leading then from Freddie Witherington, who won heat number 1.
The gap went out initially in the opening lap and a half, 2 laps, and now Witherington has reeled him back in. Holly Swan unable to find a way past Sam Robson as well. So we've got 2 pairs. In fact, we've got 3 pairs because Carnes and Cooney for 5th and 6th are nose to tail as well. So although they are pretty strung out, we've got 3 fights for position going on.
2 by 2 by 2. Noah would love it, wouldn't he?
Exactly, he would. Which 2 do you take? 2 of every animal. We've got 2 Teesside Academy karts, 5th and 6th though. So there's that 2.
There's that pair. Oh, we've got that's Oliver O'Donovan, the leader.
And O'Donovan
almost went up and over, Tom. He was on 2 wheels, probably 1 at a point. He's in the tyre wall on the outside. And also it's Freddie Witherington there. He's got a problem. I think that's a track rod or a puncture, but it's going to be all change at the front. Sam Robson leads from Holly Swan as the 2 leaders come together on the outside of hairpin number 1. Robson leads then from Swan. It's going to be Carnes and Cooney. Witherington's actually recovered up to hold on to 4th place, but I think it just needed a corner to make sure everything was still attached on the front end. He's now back up to full pace. Joseph Yao, fastest on track in P8 as he recovers from his lap 1 excursion.
Looks like O'Donovan's just a bit winded. Seems to be okay. He's up and out of the kart, and the kart has been removed from the barrier and pushed to a safe place, and they're just replacing the tyre barrier now as well. So we should have yellow flag coming in as well. So track back to full green flag conditions, and Oliver O'Donovan just receiving a little bit of attention off track as well. So I think hopefully it's just a little bit winded, and he'll be okay. We'll keep an eye on that one. So Sam Robson, Holly Swan, Jacob Carnes, and now Freddie Witherington in 4th place from Cooney and by Gruffity. Joseph Yao recovering well from the lap 1 incident as well at turn 1. He's up to 8th, and it's Jaden Stonehouse. Our 2 seniors are up to 10th and 11th with everything that's going on.
Jacob Carnes then with a helmet tap and asked the other 2 to push behind him. Didn't realise he had 10 kart lengths on them at the time. They've closed it back in round South Bank, but he got such a good run out of hairpin 2. He didn't have any help. At the front, Sam Robson continues to lead, but he's been reeled in not only by Holly Swan in 2nd place, but Carnes, Witherington and Cooney are all coming as well.
Well, Swan and Robson have been nose to tail for pretty much the start of this race. But Swan has been unable to find a way through. Gets good drive down the back straight. Pulls out of the slipstream. There she goes. And down the inside of Sam Robson, but can't get the move completed. Robson able to maintain momentum using the outside line.
Safe.
Oh, and we've had contact there between the 22 of Jacob Carnes, and I think that might have been Freddie Witherington.
Yeah, Morgan Cooney inherits.
So a second bit of contact for Freddie Witherington, and turned Morgan Cooney, I think. Jacob Carnes around at hairpin 4, and then again into the back. There was Witherington into the back of Cooney, and he's going to pick up a contact warning. But that's a bit of a scruffy race to say the least from Witherington here. So
after a stellar heat number 1.
Yeah.
Oh, Berryman's back out. That's great to see, Tom. We hadn't noticed it, but yeah, 1 lap down, but whatever it was, they managed to get her back out. It's all valuable track time, really, for Layla as she transitions out of Honda Cadet into a kart that's 5 seconds a lap quicker. And
of course, with the 3 retirements, we'll pick up 12th place.
We'll pick up some points. Yeah, right. It's a good call, that one. And Joseph Johnston's retired as well from senior Rotax, so Paul Swan guaranteed the win there.
And could be 11th place then for Layla Berryman.
So it's a separate points, but yeah, just going to move forward as Holly Swan just needs to be careful here because there's only 1 point between them, and that tapping away. If you end up pushing that front fairing in, you're going to drop a few places at least, because Cooney in third, Widrington in fourth, and then there's a Carnes who's recovering, Evelyn Bye, Joseph Yao and Jake Grufferty move down the inside there. I think that was Freddie Widrington down the inside of Morgan Cooney at the National Loop. He's moved up into third place. Cooney down into fourth, but then they're comfortable back to the recovering Jacob Carnes after that incident earlier on with Freddie Widrington that turned him round down at hairpin number 4. Both racing out of the same garage, Tom, so it might be sunny, but it'll be frosty down there for 5 minutes or so after the race.
Well, I was just going to say, with respect to Sam Robson, and I say this with great respect, I think Holly Swan is the quicker of the pair at the moment. She just cannot find a way through. I think if she got in front of Sam Robson, she would potentially be able to move away, but hasn't been able to find a way throughout this entire race. And in fact, as I say that, the gap opens up slightly. I think she may have tried a little bit too hard through a couple of those corners, and it's cost her a bit, but she's closed the gap up now. As we look at Joseph Yao leading the next group. So this is Yao and Bye, Grufferty, etc. in this group.
Yeah, good. Yao's coming across through that nicely, hasn't he, in the last couple of laps? And
so it's Yao, Carnes, Bye and Grufferty in that group.
Minute and 18 still on the clock.
So Joseph Yao up to 5th place as well, having been off on turn 1, lap 1.
Yeah,
so that's 2 recovery drives he's had to do today.
Yeah, good damage limitation from Yao as well. You know, one more heat to try and put himself, front 2 rows for the final, give himself a chance of some solid points for Joseph Yao. At the front, Holly Swan, Tom off camera, has taken the lead from Sam Robson. Swan leads from Robson in 2nd place. Widrington in 3rd. Cooney going with him as well and sets a personal best that time round as Morgan Cooney. However, Joseph Yao, the fastest driver on track, did a 41.6 earlier on, a 41.9 that time round. He's a 10th quicker. Needs more than that if he's going to catch up. But I think he's going to get 2 laps, Tom. I think Swan might just edge round here before the time elapses down to 0. She's got 20 seconds to navigate half of South Bank, hairpin 3 and 4 and up towards the timing line. I think she's going to cross it with around about 4 seconds to go here for Holly Swan. She's going to come through, and indeed does. So we've got 2 laps of junior Rotax. The seniors mixed in with them as well, albeit one of them retiring already. Swan 2 laps away from victory in heat number 2 from Sam Robson, Freddie Widrington and Morgan Cooney, who's going very, very well, Tom, is Morgan.
We're going to have, potentially, if Holly Swan can hold on to this, a double Swan victory.
Yes. No luck catching them, Tom.
Like that.
Yes.
For those who
be
can't
triple as well if
box.
we add on Joey's win in the preceding race.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. No luck catching them Swans.
No luck catching them Swans. Triple victory potentially on the cards here. Keeping it in the family is Holly Swan, moving round the National Loop very nicely. And as I said, I thought if she could get clear of Sam Robson, she would start to move away. And that is what's happening. Now she has found a way through Robson, starting to gap ever so slightly, but is gapping Sam Robson at the front of this one. With Freddie Widrington, all action in heat number 2, potentially coming through for a podium.
Out of the final corner then, having made the move a few laps ago, Holly Swan from 15th on the grid takes victory in heat number 2 from Sam Robson, Freddie Widrington and Morgan Cooney. Joseph Yao, Jacob Carnes and Evelyn Bye with Jake Grufferty in 8th place. 9th is going to be our leading senior runner Paul Swan, with Joseph Johnson already retiring. And then it's going to be Jaden Stonehouse, who's currently being pursued by Layla Berryman, albeit Berryman is a lap down after that opening lap trip back into the pit lane. So Berryman finishes in 11th on track, 10th in class, and picks up valuable points with 3 other drivers, Oliver O'Donovan, William Clare and Darcy Hall, all retiring before the halfway point in that race.
And that brings us to an end our 2-stroke classes for heat number 2. Coming up next will be Junior Pro Kart heat number 2. We will bring you that grid momentarily.
Just looking back, Tom, at previous results, Honda R200, Ashton Horspool drops a place at the end, having been given a 5-second penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. He drops from 4th to 5th. So Tom Nichols promoted then from 10th at the start to a finishing berth of P4. We are on to Junior Pro Kart after that, although we have got a bit of a recovery mission going back on. Out on track, so Oliver O'Donovan's kart being pushed back into the pits, and Darcy Hall, her kart is being pulled back in as well.
I wanted to call a red flag, but I couldn't because everyone was talking excessively for no apparent reason. So during an accident like that,
Should we run them through a grid?
Yeah, that's why we're here, isn't it? So Junior Pro Kart, again, it's another random allocation. Isaac Welburn in the 77 goes off pole position. William Howard alongside him on the front row. Reese Dodson, Reese Cranston on row number 2. Cranston, the Heat 1 winner, from a lot further down the order than that. So he's got to be the pre-race favourite. James Winstanley and Josh Brown are on row number 3. Daniel Camp and Joshua Sullivan row 4. Ashton Carmichael and Grace Matthews row 5. With Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Oliver Watson in front of Olivia Hall, Ted Hall, and the 5 of Liam Edmonds.
So not sure whether this is Reese Cranston's middle or front grid allocation, because we saw him go from very near the back, if not off the back, of heat number 1. Reese Cranston taking victory in that one.
He'll be 8th in heat number 2, so this is his front allocation. That'll be his middle.
Okay.
But he will be going off alongside Oliver Watson in that one, who finished second behind him in the previous race. So that's an interesting, that's something to whet the appetite, more than that banana cake that's apparently sold out already, according to an update by Max Shields.
Well, it seems like there's a whole bunch of wrong-uns here at the track then, if they're all buying banana cake.
Wrong-uns.
Wrong-uns. Probably the same people that buy the carrot cake. But I suppose if it sells, you'll make it. Well, not you, but you know.
So I was just having a quick, I was just having a quick count.
Yeah, I saw you using fingers and toes.
Yes, because I was just having just
got the abacus out, and
just making sure we're good, and where everybody's in the right place. I was just counting that we had, the field was spread quite a lot, so I was making sure that we did have 15, which we do. Here we go then. Isaac Welburn leading them through nice and slowly towards the acceleration cone, and away we go. It's been a good start by the outside train as James Winstanley off the second row just didn't get away with the rest of them. It's allowed some good movements early doors as Cranston is going to go down the inside of Isaac Welburn for second place. Sullivan's gone 8th to 3rd on lap number 1 of the first corner.
Exact thing.
Threading the needle. He was on the outside train that went when the inside didn't get away. And Cranston already, as we mentioned, pre-race favourite, as down the inside of Grace Matthews goes Oliver Watson at South Bank, through nicely into what will be 6th place. So it's going to be Will Howard, who will lead us over the line for the first time here in Junior Pro Kart. Howard from Cranston, Sullivan, Wellburn. Then it's Winstanley with Oliver Watson in P number 6. Grace Matthews, Josh Brown, Daniel Camp, Ashton Carmichael, Liam Edmonds. Change for the lead at hairpin number 1. Reese Cranston down the inside of William Howard. And the 43 leads. And not for the first time we've said that, Tom. And it certainly won't be the last time this season, as Cranston moves from his previous number 19 to the fabled number 43 of MS Lucas.
Yeah, it's actually nice to see the 43 as a junior setup as well now. So not just got the MS Karts as a senior, but also now fully running a junior operation with Reese Cranston at the helm and setting a fastest lap of the race to boot. And Joshua Sullivan starting to close in a little bit on William Howard. Then we've got Wellburn and Watson nose to tail for 4th and 5th.
Wellburn takes a scenic route round hairpin number 1, and Watson gets down the inside of him with ease and moves through into 4th place. Contact warning for Liam Edmonds,
who's actually moved up significantly into 10th place. How many places is that?
5. He started P15.
There we go. But picked up a contact warning to boot. And Oliver Watson up 7 as well into 5th place. And now 4th as they came over the line.
Yeah, that was done at hairpin number 1.
Yes, it was. Yeah,
Cranston
right.
on an absolute charge, though. 46.6 for Cranston. 3 behind him doing 46.9s. He's 0.3 quicker than the field. At the moment is Reese Cranston.
He's definitely one who's come on leaps and bounds the last sort of season and a half, isn't he? He's really started to step up, and now, of course, with that the backing of the MS Karts and the 43 team behind him, it's only going to get quicker, I think.
Yeah, Howard's doing well though, Tom, to stay within touching distance, and does pretty much match him. A 46.6 this time, as Cranston does a 46.5, Sullivan a 46.7, Watson a 46.8.
How old is young Reese Cranston? Do we know?
I think he's about 13-ish.
Okay, so
And
not
by ish, I mean he could be 12 or 14.
What I'm saying is he could be at least another season in
Yes.
In juniors before he's able to make the step up to senior. Oh,
Yes.
he's 14.
He's 14. It's almost like Cat's got everybody's entry details.
Yes, exactly.
Liam Edmonds down the inside there of James Winstanley for 7th place in the run down towards South Bank. Good move. And then that's Daniel Camp in the yellow helmet. New livery for Dan Camp. A new chassis as well, I believe, for Daniel Camp in the 14.
Brand new.
Well, it's new to him.
Okay.
I don't know how new. I haven't been to see if it's still got the labels on it. It's still got the tags. You can take it back if it doesn't damage it.
We do tend to see with the, of course, they're running a senior-sized chassis, but we do tend to see, certainly in juniors anyway, I think the best way to put it is second-hand, and I don't mean that as in old or battered or damaged, but used chassis being used in juniors and then the newer models coming through in seniors. It's just a better way of doing it.
Again, you're learning, aren't you, in juniors?
Down.
So you don't necessarily need a new one, do you? You pick one up that's a year old or so, or 6 months, because you know you're going to have 1 or 2 excursions, let's say.
What year is your lad on?
Late 23.
There you go, you see. Joshua Sullivan in P3, of course.
So he's done him all right so far. Before the start of today, we'd done 12 races, heats and finals, here and in other series as well, and he's had 7 wins on it. So he's doing all right.
There you go.
On the chassis. So you don't need the newest equipment.
And that's what I'm saying.
Compete.
It's with this class, with the Pro Kart class, you don't always need newest equipment. It's not like, you know, what it would be in the Rotax classes, where they're almost having a new one every couple of rounds. As over the back of it was Dan Camp, I think, when Winstanley. It was Winstanley, yeah. So Winstanley over the back of Dan Camp at Airpin 4, and managed to keep going, but lost a couple of places. As Brown and Whittaker done overtook.
Yeah, Wellburn, that's on screen. We've got Wellburn, Matthews and Liam Edmonds.
Matthews having a look through hairpin 2, not into, but in the middle of hairpin 2, and then has another look on the entry into South Bank.
They're nibbles, though, aren't they? They're not bites.
Yes,
that's
correct.
It's a look here, a look there. There's nothing decisive.
But a nibble tends to cost you a bite further down the road, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and they're going to be side by side as they head up towards the timing line.
Another nibble there. Needs to just maintain the position directly behind and then have a full lunge on the entry into a corner rather than just a little look here and there, because all that's going to do is cost a bit of time for Grace Matthews.
Cranston still pumping in fastest lap after fastest lap, 46.2 for Reese Cranston. 1.5 seconds clear of William Howard now in second place. Still this battle going on as Matthews defending off from Liam Edmonds. They're going to be side by side, nose to tail over the timing line. It's Daniel Camp now under pressure from the 12 of Josh Brown behind them. I wonder if Camp's dealing with a little bit of an issue, having been in that contact earlier with James Winstanley, but him and Josh Brown, the 14 and the 12, having a good battle between each other. Winstanley, after that incident, is currently down in 11th, behind Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, in front of Ashton Carmichael, Olivia Hall, Reese Dodds and Ted Hall, who's retired, albeit, I don't know, it's not on track, that's for sure. So he's peeled off into the pit lane.
We still focus on this battle here for 5th place, and rightly so. This is the most heated one on the circuit at the moment.
Oh, we've had a change for second, Tom. Sullivan has spent a few laps trying to reel in Will Howard and has got the job done with a textbook move down the inside into hairpin number 1. Howard's going to come back at him, though, down the back straight. We might just catch it on camera, and Howard's back through into second. So, good battle going on for P2.
So Matthews still trying to hold off Edmonds. Edmonds trying to wide line around South Bank corner. In fact, there we go. We're just picking up second and third place now. So that's Howard and Sullivan.
Yeah, they've got
swapped
some lap
places twice on the last lap.
And that's lap traffic in front of them as they catch up onto the back of Reese Dodds. And that's going to allow Oliver Watson an opportunity to close in on the 2 in front of them. He might get a chance.
And Sullivan taking absolutely no prisoners with the rear end of William Howard as they came through that lap traffic and just kind of forced him to make the move alongside on the entry into hairpin 1. So Howard's head snapped back.
Yes, yeah, certainly. If Howard was in two minds as whether he was going to make it, Sullivan made the mind up for him.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
we're going now.
And helped him through, yes. Cranston crosses the line with 40 seconds on the clock. 2 laps to go in Junior Pro Kart here. And certainly this battle for second place could become 3 if Sullivan and Howard have a messy couple of laps. Howard defending into hairpin number 1. The move, though, comes at hairpin number 2 as Sullivan goes down the inside and then just parks it on the inside and will just block off Will Howard as they run down the back straight towards South Bank. And like I said, look at Watson in the background, lurking because Howard's coming straight back at Sullivan down the inside. And right up onto the back immediately. Sullivan back down the inside of hairpin number 4. Howard's going to get the switch back side by side. Howard's back through. This is a classic for second place.
And Watson right there now as well to make it a 3-kart group. He's caught right up onto the back of this one, so don't count Watson out either.
No, because Sullivan's off the back of Will Howard. Up to hairpin number 1. Howard defended but didn't really need to because Sullivan was definitely not close enough. Out onto the back straight they go. Let's not forget Cranston, who's 4 seconds down the road, this battle behind.
Yeah, it was that move between hairpin 1 and 2. It's almost like I've seen that before. Where would I have seen that before? Especially with somebody who potentially shares or shared an awning space with Joshua Sullivan. In fact, checker flag is out already. We missed that one. It's Reese Cranston taking victory here from William Howard and Joshua Sullivan. Then it's Oliver Watson. And then it's going to be Isaac Welburn and Grace Matthews and Liam Edmonds, as they were in that particular group. Then it's Daniel Camp and Josh Brown, 8th and 9th. And coming across the line in 10th is Ashton Carmichael, James Winstanley, Scarlett Whittaker Dunn. And then we're going to have Olivia Hall and Reese Dodds. And I think Ted Hall retired early on in that one. But such was the action. I missed that we were already on the final lap.
It was good, wasn't it? Good battle.
Yeah,
Great battle.
Good fight. Enjoyed that one. The battle for 5th as well with Welburn, Matthews and Edmonds. That was a good one to watch. So, yeah. Fights all the way through Junior Pro Karts. We've got one more race to go, and then we're going to take a half-hour-ish lunch break. And then we'll be back for our 3rd round of heats and the finals. And I'm going to go and have some intravenous coffee, I think.
Straight in the eye.
Yeah, Eyeball Paul style.
Oh, Eyeball Paul.
He plays hammer and tunes. Moving on to the Senior Pro Kart 2nd heat. Of course, random grids once again and a rolling start for this one. So we'll try and bring you it as quick as we can. Once again, yellow numbers indicate pro class, red numbers indicate novice class, blue numbers indicate clubman class. So Max Shields is going to go off pole position from Ike Needham. Then it's going to be Dan Weldon and Freddie House to go. Alana Howard and Max Mannion. Addison Smith, Rossi Costello, Sam Neri and Jamie Marshall, the top 10. Then it's George Ludwell, Matthew Hauschby, Isaac Duff, William Harkus, David Brewis, Zach Dawson, Matthew Farrell, Ollie Clegg and Curtis Yule, who had a fantastic debut in P20. Then we have Riley Matthews, Joseph Williamson, Chloe Oakes, Freddie Cowley, Danny Bean going off towards the back of this one in 25th place, Kyle Burns, Scott Blackburn, Thomas Woolley, Oscar Waugh and Simon Doughty, the 30 runners. And we did receive a bit of info from Curtis in between heats to say that this is no, put your teeth in, Tom. Heat number 1 was his first outdoor race ever. He's done some indoor stuff at a well-known brand of indoor karting. But no, Curtis Yule, his first ever outdoor race.
Look how slow Shields is bringing them round here, Tom, because he knows that there's one driver needing to catch up. Good, that. Really, really good.
Good awareness.
Yeah, and he's going to bring them through. Just working the tyres, trying to get a bit of heat into them. Green flag is in the air and waiting for heat number 2 in Senior Pro Kart. Power down and Shields is away. Followed by Needham, who gets to the inside. Dan Weldon behind them in the black helmets, trying to get through and hold on to 3rd place. But all the way round the outside, that is Freddie Housego with a good start. He's up, Weldon's there. Then it's going to be Addison Smith, Max Mannion, Sam Neri. And then Rossi Costello and George Ludwell going side by side as Neri is levered wide by Ludwell. Isaac Duff gets down the inside as well. Matthew Hauschby trying to tag on to the back of the 74 as they go down the back straight towards South Bank for the first time.
Yeah, Zach Dawson is 4 wide down the back straight, and he's had a bit of a difficult opening few corners, got a bit beaten up, I think, through 1 and 2, and then down the back straight, still trying to find a way back into line as they head through hairpin 4. They're still side by side all the way through hairpin 4, and 3 wide coming out of hairpin 4 and over the start finish line, and that's going to end up in some contact, and it is the 227 of Curtis Yule who was on the outside. That's just inexperience, unfortunately, for Curtis Yule. Finding himself 3 wide coming over the start finish line is the worst position you want to be in.
Yeah. He might have even missed as well that he picked up a contact warning in the first part of that race whilst he was trying to maybe close his eyes and hope for the best on the outside there. He was 3 wide. Matty Farrell was squeezed in the middle of that one. As we head down the back straight, that looks like that's Matthew Hauschby going down the inside of Dan Weldon with David Brewis, Rossi Costello and the That's Sam Neri. No, it's Danny Bean in the 23 coming through in the bright blue helmet down the inside. They're 4 wide on exit. Bean with a great move to come through. We're still 4 wide in the middle, as this time it's Oscar Ward's turn to have his teeth rattled over the curb on the inside as they go through the right-hander of the dogleg. Yellow flag out. We've got Jamie Marshall round as the D chicane.
We did have a retirement over the start-finish line on the opening lap as well, and that was Alana Howard pulled into pit lane. Contacts warnings have gone out for Danny Bean and the 80 of David Brewis as well.
Yep, they were together at hairpin number 4. I get the feeling that was what it was for. Matthew Farrell's going to get one as well, Tom, I think, in due course. But we can only fit 2 numbers on the board, so he's going to have to wait till the next lap.
And then he'll come over the line. Oh, what did I do that lap? Nothing. It was the lap before. We couldn't fit it on board.
Brewis falling down the order on that lap. 4 places, goes from 11th down into P15 for David Brewis. Maximus Shields at the front, opening the gap up to 1.3 seconds. Isaac Needham with Addison Smith, George Ludwell. Isaac Duff there with a
3
bit of
wide again
tap.
Down the back straight. Still not managed to sort themselves out. That's Oscar War.
Ashby on the outside. That's Sam Neri in front of them in the 173. Oscar War's going to dive down the inside. Houshby's going to try and take advantage as well, but that should leave him on the outside with Zach Dawson in the green cart behind, and Isaac Duff's added to the list of contact warnings. Deep breaths required, Tom, to chill things out here and see.
Well, that's it. It's because you've got the mixed up grids or the random grids. I mean, we have now sorted ourselves into pro class operating the top holding the top 4 places, and then we've got the clubman class holding the next 5. And the novices dropping down the order as you would expect, but with the random grid formations, it takes a while to sort itself out, and patience is required sometimes.
So yeah, just having a quick look off cameras.
George Ludwell, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, 46.2 for Dougherty, 45.9.
And then
Shields.
Immediately replaced by Maximus Shields.
So warning now for the 22.
Well, they're closely matched by George Ludwell that time. He was only a 10th slower. So Ludwell's still going very quickly.
Smith was quick as well, 46.028 for Smith.
Ludwell now closing in on the back of Smith and Needham. So I think that's going to be the one to watch. The battle for second place.
Down the back straight we go. Rossi Costello, the first driver in shot. That's Joseph Williamson down the inside of Zach Dawson. Moves him up into 13th place. Gap back then to David Brewis and Sam Neri as Dawson immediately trying to come back towards finding a way through. Then there's contact between Joseph Williamson and Curtis Yule. Yule now in a sandwich between Williamson and Zach Dawson.
Williamson took 3 places on that lap and moved up to 12th place. That's him up 10 places all told. Curtis Yule actually up 7 as well. Zach Dawson up 13.
Yeah, your biggest mover, I think Oscar War, 21 places there, Tom, from a starting berth of 29th. Currently runs 8th.
Yeah, fantastic driving from Oscar War.
Shields leads, though, the gap 2.1 seconds previously, but I think that's only going to go out further for 2 reasons.
I said it was fantastic driving.
1, the lad is absolutely rapid. 2, there's a titanic battle going on for second place between Ike Needham, Addison Smith and George Ludwell. That's only going to slow the 3 of them down.
Shields another fastest lap of the race of 48.9. Oh, sorry, 45.9. And again, Smith and Ludwell only a couple of tenths off that. So quicker at the moment than Needham.
Loads of personal bests coming in. That's why your screen is full of blue. Down the right-hand side with the drivers fast. And there's Smith down the inside of Ike Needham. And Ludwell's on the outside of 3 here. Ludwell's going to do them both. Smith and Needham arguing between themselves, and George Ludwell drives around the outside for second place.
Had a mild panic as the screen froze there. We had Max Shields stopped in the middle of the chicane until I realised it was frozen.
So Ludwell now up into second as Addison Smith went for second place, briefly got it, and then comes out in third behind George Ludwell as Ike Needham gets shuffled back 2 places down into 4th place. Behind them, Isaac Duff doing well in P5. Danny Bean, Oscar War, Freddie Housego and Max Mannion with Joseph Williamson, Matthew Hauschby, Curtis Yule, Zach Dawson, Rossi Costello and David Brewis complete your top 10. Your top 3 novices, Yule again in the 227 in front of Sam Neri and Matty Farrell.
And again, that shot seems to have frozen there through the D chicane. Because again, my heart skips a beat every time, because if someone does stop in the middle of the D chicane, that's not going to be a small incident.
No. Out at the front, Shields' gap is 3.6 seconds. Consistently lapping now, sub 46 for Maximus Shields. Ludwell still going well. He's got Smith for company still, and then Needham. Just having a quick look out the window, Tom. There's so much happening here off camera as well. Dawson, Hauschby, Brewis in a great battle. Here's Smith. Oh! Smith moved to the inside. Ludwell chops across the bows, and then that's forced him wide at South Bank. So defended the entry, lost it on exit. Addison Smith will put the brakes on, I think, mid-corner there to stop the run of George Ludwell.
I think he learnt that from the previous lap, didn't he? Or a couple of laps ago when he tried the same move on Needham.
So Addison Smith, a very accomplished racer, particularly winning races here in junior Rotax, competed on the national stage in that class as well. So, had a few outings in senior pro kart, but certainly none as good as this one, I don't think, Tom. This will probably be his best race in this class, battling with Ludwell and Needham.
Completely different animal as well to the Rotax. Of course, you've got twin engine in a 4-stroke kart rather than a 2-stroke engine. Much heavier chassis as well, much heavier engines.
Doesn't
and
flex as much, does it?
No, it's completely different animal.
Don't have sticky tyres.
Yeah, it's like going from a racing car into a road car. It's that sort of level of difference.
30 seconds on the clock, but Shields might get round. It's going to be tight. I hope he does, so we can have another few laps of this. Oscar War, 45.895, fastest lap of the race by Oscar War in 7th place.
Half a second quicker than Max Shields on the previous lap as well. We've got a contact warning going out for the 46 of Rossi Costello. I should know that, really, shouldn't I? I should automatically assume it's Rossi when it's 46.
Last lap for Shields, although I'm not convinced he knows it, but he'll just get the hammer down. You'll see the checkered flag when he's ready. He's currently in a race of 1 at the front at the moment. It's the others that really matter. And Addison Smith, George Ludwell, Ike Needham will now know that they've got 45 seconds to try and change the outcome of the battle for second place.
Well, I said at the start of this one, Danny Bean starting way down the order. He was up to 6th, but Oscar War has just replaced that and has taken the position back away from Danny Bean.
Move down the inside off camera. Joseph Williamson continues his charge. This time it's down the inside of Freddie Housego for 8th place. Out of hairpin number 4, though, comes Maximus Shields. I think we'll be saying that a few more times this season. Shields takes heat number 2 by a comfortable margin from Addison Smith, George Ludwell and Ike Needham. Then it's Isaac Duff, Oscar War and Danny Bean. It's going to be Joseph Williamson in 8th place in front of Freddie Housego. Max Mannion is going to finish this one inside the top 10 in P10 in front of Curtis Yule. Zach Dawson gets past Matthew Hauschby on the final lap for P12. Then it's Rossi Costello, Sam Neri, Simon Dougherty and Kyle Burns with David Brewis, Matty Farrell and Riley Matthews completing your top 20. Final few runners still to come through. Scott Blackburn's taken the checker in front of Ollie Clegg, Freddie Cowley and Tom Woolley with Dan Weldon. William Harkus will cross the line shortly, but not until Jamie Marshall does. He gets up into 26th on that final lap. William Harkus and Chloe Oakes, the final remaining runner on track, in 28th place with Alana Howard. Not really taking the start. Tom took the line and then peeled off into the pit lane almost immediately. We've got time to take a little bit of a break now before we're back in about half an hour's time for heat number 3 and the finals here at Teesside Autodrome. We look forward to welcoming you back in the early afternoon for the final part of round number 2 here of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. Hello and welcome back to the afternoon session here at Teesside Autodrome. We're back with heat number 3 and our finals here then for round number 2 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. Archie Mostyn in the 17 will bring his Bambino round, and then Logan Grassi Durate will bring the 28 into position in the orange helmet as well. During the lunch break, I've replaced Tom Butterworth. He'll be back for Honda Cadet in about 10 minutes' time. He's been replaced by Ava Reynolds in the commentary box. We'll get the first lap underway and then we'll have a quick chat to Ava about why she thought it was a good idea to break limbs at Shennington last weekend. So, green flag is up, green is down, and Archie Mostyn will lead us away as the 28 of Logan Grassi Durate has a bit of a stop-start, but gets himself going and will follow our leader Archie Mostyn round on this 8-minute plus 1 lap third heat of the day. Ava, it was 2 weekends ago now, was it?
1 weekend ago.
Okay, at Shennington for their club meeting.
Yeah.
We had a bit of an incident as right on cue. Logan Grassi Durate has a bit of an incident at hairpin 1, although slightly more serene than yours. Talk me through what happened.
I was going round one of the last corners, and I was in, what was it? 7th? 7th, no, 2nd. And some other driver was trying to get past us, and I think I left about 5 centimetre gap open, and he really felt committed to take that. And as he was trying to get round, he locked onto my rear wheels, causing me to kind of go off, go vertical, and hit a tyre wall. And my engine snapped off. Everything happened really. It was a bit dramatic.
As a racing driver, I like the fact that you've decided to focus on the fact that your engine snapped off, and not the fact that you snapped one of your bones in your leg.
Yeah.
I remember now. I've just arrived on crutches and it's hurting a bit, but I've just remembered that I have a broken tibia. Not the ideal race weekend, but the spirits seem to still be quite high.
Yeah, it was good.
It wasn't good.
Until that crash. But I'm not sure what's happened to my leg still. We're going to get it seen tomorrow. So hopefully by then we'll know how long the gap until I'm out again will be.
So are we potted? Or have we no pot?
No.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah.
On the fact that you might be out soon.
Yeah.
So hopefully. So we do have a broken bone. Don't rush yourself back.
No.
It's bumpy, particularly you think you're fine, and then you'll find a curb through the chicanes, and then all of a sudden you'll be very sharply reminded with the pain through there.
Yeah.
But shame for you as well, because the last couple of months your progress has been really, really good.
Thank you.
We've been increasing the lap time, so bringing the lap times down. We've been getting better.
Yeah.
So a bit of a shame that that
definitely.
sort of consistent progress as well, because obviously you've been here a lot, but I know you've been with Jack Dex racing at PFI, you were at Shennington for their club meetings, so a bit of a shame for you, really.
Yeah, definitely. But still working on rehab to get my leg, obviously, back in the shape I want it to be in. And hopefully back in it soon.
Yeah, still plenty to do as well, obviously.
Yeah.
Still work, still do arms.
Yeah.
And get them stronger as well for when the time comes that you can get back out on track. Obviously, I know it's probably a little bit early for time frame and stuff like that. So even for the next round, it's a double header. Might not be out, but I'm assuming you'll be here because I think your dad's racing, so there'll be some support going on.
Yeah.
Real champion this weekend. He's decided not to race in order to help you out. So bit of a hero.
Lots of help from Dad.
So did we get an extra night at Shennington, or did we go hospital there straight away?
Yeah, hospital straight away. Forgot my helmet at hospital. Had to go back, and then that was it.
To be fair, I'd not really found out about the incident. I'd watched a video in the week from Zenico Racing, who were also there in the same class, and they basically said, "Oh, there's a red flag in one of our races," and then they don't know. We think it could be this driver, so I was like, "Okay, I'll have a quick scout round," and I know that you'd not done the final, so then I got in touch with your dad, and I was like, "Looks like you had quite a big one." So I know that I've covered meetings at Shennington before for their. We've not been there for club meetings, but I've covered the Super Prix down there. I know that their marshals and medical team are really good. So hopefully it was all sorted fairly quickly for you.
Yeah, it was.
3 minutes to go in this one with Archie Mostyn and Logan Grassi Durate. Mostyn down into the 59s again, fastest lap of the day for him with a 59.478. Honda Cadet up next with Honda R200s. Obviously, Ava, I know you'll be back out on track as soon as you possibly can. I think next one might be a bit too soon, potentially.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're hoping that everything they give you the go ahead tomorrow, so you can test in on Tuesday.
Yeah.
But hopefully everything goes okay. The rehab is good.
Yeah.
I'll say it again. Please don't rush back just because you want. I know that I've seen so many people that rush back because they think they're okay and they go out for one session and it sets them back like another month.
Yeah.
I know a driver that's done a lot round here. They hurt their hand at Rara last year, thought they were good to go, entered a race meeting and then didn't do anything for another 2 months because it had re-damaged their wrist. So, look after yourself. We'll definitely see you back here later on in the season.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's sooner rather than later, but hopefully it's in the right circumstances and you can improve on that pace once again that you've shown in the early part of the season.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Good stuff. Right, well, I'm going to get you to hand the headset back to Tom Butterworth. We've got 2 minutes to go in this one. But Ava, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. And the reason I've given you 2 minutes is because it's probably going to take that long to get down the steps on the way out. You can't take the wheels on the chair with you. We're going to swap the chair for the crutches. And Ava's going to use them for assistance on the way out. Archie Mostyn consistently in this one, Tom, in the 59s. He's done every lap bar his opening lap from a standing start has been down in the 59s. Lap number 3, 59.478, the fastest one. And he's done 59 4s, 5s or 6s. He's been the epitome of consistency, has Archie Mostyn. And leads this one with a comfortable gap, going very, very well.
Well, I shall say hello for the first time after lunch, and I've got a little bit of admin to do as well, which is just to say thank you very much to the wonderful Evie Kitching for the new music that we have that accompanies the stream now.
Which I'll have to listen to back later because we can't hear the music in our headphones.
Very true,
so,
but it is there. Everybody watching the stream will be able to hear it, and it's Evie Kitching who has composed the music that goes in the background, and there it is. You've got a QR code there as well. So she's on Instagram at Evie Kitching Music. You can go and check her out there, and has composed some music for Bridgerton, I'm told, and Gardener's World as well. Gardening World, Gardener's World, Gardener's World, Gardener's World.
I'll trust you. Many wouldn't, but I would. Final lap and
you can check her out there on the
personal
QR
best
code.
again for Archie Mostyn, Tom. 59.378 for Mostyn. Going quicker than he has in the previous 2 races. We're sort of heading to that sort of peak of the day, really, where it's about as warm as it's going to get, sort of between 1 and around about 2:30 before it starts. The sun starts trying to hide again behind the clouds. But it's been a glorious day for racing. It's been a glorious day so far for Archie Mostyn as he heads up and round the right-hander of hairpin number 3. Great line through 3 and 4 for Mostyn. He comes out of hairpin number 4 and will be greeted by the checkered flag.
Ta-da! Heat number 1 completed for post-lunch. after our lunch break. Archie Mossin taking the victory from Logan Grassi-Duarte. And they will roll around and into the pit lane. And we will move on to Honda Cadets, I'm sure, very quickly. And David will pull us up a grid. Please, as well, don't forget to get in touch. You can get in touch directly into the commentary box through YouTube. You can leave us a comment there, and we will be able to see it.
Yes, and also
please keep it light.
If you're at and if you're at the track, you can get in touch via the WhatsApp group that we have, which is a direct line into the commentary box. So if you'd like to update us to why you've retired, if you set a personal best, if you've had any problems, if you make some changes, any stories, if you're planning on bringing us any cake, which Peter Webster will be during the Bambino final, all the important topics.
We will bring hashtag cake chat later on then.
We will. So, Honda Cadet.
I know that's what you're all watching for, really, isn't it? That's what you're all waiting in anticipation for, this hashtag cake chat.
Watching, waiting, salivating.
They come for the cake chat, they stay for the racing.
Well, I was just noting that one of the barriers has lost its connector piece. That would have been the junior Rotaxes in heat number 2 when they skittled that one.
Probably, yes.
Edward Rye, 2 heat wins to his name so far. Aston Wilson
has
gone
around.
Going for a spinny spin. Yeah, Edward Rye off pole position then, 2 heat wins to his name. He's got Henry Colborne alongside him this time. Then it's Francesco Di Caro and Daniel Ziad. So 3 starts so far for Rye, and somebody new alongside him for each of them. Di Caro, then Ziad, and now Colborne. McCarthy will start in 5th. Sam Dixon in 6th with Albie Cam and Tommy Burgoyne, 7th and 8th. Jake Gibbon and Abel Hutton in front of Aston Wilson and Oliver Bullock. Harry Scrafton and Jacob McDonald with Alfie Keeling and Edward Charlton. Andrew McCrossan and our Micro Max runner are Tyler Grufferty.
I'm just heading round to the grid now. Has anybody got a response for Edward Rye, who has looked imperious today at the front of this one, has been untouchable, really, so far today. Looking very comfortable at the front of this one in that Alonso-esque helmet.
I'm going to use a football analogy, but basically this is almost like Edward Rye's home track. Do you know how hard Manchester United were to beat in the late 90s? Because it was at home and it was a fortress.
Don't know, never heard of him.
Oh, yeah, well, your lot were in the league below by then.
In the 90s?
Late
the
90s.
Champions League, my friend.
Oh, yeah, you were buying your way in, weren't you? Peter Risdale and his fish. But back to my point. This is Edward Rye's home turf, Tom, and this is almost becoming a fortress for Edward Rye. So, as you say, can anybody beat the driver of the 66? Also, can you see on his Nauseo panel, his nose cone there, see the MS logo at the front?
The little tiny one?
Yeah. Just to the left of that, on the blue, there's a white logo that you'll not be able to make out. That's a Sullivan Media logo.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Clang.
Lollies,
David,
Tom.
let me just
Lollies,
pick
Tom.
that name up off the floor there.
Cool.
Ice Lollies.
Ice Lolly, Tom. From courtesy of Will Howard's mum.
Thank you very much indeed.
Oh, green flags down as the distraction in the commentary box is at precisely the wrong time. Edward Rye then will lead us through from Henry Colborne. Good start from Francesco Di Caro. He holds on to 3rd place from Daniel Ziad. Sebastian McCarthy, then Sam Dixon, Albie Cam, Tommy Burgoyne up towards hairpin number 1. Daniel Ziad helps himself to 3rd place very briefly as Di Caro comes through back to retake it, and then we'll be 3 wide down the back straight with Sebastian McCarthy trying to get the nose down the inside. Ziad's going to get hung out to dry on the outside here because here comes McCarthy. Here comes Dixon as well down the inside into hairpin number 3. Ziad trying to hold on. He'll straight line it to 4. May well just hold on here. Dixon with the switchback. Dixon with a little bit of contact into the rear quarter of Ziad.
Shouldn't really have given them a shout out because I'm so disappointed with them, but It's a rocket lolly. Tasty, though. Thank you very much.
So Colborne, who was sort of equidistant between De Caro and Rye,
has now been reeled in.
Now falling back into the clutches here.
Yeah, of De Caro started to move towards, and he's brought McCarthy with, as well as Ziad and Dixon.
Bit of a gap,
and I think
Albie
Cam is he's on this recovery drive that's been sort of working its way through all day after he went off early in heat number 1.
De Caro right on the rear bumper here of Henry Colborne.
Not anymore.
And right through into second place. Colborne's coming straight back at him. That opens the door for McCarthy to come through. McCarthy up into third place and immediately decides it's a good idea to push Henry Colborne, because if he does what De Caro just tried to do and take a place, he might end up losing one.
Class from McCarthy. Genuinely.
Yeah.
That's exactly that textbook. You couldn't have written it better than what he's
De
just
Caro
done.
back at him. But yeah, textbook. And for a driver in his second year out of Bambino, Tom, who's 9 years old, that is superb driving by Seb McCarthy.
Really is. Genuinely really is. Very, very good driving. As they make their way through, we're already under 5 minutes here, plus a lap. Edward Rye, because of this battling that's going on, as Colborne now tries to make a move past McCarthy. McCarthy holds the inside line into hairpin 2 and holds onto the position.
It's De Caro in the red, and he's opening the door there in doing that for Ziad.
And Colborne has now moved away again because of that. And there goes De Caro again down the inside at hairpin 3, and there's a little bit of contact, lifted both karts up in the air very, very briefly. That's cost McCarthy 2 positions. De Caro holds on. Ziad's now alongside, coming out of hairpin 4. He's going to get a good run around the outside, and McCarthy with great drive,
overtaking.
hands off the wheel and waving, but great move around the outside.
He thought that De Caro had tried to turn across him, and basically, whilst remonstrating, was overtaking. That is unbelievable stuff.
So McCarthy back up a position then, although lost out overall to Daniel Ziad. So Ziad and Colborne have now gapped the ever-battling McCarthy and De Caro. And now guess who's coming to play with McCarthy? It's Sam Dixon.
Yep. So almost back to where they were before. Gap at the front, it's 2.3 seconds now. Half a second quicker on that last lap, whilst they were squabbling. Behind was Edward Wright.
Albie Cam's in a bit of no man's land at the moment. Got a bit of a gap in front of him, and then almost the same gap again behind to Abel Hutton. And then there's a group then with Hutton, Burgoyne, and Jake Gibbon involved in that one. We're rightly focusing on the battle for second place. And they've all come together again. They've managed to reel in Henry Colborne. Doesn't look like he's got the pace to move away at the front of this one. He's fully reliant on those battling behind him, asking for help from Daniel Ziad, but I don't think he's going to get it.
No.
Ziad knows he's already caught Colborne, so knows he's quicker at the moment.
De Caro gets a nose down the inside of McCarthy, but every lap McCarthy sees it coming and just drives right the way around the outside, a line off, and just holds on to it. He's wise to it, and here comes Dixon, Tom, out of the slipstream of Francesco De Caro. He's got the nose in there, needs to keep his foot in. Dixon keeps his foot in. Great effort from Dixon in the 76. Alfie Keelan's picking up a contact warning. De Caro's going to try and stick it all the way around the outside line and straight line it. Here's a switchback from Sam Dixon. Dixon's got it done. Great effort by Sam Dixon in the 76.
Took him half a lap, but he got it done.
That was determination, Tom, from Sam Dixon. He kept his foot in South Bank, which he didn't do earlier on when he had his nose down the inside of Sebastian McCarthy. And definitely got it done this time. He's up into P5. Great effort. De Caro's coming back at him, though. And then he goes down the inside into hairpin number 2. So Dixon on the switchback again. Dixon's got the power, has he? As De Caro Jinks across twice. Dixon once again is back down the inside. And then so DiCaro's back at him for 5th place. They're having a great battle between the two of them, but it is opening up that gap to the 3 in front. Colborne in 2nd place, Ziad and McCarthy in 3rd.
Ziad had a look at hairpin 3, trying to get past Henry Colborne. As I said, I think he's got the pace. If he can get past Colborne to then make a move, and he tries a move around the inside at the national loop. Colborne went wide, not sure whether it was assisted by Ziad or whether he just lost the rear coming out of the D chicane. But Ziad is through. McCarthy possibly the next one in the to come through as well. But Ziad, as I said, I think he's got the pace now that he's through to pull away from Colborne. We'll see what Colborne has got in way of response. You feel he's got to bite back quickly if he's going to hold on to position. But McCarthy now making a move. Colborne stuck between a rock and a hard place. And there goes McCarthy back on the inside, and we're starting the final lap.
Rye leads with a gap of 3.5 seconds. McCarthy up then into 3rd place now as Colborne, I think, sort of got balked a little bit by Daniel Ziad at hairpin number 3, and McCarthy tried to get down the inside and then drove all the way around the outside on the switchback. So Ziad in 2nd place, McCarthy in 3rd from Colborne, Francesco Di Caro and Sam Dixon. Wouldn't like to pick a podium, Tom, for 2nd and 3rd. Not that I'm saying that none of these could win it, but Edward Rye's going to take some beating in that final, isn't he? As he heads out to the final corner to take the checkered flag. Still going on behind though. Rye will take the victory. Ziad looks comfortable for 2nd place. He's got a bit of a gap. McCarthy's going to come through for P3. So it's McCarthy from Colborne, Di Caro, and then Sam Dixon, with the 34 of Albie Cam, Abel Hutton, Tommy Burgoyne and Jake Gibbon completing your top 10.
Is that Sebastian McCarthy's highest position finish in Honda Cadet?
No, podiumed at round 1.
Oh, okay.
In P3. I've finished my lolly now.
No, it's all right. It's I was just going to say it's one of our Bambino graduates as well. Is Sebastian McCarthy. So good to see.
Loads of them.
So high up the order.
McCarthy, the 23 Bambino champion. Tommy Burgoyne, the 24 Bambino champion in P9. We've seen Edward Charlton come through Bambino. Aston Wilson we've seen come through Bambino. Oliver Bullock, the world's biggest Bambino, which has been officially confirmed by the Guinness World Records. It hasn't really.
Bullock by name and Bullock by nature.
Yeah, but we joke about it and it's fine. Or at least I hope it is. But yeah, he's like the tallest. He was the tallest Bambino.
He's a big lad
in the world. Yeah,
I don't mean big as in broad.
He's tall, wasn't he?
Yeah, extremely tall. Yeah.
But it was extenuated by the fact that of that Bambino. It used to look huge in the tiny little cart. So
it's like, you know that scene with Mr. Incredible where he's in that tiny car.
So looking at this, then we've had previous Bambino runners here at Teesside finish 3rd, 9th, 11th, and 18th, and 12th as well for Aston Wilson. So great to see everybody progressing.
And likewise, we'll try and keep. I think this is something that we should keep going throughout these 3rd heats as well. Is what classes they've been in through the years at Teesside and how now they're still with us, even though they're now in senior pro kart, for example.
Well, something that, you look at the first time that we were here in 2019, who was in cadet and now in seniors, and they make that sort of progression through, don't they? Brain freeze.
My teeth.
Oh. Yes.
My sensitive tooth was kicking off.
Right. Inters, both Rotax and Honda, heading out onto track. Joey Swanbuddy, Hugo McCluskey, your 3 Inter Rotaxers. Aaron Berridge will lead us round after 2 race victories. He starts on the front row with Dexter Petty alongside Luca Bachuevan, Tom Nichols, who got promoted up from 5th to 4th. Ashton Horsepool got a penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. Not sure what it was for. I will say, if it was for the overtake at hairpin 4, yes, it was robust. I thought that was fantastic. So if it's that, it's harsh, but we don't know. Then it's Peter Webster, Matthew Plant, JJ Allen, Jensen Whitehead, and Harry Pennington.
And that's why we're not stewards. And the Rotax are away. Joey Swan leading us off, but Buddy Hugo straight round the outside and takes the lead away. Honda R200s underway, and it looks like Berridge has held on to the lead in that one, but they're 3-4 wide as they head round the National Loop for the first time. They're going to have to sort themselves out before they get to the chicane.
Petty
and they do.
Petty's falling down. It's a good start again. Matthew Plant always goes well on lap 1. Cold tyres. He's got loads of confidence. Petty's going to just slot back down, and then onto the rumble strip on the outside goes a bouncy Matthew Plant.
Well, Tom Nichols came across the line in third, and he's now in last, or was.
Oh, spinner in the middle of the corner. Don't know who it is that's round. We'll pick it up in a minute. I think it's JJ Allen in the 10. His steering wheel takes a punching. He must have been watching the boxing last night, because that steering wheel's out for the count. Good start from Ashton Horspool in R200s. Dexter Petty just went wide at the first corner, struggled to get back in. Done well, though, to hold on now onto P4 and be right on the back of Luka Bachuev. While
we focus on the Honda R200s on screen, I will keep an eye out on what's happening with the Rotax, and it is, in fact, still Buddy Hugo leading the way from Joey Swan, with Hugo McCluskey still in close contact. The three of them cross the line now in that quick and that close in order. Joey Swan now right on the rear bumper of Buddy Hugo.
Matthew Plant down the inside of Harry Pennington, just behind this battle on camera for 5th place.
And Joey Swan is now alongside down the back straight. Buddy Hugo for first place in the Rotax class and gets the move completed. Takes the lead away. And that is back to the front for Joey Swan.
Has allowed Hugo McCluskey to close up slightly as well, because Buddy Hugo there just into the back in the mid part of the corner as they head up towards the timing line, but then pushes Joey Swan through behind him, and that has opened up the gap once again. R200 changed for the lead, and Aaron Berridge has gone from first down into third. Ashton Horspool up into the lead, with Luka Bachuev taking advantage as well. Aaron Berridge and then Dexter Petty. Matthew Plant still in 8th place, 5th in class, in front of Pennington, Whitehead, Webster, Nichols and JJ Allen after the opening lap spin for the 10.
Still as you were in Rotax. Joey Swan still leading, but the front three, or the only three, are all still together as one. Oh, Buddy Hugo all over the back of Joey Swan now, trying left and right to get through, but couldn't find a way through over the start-finish line as they head into hairpin 1. We're looking at the front of the R200s.
Yeah, Ashton Horspool leading R200. Luka Bachuev currently engaging push mode and trying to do what Aaron Berridge did in heat number 1 and try and open the gap up to the to 3rd and 4th, but 3rd and 4th working together nicely as well in this train of 4 with Berridge and Petty. Then Matthew Plant, Jensen Whitehead going well in P6, keeping Peter Webster and Tom Nichols, who had some pace in heat number 2, seems to have escaped him in heat number 3.
Did we have Joey Swan in Bambinos?
Yes, I think we did.
Not for very long, though, did we? But
yes.
we definitely did. But
yeah, no,
we definitely had
did.
Buddy Hugo and Hugo McCluskey.
Yeah,
in
then
Bambinos.
he went Honda, then Micromax, now Intermax for Joey Swan.
Yeah.
And you'll also notice that he now has black numbers with white on. That's because he's started to race at a national level now under the Motorsport UK. So they're not then effectively novice plates that you have to run whilst ever you get your first 10 signatures at that level, which I do find strange sometimes, that you can race for years at club level, but then you've got to go and prove to somebody that you can do 10 races at national level. It's almost like, well, it's like Freemasons, isn't it? You know, you've got to masonry. You've got to earn the right to join the club. Good chocolate bar as well, then.
Okay. Genuinely, I don't know where to go with that.
I was about to say, it's normally you that has rants. Now it's my turn.
No, that's fair enough. But no, I agree with you that it doesn't really make much sense. But to play devil's advocate, if you're moving up at national level, it's like stepping up to use the football analogy, it's like stepping up a couple of football leagues, isn't it?
To be fair, but you can go race at club level, can't you?
But just to put it into football in perspective, you can't go and coach a Premier League club as your first job straight out of playing. You've got to get your badges and things like that first. Do you know what I mean?
Tell that to Frank Lampard.
Well, but he got his badges.
Yeah.
You can't just stop playing and then just start managing straight away. You've got to get your badges.
And R200s are starting to set personal best. 2 identical times at the front between Ashton Horspool and Luka Bachuev. 45.691s apiece for the 2 at the front, and they have opened up that gap to Luka Bachuev. To Aaron Berridge and Dexter Petty. Tom Nichols is down the back straight on the inside of Peter Webster, and we'll find a way through. And now we'll try and pick off Matthew Plant for P5, but it's been an arduous race for Nichols in 5th place. Dexter Petty trying to get down the inside of Aaron Berridge. Not quite close enough. I think that was more of a case of having to stick his nose down the inside.
Whoa! Big one, Tom Nichols!
Petty, the 5 of Matthew Plant is in the wall as well. Didn't see what happened. Tom was looking that way. Tom Nichols not happy at all there.
It was the 5 of Matthew Plant came on the inside through the kink of Tom Nichols. Tom Nichols had no idea he was there and almost turned over Tom Nichols, who was not happy at all with the situation, but it was actually Matthew Plant who ended up coming off worst in that.
Yeah, he went in the wall hard, did Matthew Plant. I think they've both got a little bit of damage. So we'll just have to see.
They are both back underway.
Yeah, let's see what the damage is like on Nichols.
We've got a
yellow. Oh, driver cart upside down, red flag. It's Aaron Berridge upside down, hopefully. We'll just wait for the few moments until he's okay. Red flag, this will go back a lap or so. Just wait there. Stop there. No, yeah, whoa. Yeah, okay, stay on the grass and go down. Good.
Sorry, that's just because we're on the circuit PA.
Just dealing with a bit of admin. The circuit PA can hear. What I didn't want to do was have somebody cross a live circuit. He had got permission, but we've still got carts coming round. So I just didn't want anybody to cross the live circuit, but it's being done safely now. We'll take a few moments whilst the medical team enter the circuit. I don't know what caused it, Tom, because we were.
It looks like he was on his own.
Because where we are, the corner of the commentary box is a blind spot as the pillar goes up, so we've missed where it is. But I just saw. The yellow flag come out initially to my right as we were looking down to that side of the track. And then, so we're just going to make sure the driver's okay. The cart's going to get recovered. And to be fair, the Honda community, Tom, both Honda Cadet and R200, is that if the driver's okay, I'm sure there'll be spare parts thrown from every direction to get that kart back out for the final. So driver just being tended to at the moment. Oh, yeah, inside curb, Tom. Loaded the inside curb and gone up and over.
Yeah, I've not seen that happen, certainly not in cadets, but he just went over fully on his own.
Yeah.
Not sure whether it was some, I don't know, maybe some turbulence or something from the kart in front, but certainly didn't make any contact with anybody else. So
we're on a wide shot. We're certainly not going to be focusing on the medical team working. It's not something that we do.
And this also, I would imagine, won't be restarted either, with there being only 44 seconds to go.
Yeah, we're over that 75% of the race, aren't we?
I believe this will be called a result. So provisionally into Rotax. Joey Swan, followed by Buddy Hugo and Hugo McCluskey. And in fact, we have had it now called a result, as you can see on screen. Ashton Horspool will take victory in the R200 class from Luka Bachuev and Dexter Petty. But we were still focusing on what had happened between Tom Nichols and Matthew Plant when that happened. And Yeah, we and then we just looked over. We saw the yellow flag come out over start finish, and then
what I would say, by the time that we'd seen the yellow flag and by the time the red came out, there was a marshal already with the driver that's down. We had all the medical teams that were there. We've got first responder. The good thing here as well, Tom, is that we've got the medical team, but we know from a few years ago when we had the from Medics UK.
From Medics UK, one of our series sponsors.
From what we saw, there was an incident with Melissa Adrian about 2 or 3 years ago, and every one of the track marshals, because it's a higher kart circuit as well, every one of them is first aid trained. They have regular updates by that. And to add that in, even people that aren't staff that just come and do the ad hoc day. So Kat's daughter Bella is working here this weekend manning the gate, and she's a trainee paramedic.
Yeah, she's just passed her breakfast.
Yeah.
So she's in attendance as well. So
she was straight over and onto the scene. She was probably the nearest responder down there. So Aaron Berridge is up and onto his feet, and I think it's probably only right. There's a lot of people down there, Tom, that we applaud that. He's going to walk to the ambulance. Is Aaron Berridge, and I think we're still on the PA, so if we can have a little bit of a round of applause there as Aaron makes his way to the ambulance. Hopefully he's okay, and hopefully he'll be out. I know that cart will get looked at. It's probably going to have a few bits fixed before him and his dad even get back to it. But Aaron is up and walking to the ambulance, which is fantastic to see. And once again, great by the team and everybody that attended to that immediately, Tom, with that cart going up and over at the D chicane.
Just while this incident ends up being reset, if you like, with the medics taking their position again, we'll just take a couple of moments here, and we'll come back to you shortly once our next heat is about to roll out.
We are back then at Teesside. If you're wondering why we've had a 5-minute delay, it's mainly just to sort of have a bit of a reset, because all of the drivers that are down there ready in junior Rotax to come out onto track will have witnessed the incident on track. So it's always good to take a few minutes and just have a little bit of a compression and bring everybody back down to a calmer level. But yeah, pleased to report that it was Aaron Berridge who went up and over at the D chicane, but does appear now to be okay. Was tended to very, very promptly by the medical staff here at Teesside, and the circuit is now green and ready for us to go in a few moments' time. Random grids again then for Rotax Heat number 3. Holly Swan and Jack Moss will share the front row. Jaden Stonehouse and Evelyn Bye on row number 2. Then it's going to be Darcy Hall and Layla Berryman. Morgan Cooney will start in P7 with Alex Woolshook alongside in number 29. Joseph Yao and William Clare, Jake Grufferty, Oliver O'Donovan, Jacob Carnes, Sam Robson and Freddie Widrington with Paul Swan and Joseph Johnson, your senior runners. What I would say is that
there I am.
I don't think the 29 of Alex Woolshook's been here all day, so I don't remember shouting his name out a lot, and we do like to give an even distribution when possible. So yes, he's not here, or at least if he is, he hasn't been out. So no number 29. So we are down one runner to 14 junior Rotaxers and 2 seniors.
As we did give him the benefit of doubt in Heat 2 that we might see Walchuk, but not to be.
Big field spread at the moment, Tom. Holly Swan on pole position is going to need to back this one up a little bit if we're going to get this one going at the first time of asking. The field does appear to be closing up, though, and Swan has done a great job there in ensuring the field is down to the required pace. So heading up towards the cones on the circuit, just past this marshal here. And we're away and racing as Holly Swan. It's been a good start, though, from Jack Moss. He's got the good run on, then he's going to slide wide. Jack Moss all the way around the outside. There's contact in the middle again. Layla Berryman is off, as is Darcy Hall. Oliver O'Donovan's involved there as well.
Feel for Darcy Hall. She's been off nearly every race, lap 1.
Evelyn Bye, William Clare's in there as well. Layla Berryman still stationary on the outside of the national loop.
Layla Berryman, another one who had an incident turn 1, lap 1 last race.
Yes, there's going to be some tales to be told from Layla Berryman's junior Rotax debut. Probably not fond ones, sadly. Still a final to go, though.
And it's Jack Moss leading the way over the line for the first time.
It was, but then he's levered wide
from Joseph Yao, who now flipped that round.
Yeah, Yao down the inside. O'Donovan's going to retire for the second time today. Involved in his second incident. The first one into hairpin number 1, saw him speared off into the tyres. So Holly Swan, who was on pole position but then fell back at the start as Jack Moss went all the way around the outside, actually hit the bump, which is you don't normally see because it's sort of really, really wide on the entrance into the pits, and that sort of rotated his car and just basically speared him all the way around the outside and into the lead. So it was a good start by Jack Moss, currently running down in P4 with Joseph Yao, Holly Swan and Jacob Carnes finding their way through. It's going to be P5 soon. Waved yellow flag. Jaden Stonehouse has gone round at the D chicane. William Clare rolls in for a 3-for-3 retirement for him in the 4, unfortunately.
Yeah, heading round now. Holly Swan looks to be closing in on Joseph Yao. It might just be visual. I'm going to pull up live timing for when they come over the line.
Sorry.
And have a quick look. Fastest lap of the race from Joseph Yao, so take that back, but only just pipped Holly Swan. 3/4 of a second the gap, and then another 0.4 back to Jacob Carnes. Widrington up a couple of places that lap as well. He's moved up to 4th. And going wide there, I think that might have been Widrington, in fact, going wide at hairpin 1. Dropped back a couple of places. In fact, it was, because Robson and Moss are back through. So there goes Joseph Yao leading us across the line, and another fastest lap of the race. Again, only just pipping Holly Swan, although a couple of tenths quicker that time, to be fair. And then it's Jacob Carnes still in 3rd place. We look at Holly Swan, and Carnes now actually closing in on the back of Holly Swan for 2nd place.
Yeah, this one's split, hasn't it? Everybody sort of doing good times, but the field fragmenting once again due to that opening lap coming together. And now we've got Joseph Johnson off on the right hand, on the outside, right hand side of hairpin number 1. Waved yellow flags, that cart being pushed away, should be safely away, although still covered under yellow. Now it's back in, and we are back to a full green circuit as that cart goes wide. And I think that could potentially, did he get his nose caught in behind the wheel? As you try and turn, you just go straight on. Driver's out of the cart though, and will retire from heat number 3.
Yep, so that's already 4 retirements then from the junior Rotax field. It is still Joseph Yao leading this one, very much still going, as is Holly Swan and Jacob Carnes, and that's the first time that Joseph Yao hasn't put in a new fastest lap of the race, so perhaps tyre pressures have now peaked for Joseph Yao.
Yep, Swan pretty much matched him again on that previous lap, but Yao has sort of opened that gap up now to the 1 second mark, and Holly Swan will become occupied with Jacob Carnes very, very shortly. This is the battle for 4th place. Freddie Widrington and Jake Grufferty currently battling out over P4. Behind them, that's Sam Robson and Morgan Cooney, who's really impressed me today, Tom, as Morgan Cooney in his 2nd junior Rotax race here at Teesside. He's been sort of struggling to get up to the physicalities of junior Rotax, but it would very much appear that the adrenaline hit you get on a Sunday that escapes you a lot on a Saturday is driving Morgan Cooney towards the mid-pack at the very least here in junior Rotax at Teesside, and he's still got plenty of time for him to progress towards the front. I think trying to see who's Layla Berryman's back out on track, Tom.
Oh, well,
again,
that's good to see.
Yeah, again, it's the first weekend, and it's just more track time, isn't it? So, you know, if we can get her back out and have another 10 minutes or so at it rather than the retirement, again, a lap down or so, but, you know, it's more practice time for the driver of the 166.
And again, we'll be scoring points.
Yes.
Provided it still makes it to the finish now, but we'll be scoring points again, which will mean a higher starting position for the final. So although there's been some incidents in the heats for Layla Berryman at turn 1, on lap 1, certainly in the preceding 2 heats, she will not be going off the back, I would imagine, for the final.
No, well, we've had a few retirements, haven't we? O'Donovan's had 2, Claire's had 3.
Jacob Carnes just taking the fastest lap of the race there. Beat Joseph Yao by 1,000th of a second.
And then, and normally, you see that normally when 2 drivers are bump drafting each other, but then there's 50 metres between them on the track, so that's incredibly tight between the 2 of them. We saw it earlier on, didn't we? R200, 2 drivers, Ashton Horse, Paul Luca Baccio, set exactly the same time when they were bump drafting each other around the whole of the lap almost. So Jacob Carnes very close now to Holly Swan, 0.2 quicker on the previous lap, and on this one is an almost identical time as they cross the line with less than a tenth between the 2 of them.
And Joseph Yao now in that clean air once again pumps in a new fastest lap of the race as well. So Yao, now he's hit the front, and he's not mired in the pack as he has been for most of the day. Showing what pace he's got left as Swan goes defensive on the inside. Down the back straight from Jacob Carnes. And holds on to position. Well, I thought Carnes was thinking about potentially straight lining it between 3 and 4, but wasn't close enough. Swan holds on to second place. Freddie Widrington and Jake Gruffity still nose to tail for 4th and 5th. Then it's Sam Robson, Morgan Cooney, Evelyn By and Jack Moss. And then Jaden Stonehouse will be the top 10 in juniors. Paul Swan, is he the only runner still up and running in seniors?
Yeah,
yes,
currently P10.
Joseph Johnson has retired again for the second time today.
So, Carnes closed in on Swan for a few laps, but now Swan appears to have a little bit of respite, albeit only 2 kart lengths, but it was enough that Carnes can't close, effectively make a dive down the inside. He does close up on the brakes through the D chicane, but then Swan's on the power earlier and moves away. To hairpin 1 again, though. Will Concertina together, but if in a moment you just look at Swan, will get on the power earlier and the gap will open up by back to that 2 kart lengths down the back straight, and Carnes can't close in.
I don't know how well we caught it on camera there, but it looked like Holly Swan's rear wheel as they entered hairpin 1 was about 3 feet in the air.
A good bit of jack.
Serious jacking. So she loads up the front end going into hairpin 1 and the rear wheel, the rear inside, the left-hand wheel and the rear pawing the air. We'll see what it does this time. And there it is. Just a little lift this time, nowhere near as much as last lap.
Carnes is closer though now, I think. Then there's that gap opening up. That's a great shot to show how close they are in the corner, and then getting on the power earlier on the exit for the kart in front.
There he goes, now straight line, and it took him a couple of laps to set that one up for Jacob Carnes. I'd said a couple of laps ago that he'd been looking at it, and he was. And then there you go, move completed on Holly Swan. Straight line between 3 and 4 and takes second place away. So now Yao from Carnes from Swan. Widrington still ahead of Gruffity for 4th and 5th. Just in that pair. And it looks like Carnes might have might have had a bit of pace in hand behind Swan. He did initially, but Swan has now reeled it in again. We'll see what the gap is like coming over the line. Yeah, he is starting to move away now. I think he has got a little bit of a pace advantage over Holly Swan, and I mean only a little bit as well, as they start to make their way towards some lap traffic. And good awareness from Darcy Hall there. The final lap is already upon us. Barring any incidents, this one's going to go the way of Joseph Yao as he heads through hairpin 3 for the final time. Holly Swan, one more chance to make a move. Will be hairpin 4.
Joseph Yao, though, already out of hairpin 4. He's going to take the victory. Swan couldn't get close enough, Tom, in that final corner. Jacob Carnes for second place. Holly Swan in third in front of Widrington, Jake Gruffity and Sam Robson, with Evelyn By and Morgan Cooney in 7th and 8th place. Paul Swan, the remaining senior, he makes his way through the field up into P9 in front of Jack Moss, Jaden Stonehouse, Darcy Hall and Layla Berryman, the 13 runners that see the checkered flag.
That's already our 2-stroke classes completed. We'll move on next to our Junior Pro Kart Heat number 3. So random grid once again, and a rolling start as well for the Junior Pro Kart. So Liam Edmonds is going to go off pole position. Daniel Camp in P2. Ted Hall will be third with Josh Brown in fourth. Olivia Hall in fifth and James Winstanley sixth. Oliver Watson will go off P7 with Reese Cranston alongside. And then Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Reese Dodds will be the top 10. Then we're going to have Grace Matthews and William Howard, Ashton Carmichael, Isaac Welburn, and going off P15 will be Joshua Sullivan.
So barrier just being moved as Joseph Johnson drives his kart round, Tom. So he did retire, but whatever the problem was, he's been able to bring the kart slowly round. So he had a front puncture, hence why he didn't turn very well. In the left front, it's still on the bead, but doesn't have much in the way of inflation.
So 2 more heats to go before our first final of the day. And here we go, Junior Pro Karts making their way out for the rolling up. Every time I say rolling up, I think I'm advertising something.
Something that you're no longer allowed to advertise.
Tobacco, but
on
obviously
streams.
I'm not. I should just say green flag lap, shouldn't I?
Yes. So Liam Edmonds will lead us round then. He's at South Bank.
Everyone doing Limp Bizkit impressions.
So he gets some heat into his tyres with some expert weaving. Just looks like one of the 82 of Reese Dodds has dropped out of P10 to the tail end of the field. He's one of our newer drivers, so may feel that that's better for his sort of experience. As the field comes in here, Liam Edmonds powers down. He goes early. We're away and racing. So we head up towards the first corner. So everybody makes their way in. All the way round the outside, though, Tom. The 13 of Sullivan tries to take a line. It worked briefly and then found that the path was blocked at the front. Liam Edmonds leads them from Ted Hall. Reese Cranston down the inside. Contact between him and Daniel Camp at hairpin number 2. Sees Camp fall slightly wide, but Reese Cranston holding on. Then it looks like that's that James Winstanley as Oliver Watson does 2 for 1 into the right-hander round of South Bank on entry. So field make their way through up towards the timing line for the first time, and it will be Liam Edmonds from Ted Hall, Reese Cranston, Oliver Watson, Daniel Camp, James Winstanley and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn. Joshua Sullivan, Grace Matthews and William Howard complete the top 10.
And we just caught it on camera there. Joshua Sullivan through hairpin 4, already up to 8th place, as David just mentioned, from 15th on the grid. So really picking his way through, and in fact just gets another one just to the right of shot there. Through hairpin 1.
Change for second place with Reese Cranston finding a way past Ted Hall. Ted Hall thinking about finding his way through there. Hall, the youngest driver on this grid in Junior Pro Kart. So a few months younger than Sullivan in the 13. It's a big spread, Tom, in terms of, again, it's a lot like a cadet age. It's sort of 12 to 15.
And physically then there's a big
physically,
big gap between them as well.
That's the big difference, isn't it? It's the physicality of effectively children to young adults and the sort of transition. Talking of transitions, Reese Cranston transitions his way through into the race lead down the inside of Liam Edmonds. At the same time, Ted Hall, under pressure from Oliver Watson down the back straight, has looked like Watson was going to go for P3.
But what you've got with that physical thing as well is, like you say, David, they're still children, but they're now in an adult chassis, a fully adult size and weight of chassis. So, yes, physically, once they're right at the top end of the age group, they're able to muscle that around quite comfortably, but certainly not the case with the younger drivers. but then they are a little bit more aerodynamic as well, the smaller ones, aren't they?
Yeah,
as you can see from Ted Hall with his helmet barely over the top of the steering wheel.
Quality aero. Talking of quality aero,
you want to be behind him down the straight.
I said, talking of quality aero, one of the I interviewed Matty Farrell, one of the 4 interviews that will go onto the Teesside owner drivers page. He's got an absolutely quality front aero mustache that he's grown. I asked him, I said, what's the story behind it? And he was like, just thought it'd be a good idea. So he's got a quality mustache, which is good.
Is it Bottas style?
Bottas, Nigel Mansell, Australian, anything, like that.
Just needs a mullet now to go with it.
He started it. He's definitely got hair out the back of his helmet, that's for sure. He's going well with that growth. We had interviews with a double interview with Isaac Duff and Danny Bean. We had Max Mannion, and we had an interview with Layla Berryman as well. So they'll all be out on the Teesside Owner Drivers Facebook page between now and the round 3 and 4 double header.
And Cranston once again at the front of this one, so he's led every race at some point. William Howard with the new fastest lap of the race. Reece Cranston has led every race so far here today, has won both heats so far, and is currently moving away at the front of this one. A change of position for 3rd place as Watson overtakes Ted Hall.
William Howard, fastest driver on track with a 46.387. Every driver in between 2nd and 7th sets a personal best.
Come across the line this time, and still Cranston can't eclipse that 46.387. So 5 minutes to go here. Cranston moving away at the front of this one, looking comfortable from Liam Edmonds. Now Oliver Watson has got past Ted Hall, started to drop Hall a little bit, although Hall using that aerodynamic advantage to full effect behind Oliver Watson, getting a slipstream, and is being pulled along to some extent, but I think it'll only be a few more corners and Watson will start to break that toe. There goes Sullivan at hairpin 3.
No, it's the other way round. That's Will Howard trying to get past Joshua Sullivan. He's been in front, but Howard's closed him in, Tom, the last couple of laps. And Howard trying a different line there.
Grace Matthews passing Scarlett Whittaker Dunn on that lap as well in the battle for 8th and 9th places. And they all head down the back straight once again. Sullivan still managing to hold on from William Howard at the moment. Done very well to recover up to 5th place as Sullivan from a last place start, of course on this random grid, but good drive to take 10 places early on, and a huge amount of understeer through hairpin 4 for Sullivan. Just turned in and just almost like it was wet conditions, just waited for it to grip up and then round it went.
Contact warning for Liam Edmonds, Tom. He's been collecting them throughout the day.
Now we have a new fastest lap from Reece Cranston. Got the message, I think, that he wasn't the fastest lap holder anymore.
Yeah, got the memo. No radios, no pit boards in this. So
have you seen who's up on the banking, by the way, paying us a visit?
No, there's a cockapoo up here that looks like he's having a good time. We'll have a chat about that at the end of this race, Tom. Change for 2nd place though. On the previous lap was Oliver Watson finding a way past Liam Edmonds, who's currently in 3rd place. Personal best for Ted Hall. Personal best now for Joshua Sullivan. They are starting to reel in Sullivan and Howard slightly on Watson, Edmonds and Hall in front of them, but the time at 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go doesn't... they were 2 tenths quicker on the previous lap. not really enough, as Sullivan wide again there on camera out of South Bank. It obviously opens up hairpin 3, but it's understeering wide. And again, could that be down to the physicalities, Tom, of the smaller driver in the bigger chassis?
I think William Howard has seen, and in fact, both of them set personal best. William Howard with the new fastest lap of the race as well. I was just going to say, I think William Howard's seen that they're closing the gap to the group in front and has decided to actually work with Sullivan, pushed him along out of hairpin 4, and thinks rather than just fight with Sullivan, there could be the opportunity for potentially second place.
Yeah, I think that might be a big ask.
I think it's a big ask as well, but
there's some traffic to contend with, although the traffic has moved offline, which good awareness there by Dodds.
But I think by Howard working with Sullivan, they're definitely going to close in on that on the 3 in front.
Yeah, still a minute and a half to go when Cranston went through over the line. Might get round with a few seconds to go. Might give them another 3 laps, but Reece Cranston at the front is gapping this field 3.4 seconds.
Well, they were 3/10 faster than Oliver Watson that time around, and half a second quicker than Ted Hall in 4th.
Yeah, got to get past though, Tom, and that's the thing, they have to get past. They can catch, got to get through.
But you can see there, William Howard pushing along now Joshua Sullivan. They are working together to close this gap in, and I think William Howard's just going to see whether he's going to give Sullivan a few corners to get past Ted Hall here.
2 laps to go, Tom. Cranston crosses the line with 40 seconds, so he'll see the last lap board next time round. So through the D chicane they go.
But Ted Hall has re-caught Liam Edmonds now as well.
Yes, he certainly has. The thing here with these is
there goes Howard side by side. Sorry to cut across you, David.
Yeah.
Manages to tuck back in line, but did have a run through the national loop.
It's whether Edmonds and Hall know about Sullivan and Howard have closed up on the back of them. Sullivan there dipping his head down behind the steering wheel. Again, that's going to do nothing for him because he's already almost below the steering wheel anyway. Time is down to 0. Final lap here with Reece Cranston leading from Oliver Watson, Liam Edmonds, Ted Hall, Joshua Sullivan, William Howard, then Grace Matthews, who's moved up 4 places from 11th to run 7th in front of Daniel Camp. Move down the inside and Ted Hall into the back of Liam Edmonds, and that's lost the spot for him, and Sullivan then finds a way through, 3 wide down the back straight. William Howard's on a push job down the inside here, and that could be 2 of them through down the inside to try and take advantage. Indeed it is. But yeah, Ted Hall into the back of Liam Edmonds. Edmonds wide. Sullivan down the inside of William Howard into hairpin 3. Hairpin 4. Sullivan down the inside of Ted Hall. They're side by side. Cranston's won it. Watson will come through. And it's Ted Hall from Joshua Sullivan, then William Howard and Liam Edmonds. Edmonds is going to be fuming, Tom. He's held on for 3rd place there all the way until the end. Liam Edmonds, who's been on the receiving end of a few contact warnings throughout the day, being given to him. I think he's not going to be too pleased at all with that one. Another great battle, though, in Junior Pro Kart.
It certainly was towards the end of that one. Yeah, it took a while to come alive, did that one, but we had fantastic action on the final lap, and what I would say as well is William Howard, the way that he positioned his kart, particularly when he was
pushing down the back straight.
Through hairpin 3 and 4 is what I was going to say. When he was behind Sullivan and he knew there wasn't a chance to overtake, where he was positioning his kart kept up his momentum so that when Sullivan then got back online, he was able to push immediately rather than make a half move and slow them both down.
And he made the right call on Ted Hall down the back straight. When 3 of them went right, he thought, well, right, I'll take the inside one. I'll push him through. We can both make an advantage.
And so what I was going to say is the way that he was driving that car, does William Howard do endurance racing?
No.
But if he doesn't, I would be straight on the phone if it was my team and be saying, come and have a go with us, because that was very, very classy driving. Great spatial awareness, great way of keeping his own minimum speed up, keeping the momentum. And, very, very good positioning from William Howard there. Unfortunately, it didn't do him too much good in the end. They did all pass Liam Edmonds on the final lap, but still finished 5th for Howard. But it was a lovely way of doing it. Anyway, we will move on to a grid very quickly for Senior Pro Kart Heat number 3 because they are already on the rolling up lap. So Simon Doughty will go off pole. William Harkus, Oscar Waugh, Isaac Duff, Thomas Woolley, Matthew Hauschby, Scott Blackburn, Kyle Burns, and George Ludwell, the top 10. Then from 11th, we have Danny Bean, Jamie Marshall, Freddie Cowley, Sam Neri, Chloe Oakes, Rossi Costello, Joseph Williamson, Addison Smith, Riley Matthews, and Max Mannion in P20. Then 21st is Curtis Yule, Alana Howard, Ollie Clegg, Freddie Houseago, Matthew Farrell, Dan Weldon, Zach Dawson, Ike Needham, David Brewis, and going off P30 and last will be Maximus Shields, who has taken victory in both heats so far. I think we've lost an engine for somebody. Has it got going again? Yes, it has.
It looks like Rossi Costello, isn't it? Looking down to his
so,
right.
Yeah, I think he's lost an engine.
As in it's not on, rather than it's disappeared. Here we go. We're away and racing as Ike Needham and Max Shields both take wide lines. It's risk and reward. What's going to happen? They're 3 and 4 wide. They're all bumping and boring as they're finding the way through. Oof. Everybody's up and over the curbs. Houseago is, Dawson is as well. Yeah, driver, we've not spoke about Carl Burns today. He's gone very much under the radar.
Well, he was on radar. He was that much up in the air at that point.
So down the back straight, Oscar Waugh, I think, is that who's out at the front now, leading. It is Oscar Waugh from Isaac Duff and Simon Dougherty are your top 3. And that's all we've got. Oh, we've got 2 drivers round coming into contact with each other. One of them is the 227, who we know about already. That's Curtis Yule. He's come into contact with the 24 of Ollie Clegg. So Oscar Waugh leads then from Simon Dougherty, Oscar Waugh from Isaac Duff, Simon Dougherty, George Ludwell, Danny Bean, William Harkus and Matthew Hauschby, Scott Blackburn, Joseph Williamson and Sam Neri, your leading novice runner.
So what I was going to say about Max Shields was he's going to have a job on to win this one from P30, so that he's won the first 2 heats. However, he's already halfway there.
Yes.
He's up to 15th. Well, he was when they came over the line. In fact, I'll need to see where he is when he comes over the line this time because he's in a proper gaggle of karts. They're 3 wide coming out of hairpin 4. I'm going to try and drive around the outside of Kyle Burns and gets the move completed into the D chicane.
Just as Burns picks up a contact warning, Tom.
And that's going to put him up to P11, I think that is.
Shields is on a bit of a mission. But is also under strict instructions not to ruin the tyres. So, again, you tell a racing driver, and there, down the back straight, Addison Smith being implored to push him on. Shields wants to win this one from the back. He won 2 races from 19th place, Tom, at round number 1, and is currently on a 100% record of race victories here at Teesside this season. The move down the inside of Sam Neri not working for him. Neri, the leading novice runner in P number 8. Shields up to 9th from 30th. 21 places gained in 2.5 minutes.
And George Ludwell is probably now theoretically the favourite to take victory in this one as he now moves past Simon Doughty there. You could see that on screen, and he sets George Ludwell set the fastest lap of the race that time around. But Shields going to have to close the gap now to Ludwell. Of course, I say that he's the favourite, but that's because he's, of course, in the pro class. Oscar Waugh and Isaac Duff in the clubman class are still first and second on the road. And Oscar Waugh actually has got a fair gap back to Ludwell now in 3rd. And Isaac Duff sort of in between. Max Shields with the fastest lap of the race that time around, but only a 10th quicker than Oscar Waugh. I think that was Danny Bean at hairpin 1 making a move on Simon Doughty for 4th place. In fact, it was just off camera. Looking a little bit further down the order here, difficult to pick out who that is. I think that's the Mannion group. Yes, it is. Trying to figure out where they are in the actual race. It's Dawson and Mannion and etc. So Oscar Waugh still leads us over the line. Another fastest lap of the race. Max Shields in 8th place, starting to close in now, but still only a couple of tenths faster than Oscar Waugh. So 5 minutes to go. It's going to be a tough ask as he can open as his way through hairpin 1 as he passes Matthew Hauschby.
And now, again, he's asking for them to push him down the back straight. He's trying to catch up. Well, I said this last round. We've got Jamie Marshall round at hairpin 1 there. We just caught in the background. I remember when he overtook and got up to 2nd place at the first round and needed to close 3.5 seconds in about 3 laps. I said, oh, he's never going to do that, and then proceeded to go and do it. But I think this one might be a bit much for him. Matty Farrell and Rossi Costello both picking up contact warnings. They're not together on track though, so that's for 2 separate incidents by the look of things. Half race distance, 5 minutes to go, and Oscar Waugh in his debut weekend in Pro Kart. He is currently leading from Isaac Duff with a gap of 0.7 of a second. They've got nearly 2 seconds back to George Ludwell and Danny Bean, who are together on track. Joseph Williamson, Simon Dougherty, and then Maximus Shields, who has moved away from Addison Smith, who we just catch finding a way past Matthew Hauschby for 8th place.
Tell you what, for a first weekend in senior pro karts, Oscar Waugh's not had a bad one, has he?
No, not at all. A lot of drivers that have stood out for me, Tom, in the first 2 rounds of the season. Waugh, obviously, moving in for the first time this weekend as Shields goes down the inside of Dougherty and then asks for some help once again, just to try and push down that back straight. Been really impressed with Joseph Williamson's improvement. He's moved out of juniors last year, having finished 2nd, and has been testing and doing lots of championships, Tom, and he appears to be turning himself into a very, very accomplished driver, as is last year's champion Isaac Duff, although with more expectation obviously on Duff having won that championship, but currently in 2nd place. Another driver who is turning himself into a very accomplished steering wheel attendant. Been really impressed as well with the, I'm going to say, growing maturity as a racing driver of Matthew Hauschby, who currently runs in 9th place. Was often involved in incidents last year that didn't really need to be. This year he seems to be a bit more of an accomplished driver and is seeing that the results are going much more in his favour, Tom. Currently running in P9 in front of Ike Needham at the moment. So yeah, they're ones that I'm going to say pick out as early season drivers that have made a positive impression.
Yes, I would agree with all of that. Very, very fair comments. So Max Shields again, another fastest lap of the race, P6. Contact warning going out for the 24 of Ollie Clegg in P24. Not sure what that one was for. We've missed that on screen, but Maximus Shields now closing in on screen on the rear end of Joseph Williamson. Danny Bean just in front of them. And then it will be George Ludwell, who I said earlier on was the favourite to take this race, but I hadn't accounted for how quick Oscar Waugh and Isaac Duff were going to be in the opening part of this race. They have gapped the field, and it looks like potentially may have done enough to hold on now that George Ludwell has made his way through. Can't seem to make massive inroads. He's taking sort of 0.5 tenth or so each lap, but he's 2 seconds behind Oscar Waugh, is Ludwell. It's not going to be enough with the time remaining, so he's going to need them to start either tiring or making mistakes.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes. They'll cross the line now with 1:30 on the clock, and they're doing 46s, so that will elapse down to 0 as they pretty much come through the dog leg. So we will have 3 laps of action now in Senior Pro Kart. Shields from 30th to 5th is a great effort, and I don't think that's where it's going to stop, Tom. If he's got 3 laps, he's got a decent chance of catching Danny Bean, and George Ludwell with a look over the shoulder. He's made up 7 places, but...
well, Shields, of course, doesn't need to pass Duff and War to take victory in class. Just needs to get past Ludwell. And also Ludwell just holding on to class the class victory in 3rd place.
But also probably a 10th would have been enough for Shields to get pole position, wouldn't it? 2 heat wins so far, but pumps in a fastest lap for good measure, 45.829 for Maximus Shields.
Sam Neri is comfortably leading the novice class as well in 12th place. So good showing for Neri in this one.
Shields was 7/10 behind Danny Bean when they commenced this the last lap. We'll see what he's like this time. He's very wide. It carries the speed, which is fine when you haven't got anybody behind you, but is very inviting when you do. Final lap then for Oscar Wart. Could it be a heat victory on debut for the 22? It's looking good. He's got 0.6 of a second from Isaac Duff, George Ludwell, Danny Bean, and Maximus Shields. Shields 0.3 now off the back of Danny Bean in the 23. As he charges through from that 30th place berth is Max Shields.
They head round the final half of the final lap. Bean with a very nervous look over the shoulder. Looks like he could well hold on to position here.
See whether he gets a dive down the inside. Shields not close enough. Oscar War, though, reeled in towards the end by Isaac Duff, but enough for the 22 to hold on and take a victory in his first race weekend in Senior Pro Kart. Oscar War from Isaac Duff, George Ludwell and Danny Bean with Maximus Shields, Joseph Williamson and Addison Smith. In front of Simon Dougherty, Matthew Hauschby and Ike Needham. Then it's Dawson Neri, your leading novice runner, Curtis Yule in 17th, and Riley Matthews in 3rd place in that class in 20th. So outside the top 10, it was Dawson, Neri, Burns, Mannion, Brewis, Costello, Yule, Blackburn, Housego and Matthews. And it's Alana Howard, Matty Farrell and Thomas Woolley. Ollie Clegg, Freddie Cowley, Jamie Marshall, William Harkus and Chloe Oakes and Dan Weldon. All 29 of our starters finish this Senior Pro Kart Heat number 3. Who had you spotted on the bank, Tom? Earlier on, 2 races ago, you went, have you seen who's come to watch? And I went, no. And then we didn't talk about it because it all got exciting on screen.
Okay.
Go on then.
No, you're fine.
It's all right. You're not telling me?
No.
Great, cheers. Cake's here.
Oh, here we go.
So we've got
goodness me,
Peter Webster, Tom Nichols, Joshua Sullivan have all bought us some.
How are you feeling, Tom?
Good.
Yeah, it was a bit of a
quality, right?
Bit of a spin, bit of anger coming out afterwards as well. We'll not talk about that, shall we? Oh, thank you very much. Oh, I'll take a piece of the coffee cake. Thank you. Oh, try and get that icing though. Look. Got my fingers in it now. Thank you very much, Peter. Delicious as always. No, I'll be fine,
right.
Thank you. But
I did some talking to drivers earlier, Tom. It's your turn now.
Is it? Why?
Yeah.
What am I doing now?
Yeah, there's a chat with Tom Nichols.
Okay.
Don't talk about how angry he was earlier.
Well, that's exactly what I'm going to talk about. So how's your day been, Tom?
It's been alright, except from the DNF and the spin on the kink coming out of hairpin floor.
So, a few adventures then?
Yeah.
Yeah. And how are you finding it this year?
Very fun. It's really competitive and very fun to race in.
Yeah, in the Honda R200, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you find is the difference between the R200s and the Cadets?
I like there's a bit more power and I like how it's very competitive. Everyone's very close together. It's very fun.
Do you think it suits your style a bit more than the Cadets, or did you prefer driving in the Cadets?
The Cadets had a bigger grid, but I prefer the R200.
Yeah. Just a bit more power.
Yeah.
A bit more speed.
Yeah.
A bit more danger. And we like to live dangerously.
Yeah.
Yes. Unless you're going side by side through the kink. And then it gets really dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, some good results. Obviously not gone your way really today. But no, some good results so far this year, and it's nice to see you moving forward and ever progressing, as we say. So yeah, good to see.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Right, I think we'll get David back in. Lovely to see you, Tom. Thank you for coming in. As we got our Bambinos gridding up just for the final.
Shout out to Janet Webster, Peter's mum, for I've had marble cake and coffee cake. I've just hidden the marble cake under the coffee cake.
I thought it was a massive slab of coffee cake, but
yeah.
No, he's got a cake under a cake. Green flag is up, green flag is down, and we're away and racing for our first final of the day in Bambinos. And it is Archie Mostyn moving away already from Logan Grassi-Duarte. Just our two runners here in Bambino. So if you do have a driver who is in the Bambino class, please bring them along to Teesside, much like senior Rotax as well. If you have a senior Rotax or a Bambino, there is plenty of space on the grid for those two classes. And I'd like to see a few more entries, I think it's fair to say. So Archie Mostyn will begin what is essentially going to be a time trial race. So we'll try and do a little bit different to what we've been doing so far. Is, if I can get live timing up, bring you some lap times. Where's the live timing gone, David?
Have you broke it? I'll fix it. You talk.
So Archie Mostyn immediately with a 1:04.1, but of course that was from a standing start, and then Logan Grassi-Duarte with a 1:09.5. You can see on screen. So we're going to see how their lap times compare to what they've been doing all day, and also what they're doing in this race, whether they're able to hold some consistency, whether their times are all over the place, what's going on. What are our drivers doing?
Mostyn's been quick, hasn't he? He's been in the one under the 1 minute mark for Archie Mostyn.
He has, he's been sub 1 minute. So we'll see what he gets this time over the line. I would expect this to be around the high 59s and low 1 minute sort of bracket. And there we go, 59.4. Is that his quickest time of the day as well, I think? David's going to have a little look back.
I'll check when I'm not stuffing my face with cake. $59.378 in heat number 2.
Okay.
Heat number 3.
So first flying lap, and he's already less than half a tenth off his best time of the day for Archie Mostyn. And what's Logan been doing?
Going to have a look for his personal bests, Tom. 1:05.164 is Logan's best. Which came in heat number 2.
Okay. So 59.378 was Archie Mostyn's best of the day. And he goes 59.520 that time around. He's not feeling the need, obviously not under pressure from any other drivers, but not feeling the need to use that traditional Bambino line of white lining it down the back straight before turning into South Bank. He just gently moves across, much like the seniors do. And there you can see it in full effect. and taking a wider entry into South Bank. Bambinos, of course, because they try and run full throttle everywhere, you tend to see them taking a tighter entry into South Bank corner usually. But normally they're defending as well from a group of about 5 or 6 other hungry Bambino drivers, hungry for a win.
Now that is his fastest time of the weekend.
There we go.
59.306 for Archie Mostyn. Eclipses his previous best. And as we say, it is a time trial, effectively, but Archie Mostyn just continuing to improve. And this track, probably one of the few in the country, Tom, where you probably don't have to brake for our front-running Bambinos, that they're just looking at maintaining the speed. But we've seen on a number of occasions how difficult that can be. You take a tighter line and it scrubs all your speed off, and when we've had bigger grids, it's led to huge amounts of overtaking and slipstream down back straight, hasn't it? So it's been always quite entertaining from that front. But I think what it does is like I mentioned earlier, it really sort of gets the momentum and hooking corners up together, and how important it is, how one corner can affect the next corner. We know how important around here, how important hairpin 2 is. We've spoke on a number of occasions how long you're on full throttle from exiting hairpin 2 all the way up to the entry into hairpin 3. So, very, very long time. And if you get hairpin 2 right, you're going to carry more speed up at the far end of the circuit. So, Logan Grassi Durate set his personal best on the previous lap. This one isn't quite as quick, and I think that was because he was a bit tighter out of hairpin number 4 than what he was on the previous lap. Out of 4, though, comes the 17 of Archie Mostyn. Will he get anywhere near that 59.3? It's a 59.5 this time, but he was wide over the dog leg, a cart length or so wide of the optimum racing line through the right-hander. So,
but he's learning by doing, is Archie Mostyn. That's one of the key things here in this Bambino class. You can learn the lines, you can watch all the onboard footage that you like, but the only way you're going to get the experience is actually doing.
Certainly.
And that's certainly what Archie is doing.
He's doing it rather well.
Yeah, he is. He's doing a good job. Sub 1 minute around here, and when you are still learning, very much learning the craft.
Yeah, well,
is some very good times.
We've been here for 7 years now, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if we were to look back, I think there's probably 20 drivers tops that have gone sub 1 minute in a Bambino around here. So credit where it's due for Archie Mostyn.
And those ones that have...
some big names.
There are some big names in karting now.
Austin O'Man, who finished on the podium at the Rotax Grand Final last year. Colby Patterson, who's gone down the IARMY route. Chloe McGill, who was here. There was that famous day when all 3 of them set exactly the same lap time.
Yeah.
All sub 1 minute. So we've got some really big names that have come through Bambinos.
What's
here.
McGill doing nowadays?
Micromax.
Is she Micromax?
Yeah, Micromax.
Now that they're once they stop attending Teesside, I tend to lose a bit of touch with people and what they're up to. Of course, you visit various other race meetings and karting meetings.
I was also particularly as well now that you're no longer in the selling industrial wipes to garages.
Yes,
which most in the game. Chloe McGill's dad runs. I think it's Central Scotland car sales or something. So that would
it's in Grangemouth. It was literally round the corner from my old work.
So once they're no longer a potential client, Tom's no longer interested.
No. Only interested in whiskey sales now, by the way, but I'm not selling it anymore. I'm just moving it.
Are they up this month?
We're a little bit down this month actually.
It's warmer, isn't it? You don't have to warm yourself.
I mean, the good thing about whiskey is it doesn't really matter how much the demand is. If there's less demand, you just keep it on the shelf for longer. It doesn't go off.
No, it's not like
if
beef.
anything, it gets better.
Yeah, it's not like beef, is it?
It gets better the longer it's there. So the less demand it is, the better you're going to get in 4 or 5 years, or 4 or 5 more years.
Another sub 59 by Archie Mostyn. He's done every lap except his first one, sub 1 minute here. It's been supreme consistency from the driver of the 17. He's got 40 seconds or so to go, so may well see the last lap board this time round for the 17 of Archie Mostyn.
When we've got a day or a bit more time, probably in the wee hours at Le Mans, I think I'll run you through what happens at my work, because honestly, it will blow your mind.
I can't wait.
Like, genuinely how much whiskey is consumed around the world. It is mind-blowing.
We head towards the timing line. Archie Mostyn crosses it now, and another driver who starts his last lap but probably doesn't know about it because he was almost under the overhead gantry when the clocks change to the final lap board from 0 to final lap. Another good lap there from Logan Grassi-Durarte, who got back down into the 107s, having gone back up to the 108s for a lap or so before. So he's been consistent as well, and with more track time will only get quicker for the 28. We hope to see him back here later on in the season, and hopefully a bigger grid, because bigger grids give you more drivers to learn from, which brings you closer to the pack as well. So be hopeful, as we say, at round 3 and 4, that double header weekend. I don't think we've got any clashes with major championships, so hopefully we'll see a few more drivers heading up to Teesside and making a weekend of it. Archie Mostyn comes through to take the checkered flag and the victory with his only lap, Tom, outside of the 59s for Archie Mostyn. And I knew that he'd missed the last lap board because now he has done an additional lap. So even the checkered flag caught him out ever so slightly, but it's a great win for Archie Mostyn. He takes the victory from Logan Grassi-Durarte, who finishes in second place as he continues his progression in the Bambino ranks. Honda Cadet then will be next out of the dummy grid. Edward Rye on a maximum points haul will lead us out, 150 points for the 66th. Then it's Daniel Ziad alongside him. Henry Colborne and Francesco Di Caro on row number 2. Sebastian McCarthy in 5th. Sam Dixon in 6th. We've heard that one all day, really, on row number 3. Albie Cam, Tommy Burgoyne in row 4. Abel Hutton and Jake Gibbon on row 5. Aston Wilson in front of Oliver Bullock. Jacob McDonald and Harry Scrafton. Andrew McCrossan, Edward Charlton, Alfie Keeling with his retirement in heat number 1. Starts 17th. And then it's Tyler Grufferty. Trying So our Hondas are getting into position. Tyler Gruffety's Micromax has joined them at the tail of the field. Edward Rye looking focused from pole position. Daniel Ziad alongside Henry Colborne and Francesco Di Caro on the second row. And Sebastian McCarthy having a look over the shoulder to see where the start line marshal is.
So far been untouchable has Edward Rye today. They're going to have to make a move quickly here if they're going to make any attempt to halt his progress. Green flag is up. It's down. We're away and racing. And Ziad makes a good start off the front row. Can't make a move past Edward Rye. Thinks about moving round the outside and then tucks back in and retains second place. Henry Colborne in third.
Edward Charlton and Tyler Gruffety are off on the outside. Oh, good move all the way around the outside there by Aston Wilson, but runs out of track and has to slot back in.
And a good move at hairpin 1 as well from Francesco Di Caro, taking the position away from McCarthy, not Whittaker, and then Sam Dixon, of course, is in close company as well.
Yellow flag at the moment, Tom, through the D chicane as Edward Charlton being pushed away. Tyler Gruffety as well will be recovered, but we've certainly got a waved yellow flag, so there'll be no overtaking through the D, that's for sure, although generally it's a heart-in-mouth moment anyway if it is, but waved yellow flag. Edward Rye leads then from Daniel Ziad and Henry Colborne, and then it's Francesco Di Caro, Sebastian McCarthy, Sam Dixon, Albie Cam.
Yeah, Edward Rye not able to gap as quickly this time around at the start of this one, but is now on this lap starting to light the afterburners and potentially pull away from Daniel Ziad. Henry Colborne starting to make moves as well on Ziad. Francesco Di Caro looking very racy as well in fourth. Because there are podium places up for grabs now. And trophies to take home.
47.9 from Rye. And again, it's just, in this opening 2 or 3 laps, Tom, it's breaking the resolve of those behind him. And then the decision then is they go, well, if we can't catch him, we might as well try and argue over the remaining 2 places on the podium. So if he can break the resolve early doors, Tom, then it's almost job done for Rye. And he's done it already. We're out to half a second, and then that's going to extend throughout this lap. So they have to work together if they're going to try and close in on Edward Rye for at least a couple of laps, trying and get him embroiled in a battle. The gap was just under half a second. He was the only driver in the 47s with a 47.9. It looks like it's gone out ever so slightly. It has, 0.2 of a second. Up to 0.6 as Rye puts in a 47.73, but everyone inside the top 6 doing 47s.
And Colborne was pushing Ziad as well across the start-finish line, so realising that gap is going out, and if they fight, it's only going to make it bigger. Not sure whether Francesco Di Caro has got that message, though, as he starts to make a move as well. In fourth place. And still there as well are McCarthy and Dixon.
7 minutes on the clock. 3 in already as wide goes Ziad. Door almost open then for Di Caro. And then Di Caro drops a wheel down the inside of the track and pops himself up and back out. It's not done him any harm.
Normally it would do, though. We've seen it many times where that would take a wheel off. Ziad, wide, coming out of the D chicane. Gets passed by Colborne through the national loop.
It's going to allow Di Caro to have a run at Ziad. And Di Caro's down the inside. He takes a chunk of curb, finds a way through, and Di Caro's up into a podium position as well.
Well, Di Caro hanging everything out and having no mechanical sympathy, realises this is a sprint and it's all to play for and a trophy to take home. He's chucking that thing about like a rag doll and dropping wheels off and clipping curbs and everything, whatever he needs to do to get a position and move forward. Now on to the final podium place. That has, of course, though, allowed the gap to massively increase to Edward Rye. In fact, they were half a second slower that time around, was this group. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
1.4 as DeCaro and Ziad come together around hairpin number 1. That's going to allow Sebastian McCarthy to do a double undercut here, is it? Is McCarthy going to get any help to try and get alongside Dixon, who elects to go down the middle of the track? I thought if he'd have gone to the inside with McCarthy, could have both found a way through, similar to what happened earlier on in the Junior Pro Kart race. Ziad then back down the inside of Sam Dixon at hairpin number 3. McCarthy, the big benefactor of Ziad and DeCaro having a battle. He's up into 4th place. And
I thought Dixon was very compliant there with Ziad coming through hairpin 3. I thought he would have been a little bit more robust in that challenge. It was kind of, as soon as Ziad appeared alongside, he didn't really fight it at all. Didn't Dixon, just tucked back in.
Yeah, the 15 gets a warning. That's Daniel Ziad. And I say Sebastian McCarthy was on the podium for the first time in the last round, but worked hard throughout the day to get up into that 3rd place, but then had a uncontested run towards that podium. Had managed to break away in 3rd place as those behind him squabbled. He's had to work at the front this time, Tom. This is probably the hardest we've seen him having to battle in this mix of some very, very experienced drivers in Colborne. DeCaro, who's limited in outdoor but has done a lot of indoor. Daniel Ziad, who is older than what he looks in terms of his age. Sam Dixon, who's still sort of, if you look at your year, he's in his 2nd season, but really only his 1st year of karting, really. So there's a warning for Jake Gibbon. He's currently running in P9 on the back of Tommy Burgoyne.
Of course, they were both in Bambinos very recently. As was Abel Hutton as well in 10th.
Yeah, he was. I forget about Hutton sometimes because he only finished 2nd last year in Bambino, but we're running through them all earlier and forgot about Abel Hutton because he looks like some of they come out of Bambinos and they still look like a Bambino in a Cadet, but Abel Hutton looks like a Cadet in a Cadet. He looks, he's an older lad in terms of his appearance, and currently running in P10 is Abel Hutton. Fastest lap of the race, though, Sam Dixon with a 47.483 for Sam Dixon.
And Ziad and McCarthy going side by side through hairpins 1 and 2. McCarthy.
This is the move Dixon needed to do a few laps ago. Get in behind McCarthy. Ziad, there you go. Let's get him dispatched.
McCarthy through.
Yeah.
Physically pushed
Let's
McCarthy
get him
through.
dispatched. And then Ziad pushes Sam Dixon wide at hairpin 3. Dixon back down the inside at 4. Through comes Ziad as well. Back into position as they were. Another warning for the 15. That's 2 accumulated now for the 15. He's on thin ice.
Certainly is. And speaking of thin ice, Henry Colborne is under increasing pressure from Francesco DeCaro now, who has closed the gap to Henry Colborne, and also now that McCarthy is not fighting Ziad anymore, he's starting to close the gap to Henry Colborne as well.
Just going to have a quick look at something, Tom, so if you wouldn't mind doing
Filling?
a bit. Yeah.
Okay. Keep talking. You mean the thing that I get paid for? I reckon I can manage that.
You get
so Henry
paid.
Colborne still leads over the line, this second group. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, as quick as that. Edward Rye has very much checked out at the front of this one, as we have seen throughout the day. It's almost been Potter-esque in his prime, has Edward Rye today. When you see Thomas Potter lead and disappear at the front of Honda Cadets, which was unprecedented at the time, but now seems to be the norm for Edward Rye here today. Colborne still holding 2nd place. DeCaro trying each way, but every time he does have this half move, and we see this quite a lot, just a gap appears. You've got Ziad and McCarthy still fighting like beavers, as a famous commentator once said, into hairpin 4.
Dixon tried to take advantage there and got alongside Ziad and got his elbows out and still battling hard. Still a minute to go on the clock, so we'll get 3 laps in here. This one certainly isn't set with the exception of the leader. DeCaro on the back of Henry Colborne down the back straight for 2nd place. McCarthy a few kart lengths back, and
Might just be biding his time a little bit. In fact, he is biding his time, is Francesco Di Caro, as he pushes Henry Colborne at the end of the straight. I saw Colborne's head move backwards as he received the push from Di Caro, and I think Di Caro's now got it into his mind that they need to move away from the pair because otherwise he's going to be coming under attack himself. And that's what they're trying to do now, and the gaps are appearing to McCarthy, Zayad, and then Dixon. Albicam, after Heat 1, when he went off and then recovered to 7th or 8th place it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Albicam's definitely found his level now. He's basically been in 7th ever since.
Yeah, he's got up there, hasn't he? Which is a shame, because I think if he'd been able to go with those in front early doors throughout the day, I think he'd have probably stayed with that pack.
I agree.
But he's had to work through and get himself up into a position. 2 laps to go. 1 lap to go, in fact, as Edward Rye starts his final lap. And we'll get a last lap board as well. And McCarthy's come right back into the mix here, Tom. In that 4th place, he's up onto the back of Daniel Ziad. Henry Colborne, now in 2nd place at the moment as they head up towards hairpin number 1 for the final time. Colborne will go middle of the road and defensive. Di Caro, then it's McCarthy with Ziad and Sam Dixon. Fairly serene for them all round hairpin numbers 1 and 2. I don't know whether Di Caro knows how close Sebastian McCarthy is to the back of him, but he's pushing Henry Colborne down that back straight towards South Bank and hairpin number 3. Out of 4, though, comes Edward Rye to round off a perfect weekend. He's been on holiday all week. He's going to enjoy this one. Edward Rye returns with a clean sweep of victories. Colborne from Di Caro and McCarthy, Daniel Ziad and Sam Dixon in P6 in front of Albie Cam, Tommy Burgoyne, Jake Gibbon and Abel Hutton, completing your top 10.
Almost a grand slam as well for Edward Rye, but it was Sam Dixon who took the fastest lap of the race. But Edward Rye, pole position in every race and won every race, including the final. So, as I said at the start of this one, he was pretty imperious, was Edward Rye, throughout the day. And won it comfortably in the end, nearly 4 seconds in front of Henry Colborne. Then it was Colborne, Di Caro, McCarthy, Ziad, Dixon, Cam, Burgoyne, Hutton, Gibbon, Wilson, Bullock, MacDonald, Keeling, Scrafton, McCrossan and Charlton. And Tyler Gruffity was the only Micromax runner. And that brings to an end our second final of the day.
Before we move on, Tom, I've just got a public service announcement. Can the parent and guardian of Honda Cadet driver number 75 report to the timing tower on start finish? That's Honda Cadet driver 75, please. And now we can move on with our job, Tom.
Okay.
So, final for Inter Rotax and Honda R200. 3 Inter Rotaxes, Joey Swan, 3 heat victories, puts him on pole position. Buddy Hugo, 3 second places, puts him in 2nd place. Hugo McCluskey, 3 third places, puts him in 3rd. Not the whole story, though. They've been very, very evenly matched throughout the race day so far. R200 should have Aaron Berridge on pole position, but he had the incident that brought the red flag out in heat number 3. He is okay. However, he will not be racing the final. The kart's good. He's good. But because he's had a rollover, Tom, and you can get that sort of delay, Aaron is not going to be racing in the final, which means that pole position will be taken by Ashton Horsepool. He's going to be there with Luca Bachuev, Dexter Petty and Peter Webster, Matthew Planton, Jensen Whitehead, Harry Pennington and JJ Allen with Tom Nichols. And it should be Tristan Gilfillan, but he's been injured earlier on. He tried to heat number 1 and hasn't been out since.
Yeah. So it's a shame that we are going to miss Aaron Berridge, but I think Medics UK making the right call. And away we go for the inter-final. Joey Swan leading us away from Buddy Hugo and Hugo McCluskey.
Here come the R's with Ashton Horspool leading us through up towards the right-hander, but it's going to be Dexter Petty who's going to try and take advantage here. Petty's through down the inside. Dexter Petty leads then from Ashton Horspool. The fast starting as ever, Matthew Plant up into third place. He's battling it out at the moment with Luka Bachuev. Another driver that goes well immediately off the start. Jensen Whitehead up into P number 5. He's in front of... looks like I'm trying to pick out who it is. Harry Pennington, then it's Peter Webster, Tom Nichols, who's had a retirement, and JJ Allen in the number 10.
And in the inter-class, it is still, as you were, Swan from Hugo from McCluskey. Hugo tucked into second place through the national loop on lap 1, and it's been that way ever since.
Right, we've
pretty much been the running order through the day, with the exception of Hugo, who led for a couple of laps, and in fact now tries to take the lead on Joey Swan.
That's Jensen Whitehead out of the race. The car stops in the middle of the D chicane. Jensen Whitehead, it looks like he's got a rear bumper issue maybe, but Jensen Whitehead's day comes to a premature end. Just needs to be held there on the outside. We've got field coming through, but yeah, Buddy Hugo and Hugo McCluskey up into... first and second, and then Joey Swan, Tom's dropped down into third place.
Yeah, he has. Buddy Hugo pulled alongside down the back straight. Hugo McCluskey followed him through, and immediately Joey Swan was down to third, and now there is a gap appearing. So a potential mechanical issue for Joey Swan.
Yeah, he's going backwards, isn't he?
He is losing the front two. Which would be a real shame, because he's been at the front all day, with the exception of a few laps where Buddy Hugo led. Joey Swan is losing time and distance to the front two in inters.
I thought in R200, which we followed on screen, that Ashton Horspool was just going to push Dexter Petty away from Luka Bachuev, but now feels that he's got more pace and moves himself through into second place.
And Joey Swan is 2 seconds off his previous pace in terms of lap time, so very much dropping off the front two now. So it looks like it's going to be Buddy Hugo and Hugo McCluskey to fight it out in the inters. In the R200s, I think that was Dexter Petty passing... It might be... Sorry, it was Luka Bachuev passing Dexter Petty. And moving through into second place.
Looks like it's a rear bumper issue for Jensen Whitehead, Tom, as I can see there's a camera in the commentary box. He's up and out of the car in pit lane, and it's a despondent figure walking away for Whitehead. So still got 6.5 minutes to go. Joey Swan in that third place is in class, has peeled off, I think, Tom, now. He retires from this race. Buddy Hugo and Hugo McCluskey then will continue the battle into Rotax at the front. Ashton Horspool leads from Luka Bachuev and Dexter Petty. Tom Nichols is now through and up into fourth place, having spent a few laps toiling, trying to find a way past Matthew Plant.
Buddy Hugo, now that he's got some clean air and leading this one, has very much got the bit between his teeth, and he is pulling away from Hugo McCluskey now. He's 0.4 quicker that time around. So we'll see what McCluskey has got in response, but I think he might need a little bit of slipstream here from Buddy Hugo to try and assist. Hugo, of course, doing his absolute utmost to break that toe. And another 0.2 quicker that time around for Buddy Hugo.
Top three in R200 have had a fairly compliant couple of laps since Dexter Petty was overtaken by Ashton Horspool, and then Luka Bachuev came through as well. And they're going to need it, Tom, because Tom Nichols behind them, no slouch, that's for sure, but as the three of them can work together They are going to try and extend that gap out to Tom Nichols, who's worked incredibly hard this weekend. And with engine problems and retirement in heat number 1, to give himself a bit of an opportunity here in the final. He's up into 4th place, but I think that could be about as far as his ascension goes, unless anything will happen between these 3 in front.
We shall see. 4.5 minutes still to go, plus a lap, so plenty of action still to come here in the Inters and R200s. Buddy Hugo again 0.3 faster than Hugo McCluskey that time around, so barring any issues, it looks like the Inter Rotax class is done and dusted, and it looks like it's going to go the way of Buddy Hugo and Hugo McCluskey, as we are rightly focusing on the front of the R200 race. Ashton Horspool, Luka Batchev, Dexter Petty. He's able to hold on in the slipstream, is Petty. He's going to need them to start battling rather than working together to be able to make some inroads into that gap and then try and make a move, I think.
He's not able to sort of bump draft in the same way that Batchev is, and that means
he can't quite close that gap. I think he's holding on in the slipstream. I think if they were able to break it, he might drop back here, Dexter Petty. Tom Nichols are doing well in 4th place as well.
Yeah, he's losing around about 0.2 a lap, is Nichols, and that's the difference between that bit of slipstream and trying to work on your own. That Dexter Petty here has just got to try and hang on for the next 2 minutes, and then it's going to be the inevitable battle. But see, down the back straight here, Batchev, look over the shoulder, and he's pushing away on the back, and it opens that gap up again. Batchev doing what's smart, which is trying to push away, trying to give himself an opportunity of challenging for the lead without opening the door and coming out in 3rd place. And
he's thinking long game here, is Luka Batchev.
He's having little, not nudges, but he's having a nibble down the inside into corners and the odd little look. You know, and you can have a look, but it's going to cost you 0.5 tenth. And you have another look and it's 1/10. And then all of a sudden, Dexter Petty's right back in the mix once again. 2:45 on the clock. Plenty of this race still to be written.
And it looks like Petty is almost there now. It's about half the gap from the previous lap.
It certainly is closing in.
He was the quickest of the 3 that time around as well.
Yeah, I mean, on the previous lap as well, Horspool and Batchev set times at 1,000th apart between the 2 of them, and Petty was still quicker than both of them. Now he is right back in the mix, is Dexter Petty on the slipstream, and now he's going to be right up on the back of Luka Batchev and will indeed benefit from that massive tow down the back straight. They crossed the line with about 2:10 on the clock. Batchev now has had enough. He's down the inside of Ashton Horspool for the lead, and then Dexter Petty's going to try the move as well. He's down the inside, Petty up into 2nd. Horspool slot back in. Will he put slot back in to push him? Look at the gap. It's opened up at the front for Luka Batchev. Now these 2 are going to have to work to try and close that gap back up as Horspool thinks about going down the inside of Dexter Petty. If they have aspirations of winning, they're going to have to settle themselves down for a next lap and a half or so. 3 laps to go. 1:25 on the clock. Needed to be 1:32. So 3 laps to go in Honda R200, although they're not the actual timed race, is it? Because we've got Buddy Hugo at the front, Tom. He's the timed race, but nonetheless, it's still 3 laps to go. Batchev leads, has a gap, which was 0.3 of a second on the previous. Let's see whether Petty and Horspool can close that in.
Well, of course, Batchev was quite willing to work with Horspool. It's whether Horspool is now willing to work with Petty to now close that gap again. Just ebbs and flows the gap throughout the lap, and then a couple of laps and 3 laps. And we've got blue flag out now for some lap traffic in the R200s as Buddy Hugo starts to close in on that one, but it's a big gap now appeared to between Buddy Hugo and Hugo McCluskey. That's out to 5.7 seconds.
Luka Batchev defending effectively fresh air there, because neither Dexter Petty or Ashton Horspool were close enough to get near to those two runners behind him. Time is down to 0, but it won't be the last lap just yet for these in R200 because Buddy Hugo is the outright race leader. He's coming out of hairpin number 4 to commence what will be his final lap. He's got a comfortable gap. So Buddy Hugo leads from Hugo McCluskey into Rotax. R200 has seen Luka Bachuev find his way to the front a few laps ago, open up a decent-sized gap, but it's closer than what it was, Tom, and it's only going to get closer if he takes more tarmac than is required by weaving down the back straight when Dexter Petty was nowhere near close enough to go down the inside into South Bank, and indeed it has closed the gap up for Dexter Petty up onto the back of Luka Bachuev. They will start their final lap now with 0.2 of a second splitting all three of them.
It is starting to close up, as he said, David. Last lap board out now, so all to play for.
Buddy Hugo takes the victory into Rotax, the outright victory as well. Hugo McCluskey will come through. Hugo McCluskey, that's why he slowed down his left rear hub all the way in, Tom, on Hugo McCluskey, so he's had a technical problem as well. Round South Bank then, for the final time in Honda R200. Bachuev's wide round the South Bank corner. Petty's going to try and nose down the inside, is he? No, he's not. Luka Bachuev will come out of the final corner. Bachuev will take victory in R200. Dexter Petty, a maiden podium for the 16 in second place in front of Ashton Horspool. All three of them had a go at leading that one. It's Bachuev from Dexter Petty and Ashton Horspool. That's your top three. Tom Nichols fought valiantly in fourth place without a toe to try and catch up. He finishes P4. Peter Webster, Matthew Plant, Harry Pennington, JJ Allen, your final runner on track in P10 with Joey Swan and Jensen Whitehead retirees in 11th and 12th respectively.
Whew. Right, well that brings that one to a close for the day. Good final there.
Hugo McCluskey's axle is further out than his wheel, so the hubs push right the way in there.
This is what I would say. I thought it was a trick of the light. As I saw him come through the D chicane, when he'd lost about 2 seconds, and I was trying to figure out why that would be, and I saw that the wheel was pushed in.
Yeah.
But I thought it was a trick of the light. I didn't think it was actually in.
You know, I like this as well. Bachuev slowed down and all the R200s are going to come in like a ceremonial finish into the pit lane. So, really, really nice that.
So, 3 races to go here today. Coming up next will be our 2-stroke final before we move into the final 2 classes, which will be the 4-stroke Pro Kart classes of junior and senior. But we have an amalgamated junior-senior Rotax grid here. Freddie Widrington will go off pole with Holly Swan and then Joseph Yao and Jacob Carnes. Then it's Jake Grufferty and Sam Robson, Evelyn Bai and Morgan Cooney, Jaden Stonehouse and Layla Berryman. Then we have Darcy Hall, Oliver O'Donovan, Jack Moss and William Clare. Alex Walchuk and we think is not here, and William Clare's retired from all 3 heats, so no points for William Clare throughout the day, but he's still here. And then we've got Paul Swan and Joseph Johnson, your 2 senior runners. They will go a little bit off with a bit of a gap to the juniors. We're almost ready to go.
Widrington dictating the pace. He's on the outside of this camera shot, but that puts him on the inside, which is the pole position berth here at Teesside when we head up towards the timing line, as you can see now from this camera shot. He powers down early and is very conscious there of moving across to try and defend off Holly Swan, who goes wide into the first corner. Joseph Yao is up into second place with Jake Grufferty up in third. Then it's Jacob Carnes, Evelyn Bai and Holly Swan with Sam Robson under pressure from Oliver O'Donovan, Jaden Stonehouse and Layla Berryman, who's done superb, Tom, because she's got round the national loop without any sort of contact for the first time in 2 races.
As has Darcy Hall.
Yes, brilliant.
First time today.
Great to see them getting a bit of racing in when it's been a tough day for Berryman. She's done raced well, but from a lap down in both of them, and same for Darcy Hall. Through we come, though. Yow's taken the lead from Widdrington. Yow leads then from Widdrington, Grubbity and Carnes. In front of Evelyn By, and wide goes Sam Robson. He's up on the grass, and so is Jaden Stonehouse. Sam Robson, the way he's gesticulating suggests that he might have had a tad bit of assistance, but did seem to go straight on very, very quickly.
So Yao now at the front of this one, although we're showing on timing.
No timing, is there? No time. The time's not elapsing at the top. But we're elapsing, so it's about 1 minute or so after that rolling start.
Yeah, it's also showing Paul Swan and Joseph Johnson. As there we go. Now it's all working right. Okay. Turn it off and turn it on again, and away we go. So Joseph Yao is now leading this one with a bit of a gap now to Widdrington. Gruffity, Carnes, By, Swan, O'Donovan, Berryman, Hall and Moss, the top 10. Yao starting to show his class in this one as well. It's been a difficult first couple of heats for Joseph Yao, but kept his head, kept focus on the job in hand, and moved through the field in both occasions. And then in Heat 3, just ticked it off and got the job done and had a good Heat 3. Put him near the front of this one, and now he's leading.
Yeah, he went off P3 on the inside, which is a good place to be on rolling starts. Here at Teesside, you almost sort of guarantee being on the inside, don't you, at the first corner, whereas in second place it really is tough to get back in.
We've had random grids now for a couple of years here in junior Rotax, and so Joseph Yao is very much adept at making his way through the field. Yeah, well, a good way of putting it. Yeah, he's he knows his way around the system and how the system works, and just score as many points as you can, be consistent, and that's all he's done all day, and that's what he's done in this final as well. Found his way to the front, and away he goes, and showing why he has run at the front of this class for so many years.
Yeah, I said it earlier. You don't have to win any heats to start on pole position, so to speak. If you get the second, the third, and the fourth, you're going to be at the right end of the grid, aren't you? And that gives you an opportunity. They're very, very tight from Freddie Widdrington all the way down to Holly Swan. 6 karts battling it out over second place, from second down into 7th place. And that is going to allow Joseph Yao to disappear at the front somewhat. But yeah, back to what I was talking about at the start about it. You know, it's a tough track to get in. It's a long looping corner, and that second place, I think, probably the only track that's harder for me off a rolling start to get across some of this GYG because of how short the start straight is. You know, in terms of tracks that regularly host, you know, owner-driver racing, I think Ella Park could be a tough one as well, but it's very, you don't see a lot of streamed events at Ella, as down the inside goes Holly Swan for 6th place.
But the thing with Ella as well is you get the start line and then it's almost 180 degree right-hander straight away.
Yeah, round.
But similar to here as well. So if you're not tucked in, it's difficult to hold position. You're going to get the inside line is just going to pull its way through.
O'Donovan is back down the inside of Holly Swan, but then he's on the outside, and that's opened up a big gap back to Evelyn By in P5, and then Holly Swan is wide. Oliver O'Donovan finding the way through the D chicane. Morgan Cooney retires from the final. It's been a strong day for Cooney, but a tough opening lap. And now a retirement as well for Morgan Cooney in the 8.
Paul Swan still leading Joseph Johnson in seniors. And Jaden Stonehouse is in that mix with Paul Swan as well. In fact, he's right in between the two seniors as they head through hairpin number 2 and down the back straight. Joseph Yao now just pulling away at the front of this one. Oliver O'Donovan, 6th place, new fastest lap of the race. So he starts to move in on that group of 4 in front of him.
Yeah, since he's found a way past Holly Swan, she's fallen away, albeit she did go wide at the national loop.
I think it's O'Donovan's just turned the wick up a bit as well, and he's used the slipstream off the 4 karts in front of him to full effect, and he's now right on the back of that group.
Yeah, he can still eye a podium here, can't he, for Oliver O'Donovan?
And he was only half a tenth off his personal best as well that time around, so consistent. Needs to try and pick his way through now. Joseph Yao looking supreme in this one. Heading round the national loop. 2.2 seconds was the gap over the line. I think it will be even more than that. Back to Freddie Widrington this time around as Carnes overtakes Gruffity.
For the final step on the podium, provisionally. Yes.
That was through hairpin 4, and a nice move as well. Just chopped to the inside and back through he went.
Good move.
Yes, it was.
By Jacob Carnes, and now let's see whether he can make any inroads in Freddie Widrington, who's been in that second place throughout this race so far. Yao leads them from Widrington, Carnes, Gruffity, Evelyn Bye and Oliver O'Donovan. O'Donovan on the back of this one in the black helmet, trying to find a way through, but Evelyn Bye standing firm in the 5th place. Yao with a comfortable gap. It's out to 2.4 seconds, albeit Widrington quicker on that last lap than Carnes, but Yao not really needing to push. Widrington needs to wring everything he can out of that number 19 kart to try and hold on to second place from Jacob Carnes, Jake Gruffity, Evelyn Bye. And that's Oliver O'Donovan trying to get down the inside. Evelyn Bye remonstrating there with the 64.
I think she thought that's cost us some time now with a bit
has.
of a half move.
If you're going to do a job, do it properly.
But then again, look at them just using the slipstream off the 3 in front and instantly closing that gap back up again. It's not because Freddie Widrington's holding them up. It's a case that they can just use that slipstream.
It may even as well be the fact that Widrington might be better in certain areas and Carnes in others. So, and then it just brings everybody nicely back together, doesn't it? It's good for us. Good. It's good for the neutral.
Definitely good for the neutral. Although pick those colour schemes apart on the camera, and you're doing a very good job.
You're absolutely right. Oliver O'Donovan with the only one that's got a big colour scheme difference, albeit the 17 of Gruffity has a tinge more black on his kart than the three around him. There's a warning for the 17 though of Gruffity just as we speak of him. He's battling with Carnes for the final step on the podium, but it's any one of 5 for 2 steps at the moment. So they head out onto the back straight. 3 minutes and 10 still on the clock.
Yeah, Joseph Yao now at the front of this one, 3.5 seconds clear. And as we said before in the other Rotax class that we just had before, barring any mechanicals, I think this one's done for Joseph Yao. Big tick in the box. Job done. But Freddie Widrington still holding on to second place, and it is holding on at the moment.
Oh, no, not anymore.
No.
Down the inside goes Jacob Carnes. The door very, very open by Freddie Widrington, and Jacob Carnes gleefully accepts it as he goes down the inside for second place. Widrington now imploring Gruffity to help push him back on, but Gruffity wants that final step on the podium, and back comes Widrington as he tries to dive down the inside on Jacob Carnes. Wasn't close enough. O'Donovan's got past Evelyn Bye on this lap as well. He's up into 5th place.
That's why I said that Widrington was holding on to second place, because it really did look like he was holding on. He certainly didn't look comfortable in second.
No, it was almost like the kart was driving him rather than him driving the kart for a lap or so.
It seemed like a matter of when, not if, there was going to be a move. But Widrington doing well now to hold on. I thought he was going to clap back immediately into hairpin 3.
O'Donovan had another half look at Gruffity, and it's opened the gap up again. So the top 2 in this battle, but then again it's just going to close back up on the brakes, isn't it now, Tom? As Jacob Carnes Defends off Freddie Widrington.
Exactly what happens, and there's Morse code going on between the third, fourth and fifth place drivers. They tap away on the front and rear bumpers of each other. Communications, messages sent. Second place is on the card. It's if we play it right, chaps and chapesses.
Oh, and there goes Widrington back down the inside of Jacob Carnes. Carnes with the switchback. Widrington's going to try and squeeze him down the back straight. We'll pick this up on the camera at South Bank. Carnes is back at him. Widrington gave him the room. Up towards hairpin number 3. It's pretty much as you were, Tom, albeit with Widrington in front for some of that. 40 seconds on the clock when they went under, but Yao is 5 seconds down the road, so we're going to get 3 laps in.
I still think O'Donovan's you want to watch here. I think he's got the pace. It's just can he find a way through?
He can find the rear bumper of Tyler Gruffity. He nearly did.
Definitely found that, and then an up and under.
Yeah.
So that was set up in hairpin 1, in a manner of speaking. And through goes Oliver O'Donovan.
Carnes and Widrington.
I said he was the one to watch.
Yeah, well.
And it's like he could hear me.
So Carnes in second place. Yao already down the road. Widrington in third place. But it was Widrington and O'Donovan who came together in the first heat of the day. With O'Donovan. Oh, sorry, heat number 2. When O'Donovan certainly came off the worst of the duo in that one, as he had a trip towards destination tyre wall on the outside of hairpin number 1. He's currently in the mix for a trip to destination podium in 4th place, right up on the back of the aforementioned number 19 of Freddie Widrington. Final lap for your leader, Joseph Yao. He's going to have a gap of nearly 6 seconds by the time the checkered flag comes out.
I thought O'Donovan there was going to chop to the inside. Decided against it and tucked into line, but I genuinely thought he was going to try and beat Widrington to the apex there at hairpin 4. Couldn't get it done. Joseph Yao already halfway down the back straight and into South Bank corner for the final time.
Gone for third, and he's going to lose a place there to Tyler Gruffity, and then comes back at Gruffity down the back straight towards South Bank. So Oliver O'Donovan trying to take third place in the final step on the podium. It's allowed Jacob Carnes to have a big gap. Yao's taken the victory as they head out of hairpin number 4. Good win for Joseph Yao. Jacob Carnes in second place. Freddie Widrington, Oliver O'Donovan, Tyler Gruffity and Evelyn Bye in 6th place for her best final finish here at Teesside. Huge shout out, Tom, in 7th for Layla Berryman, who's come through in P7 she had to come through from the back because of 2 effective retirements. She picked up points but was a lap down in both heats 2 and 3. Holly Swan and Sam Robson. Paul Swan takes victory in senior from Joseph Johnson. And then we've got Sam Robson in P number 10. There's Johnson in 11th. Darcy Hall, Jaden Stonehouse are in 12th and 13th. Jack Moss retired with 4 laps to go. And Morgan Cooney retired early doors, peeling off into the pit lane.
So that brings our 2-stroke classes to an end here for the day. And they will be back in abundance next month as well. We think there's no clashes either. Do you think next month for?
Don't think so. I think we've got
with other championships, so we should really have a bumper grid next month. Yes. We hope.
Hopefully so.
So they will finish off coming in on their cool-down lap. Oh, crikey, Darcy Hall's head looks like it's about to roll off her shoulders as she came through hairpin 3. Yeah. That looks like
she'll be very
tired driver.
Be very aware of that tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, the next round, Tom, here in 4 weeks' time, a double-header. Friday practice, Saturday, Sunday race days, Monday bank holiday for recovery. Can't ask for a better weekend than that.
I agree.
And it's Mr. Franklin's birthday.
And it's Mr. Franklin's birthday.
How many previous birthdays has Mr. Franklin had?
47.
So he'll be 48 this time. Lovely.
He'll love you mentioning that on the stream.
Yeah, no. I'm going to mention the fact that we asked, and then the conversation was, 47? Which means he's nearly 50.
David, the thinnest of thin ice here.
Yeah, I know. I won't be here for the double header. I've been fired. You're fired, Ed. Here we go then. Junior Pro Kart heading out onto the track. Reece Cranston, maximum points haul of 153. Heat victories for the 43 off random grids is a great effort for Reece Cranston. Oliver Watson, the O-plate, will line up alongside him on the front row. Joshua Sullivan and William Howard are on row number 2, with Liam Edmonds and Isaac Welburn on row 3. Daniel Camp and Ashton Carmichael, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Olivia Hall. James Winstanley, Josh Brown, Rhys Dodds, Ted Hall and Grace Matthews complete your Junior Pro Kart grid.
And about to get going already.
False start roll round. The starters already stated he's not happy. I think the final 4 or 5 drivers were sort of catching to get up and would have been...
Have they seen it?
Yes, they have.
All right, okay, because they...
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, there's a flag and they all did the whole like whirly hand thing. That
all
they
right,
do.
okay. Because they were very quick through the national loop and I wasn't sure.
What it was is the final 4 or 5 were sort of arriving very quickly.
Because I wasn't.
Yeah, I was sure. Arriving very quickly to catch up. The problem there being is that they then arrive at turn 1, 10 mile an hour quicker than everybody else, and you're going to have a horrible concertina effect. So I think that's 100% the right call. Massive shout out to Callum on the green flag for that one. Let's go. Second bite of the cherry. Reece Cranston and Oliver Watson will lead us round off the front row for Junior Pro Kart. The flag drops, we're away and racing. Watson looking to the right again as he tries to get through down the inside but can't. And he slots into second place. Sullivan then from Howard and Liam Edmonds with Isaac Welburn in P6. Then it's going to be Daniel Camp just behind them. Good start from Ashton Carmichael. I'll give a shout out to him in a few moments' time. Yes, Grace Matthews is involved. Olivia Hall. Looks like we've got James Winstanley and potentially Josh Brown involved in an incident hairpin number 2 that's going to drop them off the tail end of the Junior Pro Kart grid.
Yeah, that's broken that pack up, unfortunately. But it is going to be Cranston leading us over the line for the first time from Watson, Sullivan, Howard. Edmonds it is in 5th, then Welburn, Camp, Carmichael, Whittaker-Dunn and Hall.
Let's see whether Watson can go with Reece Cranston here.
Ted Hall went very deep. Oh, it wasn't Ted Hall, in fact. It was...
Was it Isaac Welburn in the 77?
Yes,
helmet?
Yeah, went very deep into hairpin 1.
That happens sometimes with that. It happened earlier on with Isaac Welburn when he started towards the front, was going very, very deep into that corner.
It's kind of the opposite line of what Reece Cranston does, who gets it in very, very early, as we were describing earlier.
Sullivan and Howard are having a battle over 3rd place that's not going to particularly aid their quest in getting to the front of this race. Is helping Liam Edmonds, and then wide goes Sullivan. He's levered wide by William Howard round the national loop. Howard is up into 3rd place and picks up a contact warning for the work.
And Edmonds right there as well. So they're a group of 3 now that have dropped off the front 2 of Cranston and Watson. Good to see Watson able to hang on to the back of Reece Cranston at the minute. Certainly keeping him very honest.
Yeah, certainly is, isn't he? At the moment, it's been a lot closer. Obviously, it's the first time they've really been together in a start for the start, Tom. Whereas earlier on, they both had to come through the fields together.
They were at separate ends of the grid throughout the day.
For 2 of them. There was one race where they started side by side, but certainly in that one, Reece Cranston managed to make the moves through early doors.
It looks like William Howard, now that he's got past Sullivan, is starting to close on Oliver Watson.
He's got a bit,
like
hasn't
gap's
he?
about halved.
Yeah, he had 7. It was 7 tenths, Tom, at the start of this race.
It is definitely not 7 tenths now.
No. So
second, 3rd, 4th and 5th. They're pretty much equidistant apart now.
Now, of that 5 at the start, Tom, at the start of the day, Cranston, new tyre, Watson used. Howard, new tyre, Sullivan used, Edmonds in 5th on new. So we've gone new, used, new, used. New. You're allowed 5 sets out of your 9 rounds. It's the same for senior pro kart as well. The only difference is that if it rains, juniors can bolt on some wet tyres, whereas seniors have got to hang it out on the slicks.
Yes.
So Howard should have a little bit of an advantage here. Whoa! Sullivan goes wide, visiting the Gregs over at the roundabout just behind South Bank there almost for Sullivan in the 13 as he slid all the way wide up on the outside of South Bank. Somehow doesn't appear to have lost a huge amount of time. 1/10 of a second to William Howard, but Howard is 1/10 of a second quicker than Oliver Watson. He's going to be right up on the back of the O-plate with plenty of time in this race still to go, Tom. 7 minutes and 50 on the clock, and William Howard with plenty of time to go. One thing that I do know about William Howard from past race experience, he doesn't like to bide his time.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask you, actually, is only he will know what's going on inside his helmet, but he will know whether he is closing on Oliver Watson on pure pace or whether he is using the slipstream of Oliver Watson to assist with that. If it's just pure pace, he needs to get past pretty quickly and then start making inroads, hopefully for him, into Reece Cranston's lead. If he's using the slipstream to assist, then he needs to work with Oliver Watson.
Yes, because he's dragging his mate along as well. In Joshua Sullivan in that 4th place. He's broken away from Liam Edmonds, but he's being dragged along, although that trip over the curb on the outside of hairpin 2 won't have helped him, other than to give him a bit of a wake-up call. Round South Bank they go, and William Howard within a few kart lengths of Oliver Watson, but just seems to have a little bit more bite in that number 17 for William Howard. Still not even at half race distance yet, Tom. 12 minutes is this race, so it's longer for our juniors as William Howard has got a nose down the inside of Oliver Watson round the National. Watson's got enough to hold on though. Up towards hairpin number 1.
And Sullivan, you can see, is pushing on to try and hold on to these two in front, taking big risks through the chicane. A lot of curb. Howard now dives to the inside at South Bank corner. Watson runs wide and gets all crossed up into hairpin 3, and that's going to allow Sullivan through as well. Mistake from Watson.
Drove into the back of William Howard, and the contact in the front of on the front of Watson's kart made the back end very, very light. And he almost went round there, just went wide and held himself into position.
Got all crossed up, didn't he? But yeah, cost him a place. Well, cost him 2 places that lap in 2 corners. We'll see what Watson now has in response.
Well, now he's got that almost a luxury of not having anybody behind him. And now he can just continue to push because Liam Edmonds has fallen away. He's in P5. As wide once again goes Sullivan. It's a quick line generally, but not if you're going to lose a place doing it.
It's inviting, isn't it? It certainly is inviting. Reece Cranston, I've got to say, he's not safe in this one. Howard was quicker than Cranston that time around as well.
Yeah, it was a fraction.
We've still got 5 minutes plus a lap to go.
There's 3 of them working together, isn't it? And Cranston in that lead, but it's a gap of 1.9 seconds. And again, the 3 behind them will squabble at some point, Tom. I'm fairly confident. Well, I'd be confident if I was Reece Cranston that I've got this one wrapped up, but you've just got to keep it on the tarmac, haven't you? That's
you have. But
good battles going on. I'm just going to pick this out further down the field. There's Wellburn, Ashton Carmichael, and Daniel Camp. And Ashton Carmichael, a lot of the drivers in the Pro Kart classes and some of the Cadet ones as well have got stickers on their karts for one of his sponsors, a gentleman called Tommy T-Bone Frasman, who his sponsor is Savage Speedsoft Arena in Lowestoft. He had a heart attack and then a subsequent stroke. A a few weeks ago. So he does like to watch and he likes to support Ashton. So huge shout out to him. Thank you, first of all, to Ashton for your continued support, and also hope you get well soon.
Contact warning for the O-plate of Oliver Watson in 5th place, although he now dives to the inside of Sullivan and retakes 3rd place away from Sullivan, demotes Sullivan down to 4th. And Howard, it seems, starting to move away now. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Watson's decided it's go time. Can't afford to work with Sullivan if the pace isn't there. Needs to go himself. Even if he drags Sullivan back along with him. Feels that he's got the pace there to make some more inroads back to the rear of William Howard, who is still trying his hardest to close in on Reece Cranston, but can only match Cranston the last 2 laps, within a 10th of each other.
We've got a yellow flag, and it's because Olivia Hall is off on the outside of hairpin number 2, by the look of things, and we've got a retirement there then for Olivia in the 27 as she walks towards the marshal's post at hairpin number 3.
And just an update as well, further down the order, Grace Matthews and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn are having a hammer and tongs battle. They've changed position a couple of times over the last couple of laps.
Yeah, looks like Matthews is through with and has broken away now from Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, who's going to be challenged by James Winstanley in the number 96 machine. Looks like Watson's found a bit of a second wind here, Tom.
I would agree with that. Was 2/10 quicker than even Cranston that time around. Howard again, another 10th quicker than Cranston.
Oh, I know why Olivia Hall's out, Tom. Because the Kart is currently being reunited with the wheel that fell off it.
Ah. Okay, that one departed. Watson, as you said, David, second wind, 2/10 faster than Cranston, and therefore 2/10 faster than anybody else has gone so far this race.
Yeah,
a 46.161.
46.1 for Oliver Watson. We are 2/10 or so there off lap record pace for Watson. The lap record set by Max Shields, a 45.914. I believe round this Teesside National Circuit.
That's touching distance, isn't it? We're not far off then, really.
No. Well, Honda Cadet dropped within a 1/10 and a half in the final, and they'd got within half a 1/10 in the third heat there with Edward Rye, who set the fastest lap of the day in Honda Cadet with a 45.399. Flat record is a 49.326.
So good conditions here today then for fast lap times. We thought it would be coming in, and a little bit of cloud cover for these finals as well. Maybe that's aiding.
Yeah, a bit of temperature dropping maybe, and a bit of extra wind, and the engines, the airbox there on the top with the exhaust next to it. 29 seconds on the clock, so there's 2 laps to go for Reece Cranston. He's extending now the gap now out to 2.2 seconds. William Howard and Oliver Watson. Remember, Howard in his first weekend in Junior Pro Kart is in second place and heading towards the podium at the first time of asking.
Yeah, that would be an exceptional achievement for William Howard, who's drove very well, I think, for most of the day. Oliver Watson ducking down behind the steering wheel. He may well have something to say here as we approach the final lap. Reece Cranston opened up that gap at the start of the race, and then it stayed at that same distance ever since. Howard and Watson both had a go at closing it, but they haven't been able to make any real inroads. The damage was already done, and Reece Cranston leads us through the final lap. We're still looking at the battle for second place, Howard and Watson.
Out onto the back straight they go. Howard's got a few kart lengths here. Back to the leader though, who's not had a lot of camera time because he's disappeared off at the front, but Reese Cranston round hairpin number 3 to head towards the checkered flag. And Reese Cranston will take a perfect weekend, a maximum points haul of 215 for Cranston. Howard and Watson are battling to the line. Howard for second place. A great debut for William Howard from Oliver Watson and Joshua Sullivan. That's your top 4. Liam Edmonds in P5 with Ashton Carmichael coming through to take P6 from Daniel Camp. Grace Matthews is going to move up to 7th. Isaac Welburn dropped some places. He's fallen all the way down the order on that final lap. He's going to finish in 12th place. So it's Cranston, Howard, Watson, Sullivan, Edmonds, Carmichael, Camp, Matthews, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Josh Brown, James Winstanley, Isaac Welburn and Olivia Hall in front of Ted Hall. So both of the Halls retiring, unfortunately, from that race, with Olivia's kart missing a wheel. So we have got the quad coming to collect Tom for the first time. Everyone else is retired up the north end of the circuit, so we've just been able to push them back. But yes, we're going to recover on the quad for Olivia Hall. Looked like a left rear went missing.
Okay, so we'll take a brief moment of a respite before we have our last race of the day, which will be the Senior Pro Kart Final, and we'll bring the grid to you very shortly. So David's just checking provisional results as well before we bring you the Senior Pro Kart Final grid.
Yeah, it looked all right. There's still some that are provisional, but we'll find out if anything major happens later on. Maximus Shields will roll off pole position. Alongside him will be a first final front row start at Teesside for the 23 of Danny Bean. George Ludwell will start in 3rd place. He's got Oscar War for company on row number 2. Joseph Williamson and Addison Smith are on row number 3, with Isaac Duff and Ike Needham on row 4. Zach Dawson and Matthew Hauschby row 5. Curtis Yule, the novice runner, in 11th, with Max Mannion, who's done well this weekend in his first senior outing, in P12. Simon Doughty and David Brewis. Carl Burns and Freddie House to go with Sam Neri and Rossi Costello. Matty Farrell and Riley Matthews with Scott Blackburn and Ollie Clegg on row number 11. Tom Woolley and Freddie Cowley with Chloe Oakes, William Harkers. And then we've got Jamie Marshall, Dan Weldon and Alana Howard, who will complete your 29 kart Senior Pro Kart grid. Olivia Hall recovered back into the pit lane. 3 wheels on the kart, 1 in hand. So that kart is...
4 wheels on a quad, though.
Yes, Tom.
Clues in the name.
It is.
Anyway, moving on.
Swiftly, hopefully.
So, double header next month.
Looking forward to it.
Very much so.
My voice probably less so. By the Sunday, it'll be like I'm chewing gravel.
What have we got on in June?
We should be here. I'll let you know. Let me check.
Got regular meeting in June. Is that right?
I'm about to.
And then we're off to Le Mans in July.
Yeah, and then we've got the week after Le Mans. We've got.
Yeah,
and
we're back.
So we're back here the week after Le Mans.
Yeah, no sprint in August
because we've got the 24-hour weekend,
and then September, and then October double header rounds out the championship in October.
So plenty to get involved with. I had a thought as well about when I said about signing up William Howard for an endurance team.
Yeah.
He's a bit young though, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he could join a junior.
Yeah,
they can go out on a junior plate, can't they?
I think he's 13 as well.
Yeah.
So,
but have you not got to be
14?
14, I think. 15 to race in the endurance, I'm told.
No, for Le Mans.
For Le Mans.
Not for the British.
No. And BPEC is generally about 14-ish, 13, 14 if you...
Well, for the British... well, is he old enough to do the British?
Yeah.
All right, okay, well...
Yeah, in hires, not in owners. I think you
yes,
need to be a bit
but
older than
I'd
that
still,
for owners,
I'd still
but
be...
yeah.
If I'm putting a team together...
No. Apparently,
I'm on the phone to William Howard.
No, I can see his mum out the contract window. She's saying, no, not happening just yet.
Yeah, we'll see about that when the phone rings.
Well, that's the target for my lad Tom. Is this year he's just not physically going to be strong enough, but next year I think he might be in with a chance. He'll be a few months before his 14th, and
We'll get him some muscle milk and all that sort of stuff.
Opportunity for yeah.
Get him on the Huel diet.
What's for breakfast, Dad? Creatine, son. But I want toast. I don't care.
Yep, that's the stuff. We'll pile it in. Protein shake.
What do you mean you want to go to school? Get some press ups.
He's having fish and a rice cake. There's a throwback video for you to check out. Have you seen that guy now, by the way? The fish and a rice cake guy?
No.
Oh, he's like a man mountain.
Right.
He's proper buff. It clearly worked.
So Max Shields bringing them round at a walking pace. He's caught a few of them out.
I was just thinking that as well. So a few heads snapping back and forth.
Namely, everybody on the inside behind him, Ludwell, Williamson and Duff.
Yeah, it was definitely Duff whose head was bouncing around like a pinball.
Duff.
Duffed up.
Here we go then. 12 minutes plus 1 lap of action. Maximus Shields will lead us up towards the timing line and powers down. Shields in the 43 and we're away and racing. Oh, contact in the middle of the pack as Danny Bean tries to get across to the inside. Everybody's still facing the right way, which is good to note. Bean's dropped down though into third place. Then it's going to be Oscar War.
Who was that? It's one.
Addison Smith in the 44 is one of them. Rossi Costello, I think, in the 46 was the other. Smith, who started this race in 6th place, has had a turbulent opening lap, that's for sure. And it looks like there's a problem down the back straight for Jamie Marshall. He's got himself going and heading in the right direction. Everybody back on track. Shields from Ludwell and Bean, it is your top 3. Joseph Williamson in 4th place, but he's second in his class, is now in front of Oscar War. Then it's going to be Zach Dawson, that's Isaac Duff, and this Max Mannion sliding through as Matthew Hauschby and Curtis Yule throws it down the inside of Matthew Hauschby.
That was an overtake and a half from Yule.
Certainly made a impression, Tom, in his first weekend. If this is, as we mentioned, his first weekend in owner-driver racing.
I'm genuinely not going to lie and say I'm already a fan. I like his style.
Yes,
Curtis Yule. That was a pass and a half into the D chicane, and he's lining up another one now.
Yes, down the inside of Max Mannion. That move by Curtis Yule, we've not seen him move that ballsy since that time that I tried to overtake Lennon French's dad in a hire kart race.
He nearly killed both of you in that move. Anyways, it is Shields from Ludwell in the pro class. Ike Needham, 6th place on the road, is 3rd in that class. And we've got Bean, Williamson and War in the pro class, 3rd, 4th and 5th on the road. Leading the novice class is Curtis Yule in 10th place. And then we have Sam Neri and Riley Matthews.
Technical defect for last time out's final winner for novice Matty Farrell. Oh, well it was. And now it's a contact warning.
Okay.
No. Oh, I was fit. Nope. Silly me. It's a contact warning.
Okay.
Silly me. Cat's heart rate's peaked.
Well, Shields at the front of this one, starting to move away now from Ludwell and Bean. Of course, Bean doesn't really need to get involved in this because he's in a different class, with him being in that clubman class. In fact, it might be even more beneficial to actually just work together with Ludwell and try and increase that gap, because War and Williamson, we've seen, have been very good today with their driving. Of course, War taking an overall sprint heat victory on debut in Senior Pro Kart for Oscar War. So Bean is playing the smart game and just moving away with Ludwell at the moment, using the slipstream.
He's got a gap by 0.8 of a second.
Isaac Duff on the inside of Zach Dawson.
Coming in hot?
Yeah, very, very late braking. Almost sent Zach Dawson into orbit. Managed to avoid him. Dipped a wheel off the inside and kicked some dirt up. And now he's tapping away on the rear of Dawson once again as they go through hairpin 3. Whew. I genuinely thought if he hadn't dipped that wheel off, Zach Dawson was going to end up on the other side of the track.
On the moon.
It would have been a hard hit. Shields with a new fastest lap of the race.
46.051 for the 43 of Maximus Shields, and opens the gap up to 1.153 seconds. And George Ludwell in second place. Danny Bean looking to go with him. And the good thing for Bean, Tom, he won the club class at round number 1, which also means that if he can get another club class win this time, that's going to give him a real opportunity of that club class championship for Danny Bean. Oscar War doing very, very well once again, having taken that heat victory in heat number 3 in his first Pro Kart outing in 4th place. Joseph Williamson heading towards a potential club class podium for the first time since his move up out of junior for Joseph Williamson. Behind him, he's got Ike Needham in 6th place, who's currently 3rd in the pro class. In novice, Yule, Sam Neri, Riley Matthews, that's your top 3. They're 10th, 15th and 16th respectively.
Isaac Duff still hasn't been able to find a way past Zach Dawson as they head down the back straight one more time. In fact, Dawson's pulled away, if anything, from Isaac Duff. Addison Smith has had a good recovery back up to 9th place after his first lap adventures. Was very, very wide coming through the national loop, then got airborne over the chicane and lost another few places through hairpins 1 and 2. Ended up somewhere in the mid to low teens and is already back up to 8th place and starting to reel in this group of Dawson and Duff.
Yeah, he dropped down to P16 at the start. 9 places dropped, so he's up as Max Mannion in 11th place picks up a contact warning. He's right behind, I think he's in a battle with Matthew Hauschby for that 11th place. Currently for 6th in the class as well in Senior Pro Kart Club. Lots of personal best there, Tom, on the previous lap as everybody sets the blue. Shields with another 45.945 this time. 4,000th off his personal best, so super consistency for Shields. Oscar War's coming into this, Tom.
He
is. Second place in club, third overall. Oh, Dawson with a big amount of lift there, and then wide and a switchback between him and Isaac Duff down that back straight.
And Oscar War has, on his debut in Senior Pro Kart, could end up taking a class victory here if he can find a way past Danny Bean, which I think will probably be the result of the day.
Yeah, that
unless Curtis Yule wins novice, which is right up there as well. Who's not only on debut in Senior Pro Kart, but he's on debut on any outdoor circuit anywhere.
Yes. So, thing for Danny Bean in that third place, currently leading the club class, is he's just set a personal best, pushing along George Ludwell, and he's still getting reeled in by Oscar War. Which is an incredibly tough break for Danny Bean there. And even though Bean was quickest and quicker than War, as Duff and Dawson continue their battle over what is 7th place, they're going to be very quickly under pressure by Addison Smith, Tom, who takes 0.4 of a second nearly out of them. Ludwell not picking up on timing, is dropping down, but he's still in 2nd place. Could be a transponder issue for the 13.
Rossi Costello picks up a contact warning. But yes, you're right, David. Addison Smith in 8th place is very much reeling in Zach Dawson and Isaac Duff for 6th place overall. And of course, he is 3rd in class still.
Oh, there's
Oscar War.
Club. Down the inside goes Oscar War, and Danny Bean didn't know it was coming. Head back, looks to the heavens. He's going to need to get some more inspiration from up there in the final 3.5 minutes, because Oscar War is up into 3rd place, because George Ludwell is still on track, just not picking up on timing in 2nd. So we'll get him reinstated after the race and see whether it could well just be a transponder issue for him.
I wouldn't be surprised, like you, David, if Danny Bean just thought, this is comfortable now.
Well,
this is done and dusted.
I'm going with one of the fastest here.
Exactly, and had no idea that Oscar War had reeled him in and then sent a move.
Yeah, Ludwell's transponder's no power to it apparently, but we can see him, so that's helpful.
We can still count him, very much so. And the other thing as well, that Oscar War, we've seen through his Rotax and 2-stroke driving career here at Teesside, is he's not one to mess about when it comes to an overtake. He is quite happy to, if an opportunity's there, or even half an opportunity, he'll take it.
Yeah, likes to get stuck in.
It's exactly what you need in Senior Pro Kart, and you can see why it suits him so well. New fastest lap of the race for Max Shields, but barring any issue, that one's done and dusted for the overall victory and class victory. But Oscar War now in front of Danny Bean.
Looks like he's closer to Ludwell than what Bean is to him as well. So Oscar War pulling away, and let's not discount a 2nd place. I mean, an overall podium in 3rd is good, class win, but Oscar War going very, very well. Your class results as they stand with 2 minutes to go. Shields, Ludwell, Needham in Pro. It's War, Bean and Williamson in Club. Yule, Matthews and Neri. Although Matthews and Neri are together on track for that 2nd place in the class. So hopefully don't come into too much trouble with each other.
Well, Oscar War is taken to Senior Pro Karting like a duck to water, as he's now both Ludwell and War have pulled away from Danny Bean.
He told me during lunch that this was a one-off outing.
Well, we'll see about that.
I think so.
I think
we might see him again before the end of the season.
I've got a funny feeling as well.
We'll certainly see him at a few 24 hours, I'm guessing.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for him in that distinctive helmet as well. It's a good design, is that? Makes it easy for us to pick him out. But still comfortable at the front of this one. Maximus Shields in the 43 kart. Of course, factory run entry now. Has been for a number of years, really, hasn't it? But it's been...
well, the 43, yes, but not necessarily for Shields. This is the first time Shields has had to turn up, sit down, drive, go home.
Yes, yes, very much. But
having said that, his dad, who used to spanner him, is probably busier now working in that MS garage on other
Howard is working for it, making him work for it, yeah. Well,
no, he just does it himself, really. Helps loads of people out, including my lad, which we're grateful for. So yeah, he's basically the whole thing.
He's a good egg, is Barry.
Well, yeah, but more of a case like, he should be having a bit of a relax now that his lad's a works driver, and he's not. He's just working just as hard, yes, so if not harder. Here's Oscar War then up onto the back now of George Ludwell. Shields will come through out of hairpin number 4 to take the final lap board as he starts working through some traffic, and a big thumbs up from him as well to Chloe Oakes as he makes his way through the traffic as Oakes moves offline to allow Shields through. George Ludwell and Oscar Ward will still have some traffic to contend with in front of them, I think, before the end of this race. They go through. Let's see whether Oscar Ward here, Tom, he's going to a class win anyway. They're at second or third. Now let's see whether he just goes with Ludwell and plays it smart, or whether he goes to try and overtake Ludwell for second place. Ludwell's defending him down the bottom end of the circuit, so he certainly feels like Oscar Ward is the danger man behind him.
Maybe he doesn't know he's different class.
Yeah, Shields, though, is out of the final corner. Maximus Shields wins round number 2 here at Teesside from George Ludwell and Oscar Ward, your top 3. Danny Bean in P4, Joseph Williamson P5. Then it's Needham, Duff, Smith, Dawson, Curtis Yule, 10th place.
9th place?
No, we're missing
George
of course,
Ludwell. Yeah, sorry. Yep,
10th place for Curtis Yule, and the win in our novice class. In front of Matthew Houshby, David Brewis, Max Mannion and Carl Burns, Rossi Costello, Riley Matthews and Sam Neri complete the podium in our novice class in 15th and 16th respectively, with Simon Dougherty, Freddie Housego and Ollie Clegg, with Scott Blackburn rounding out your top 20. Your remaining runners on track: Thomas Woolley, Alana Howard and Freddie Cowley, Jamie Marshall and William Harkus, Dan Weldon and Chloe Oakes, with Matthew Farrell retiring at half race distance.
I was just going to point out that Riley Matthews came across the line, punched the air and tapped the side of the car. I'm not sure whether he knows he's finished second or whether he's just really, really happy that he has finished second because Curtis Yule is so far down the road in the other novice as the novice class winner.
A good effort from Riley Matthews.
But good to see him very happy with his result nonetheless.
Yeah, and the second time Matthews has now been on that novice class podium in 2 rounds as well. The only driver in novice to be on the podium in both of the first 2 rounds for... I think Sam Neri had a third because I think he got through on the final lap on Tyler McKenzie at round number 1. So I think he has had a podium finish in both rounds. That brings an end to the race day here at Teesside, Tom. Before we come back in a month's time, I think it's only right to thank our sponsors, Medics UK, who have been required today, and we're grateful for their presence here at Teesside. Infratech, ARC Plant and Repairs, Metroplum, HRS Racing Engines, Garage 29 and MS Karts. Certainly can't forget the series sponsor, NRG Karting, for the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. Thank you to everybody that's made this a wonderful race day, particularly Mr. Sunshine up there. It's greatly appreciated.
Hiya.
Marshals, medics.
The actual son.
Yeah.
Not me.
No, the prodigal. Our camera ops, the marshals, everybody, most of all as well, the drivers for putting on a wonderful show, Tom. Without them, we certainly wouldn't be here and be able to bring you a great day's racing. So yeah, we'll see you all in a month's time, I'm guessing.
Double header.
Practice on a Friday. 2 live streams, 1 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday. We can't wait to be back. Have a safe journey home here from Teesside Autodrome. We'll see you in 4 weeks' time for rounds 3 and 4 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series.